let's have a dialogue. They don't think about, maybe let's hear the other side. There's no freedom of speech. There's also no freedom of religion. That's a different topic. But the bottom line is, you do not have dialogue with them because they don't believe in dialogue. They have their own way. You're either with them or against them. If you're with them, your life might be saved.
Of where it's all unfolding. Israel in English, reporting from the ground where it happens as it happens. An authentic, trusted voice in Daily Israel News. Airing on 11 international TV channels and now launching a 24/7 Israeli news channel. Reaching millions every month across all social platforms. Independent, real, powered by truth. We don't just report, we connect. Thanks to a worldwide community that stands for truth. This is ILTV, your source for Israel in English.
Our screens, their names have echoed in rallies and in prayer, and their families have lived in fear. It all began on October 7th when Hamas terrorists stormed into Israel, murdering over 1,200 people, destroying entire communities, and abducting men, women, and children from their homes. And now, on months of uncertainty, heartbreak, and relentless negotiations, this morning carries with it a rare mix of hope and tension. 48 hostages are still in captivity, 20 of whom are still alive. Convoys are preparing to move. The transfer points are in position. Soldiers and medical teams are standing by. Every minute brings us closer to the moment this country has prayed for, the sight of Israelis returning from captivity back on their own soil. Throughout the morning, ILTV and Ynet Global will bring you live coverage, updates from the field, and expert analysis. This is a morning of waiting and of hope. And joining me now in the studio is senior editor at JNS, Ruti Bloom. Ruti, thank you so much for joining us this morning.
Thank you so much for having me.
So this is a day that all of Israel has been waiting for over 2 years, the return of the hostages. And I want to say, though, right off the bat, let's not forget we're dealing with Hamas, we're dealing with terrorists, so we can only hope that this will go smoothly, that there won't be any surprises. What are your thoughts on this historic morning?
Well, first of all, like all Israelis, I think I can say this without hesitation. All Israelis are waiting with bated breath. It's the one thing we have unity about, is that we are all really, really relieved that they're coming home. You're right that we can't trust Hamas, but in this case, the reason I trust, it's not that I trust Hamas. I trust Netanyahu and President Trump, who assured us, and they've said it so many times very, very specifically, I think Qatar and Egypt have pressured Hamas so much. Hamas agreed to this deal, etc. So I think this particular first phase, we can trust that that's happening. What we can't know or trust is that all the dead bodies will be found, located, and released, or that phase 2 will be implemented at all. But I will say this. You know, I think a lot of viewers outside of Israel don't realize how many of us have not slept in the last few days because it's impossible to sleep. We keep anticipating. We were waiting for Trump's announcement about the deal and then about the hostages and if they are coming home. And now people are camped out at Hostages Square, some just spending the whole night there waiting. And they're supposed to be released in about an hour or so.
Absolutely. So all of Israel sitting, waiting on edge. I want to bring in now Dr. Harel Chorev. He's a senior researcher at the Moshe Dayan Center at Tel Aviv University. Harel, are you with us?
Yes, I'm with you. Good morning, Lidar.
Good morning. So it's an historic day. I keep saying this, but it really is an historic day. Is the Middle East on the verge of a new era today?
Well, definitely in the sense of this major milestone that hopefully we'll cross through in safety and get all our 20 hostages alive back and the fallen one as well. It is a major milestone because after that, I think there will be new rules of game. We still need to see what is going on and how this whole longest war of Israel will be concluded. But we still have a lot of challenges in front of us. And it's not that it's going to be from tomorrow, everything's going to be positive and everything will be put in place. But definitely we are crossing a major station today.
Now, you're an expert on Palestinian society, and so I want to ask you, going back to October 7th, we saw all of Gaza pretty much celebrating the Hamas massacre. And I want to ask, from what you're hearing in Gaza, from what you're hearing among Palestinian society, is that still the case today? Do they still share that sentiment of celebration what's happening in Gaza on the Palestinian street?
Well, definitely, I would say at least half are not in that place of euphoria and joy about what happened. Not because that they love us so much, but because they understand the price, which is and just to put things, in context, it's about, every individual in the Gaza Strip has lost something like 70 family members averagely. I'm talking about, of course, extended families, but, in Gaza and in the West Bank, usually your extended family lost their home, everything. So I think they're not happy as they were. However, we will always have these, I would say approximately 20-25% of the population who are Hamas, supporters of Hamas, their mindset, seeing things, in internal religious kind of thinking, and for them nothing will help, nothing. But you can see what is going on the streets today. Even without us, the clashes between the clans, local clans that had enough of it, and Hamas. So I think most of the Gazans are not happy with what happened during the war.
Mm-hmm. Now, we're still seeing images coming out of Gaza of Hamas terrorists sort of roaming the streets, armed terrorists, still seemingly in control of certain areas in the Gaza. Now, the IDF Chief of Staff Eyal Zamir said last night that Israel, through its military pressure campaign and its diplomatic measures, has achieved victory over Hamas. Do you share that assessment?
I think so. Well, I'll tell you. Well, military-wise, definitely. The terror army of Hamas is nothing in comparison to what it was on October 7th, thank God. And I think in that sense, militarily wise, definitely. In political terms, what we achieved, this deal, is totally different from what until now, even 3 months ago. Why? Because Trump's 20 points are major anchors for Israel to say this is agreed for, that which includes de-radicalization, demilitarization, dismantling the tunnels, and of course, removing Hamas from any governmental position. It's there. It's in the deal. It's not something that was named under a question mark like during the times of Biden or even ago, as I said. So I think these are anchors that Israel can cling to, and demands that everything will be fulfilled. Now, the fact that we are releasing the hostages today leaves our hands freed, and it's a major change in comparison to what we had before, because Hamas always wanted to leave some hostages as its insurance policies. This is hopefully behind us.
Now, the second part of this peace plan, the phase, is after the hostages are released, which we are all waiting for. Hamas is supposed to disarm. Do you see that happening? And can Israel trust this sort of international coalition of countries, which includes countries like Qatar, countries like Turkey, who have openly supported Hamas? Can Israel trust them to really see this through and ensure that Hamas is demilitarized, is disarmed?
In short, no. Israel can trust only itself and America and American support. As in Lebanon, we don't support, we're not, everything in Lebanon is not remaining in the hands of the Lebanon government, and I would say quite similar in this case. Israel can only trust itself, its intelligence forces, and obviously its military, the IDF. However, we can ease the process and make it more smooth somehow by those mechanisms. Are you cooperating with us? We know that in that point, tunnels still exist. We want you to dismantle it and to provide us with evidence. We know that Hamas is rebuilding its forces in this and that neighborhood. However, if this thing will not be engaged, tackled by the force, the international force that would be established, which we still need to know how it's going to look like. This is also something that we need to say here. The IDF should trust only itself, and Israel should trust only the IDF and its intelligence forces.
Mm-hmm. And so what happens if Hamas breaches the agreement? I mean, will Israel really be able to return to war? Because as far as even President Trump announced the war is over, I mean, will he allow Israel to return? What options does Israel really have if Hamas breaches the agreement?
I think if Hamas will breach the agreement, Israel will be able to act against it. I don't see any scenario in which the United States, the best friend of this particular administration, stops Israel from doing what is right to do in any scenario. However, they won't call it a war. They will not call it resuming the war. They will call it, battle
an operation
days or anything. Yeah, operation, stuff like that. Things that we see. He calls it a war. There is a ceasefire. However, We are, there are already over 300 Hezbollah members who are killed by us, who were killed by us. So, you know, the whole framing of the situation after the ceasefire is something which is less problematic, I would say. The more important is what we will actually do to prevent such a enforcement of Hamas.
All right, Dr. Harel Chorev, thank you so much for joining us today and for your analysis.
My pleasure.
All right, and I want to go now live to ILTV's Emily Schrader and Kalev Ben David. They are in Hostages Square. Historic day. There are thousands of people gathering in Hostage Square. Emily, can you hear? Can you hear us?
Yep, we can hear you.
Great. So, good morning.
Hostage Square. Finally, a happy day for us.
Yes, absolutely. We finally get to report, hopefully, some good news today.
Absolutely. So we arrived when I believe it was still dark out here. Yeah. The crowds were already growing. They've just continued to grow since then. You can see behind me already thousands of people here in Hostage Square, anxious for the return of our at least 20 living hostages who are expected to be released between 8 a.m. and 9 a.m. today. We did receive some updates last night. I know initially they said they were going to release them between 4 and 6 a.m. Right. It's been moved around times. I do know that the IDF specifically warned the families that it could be Hamas tries to play games a little bit with the families. Possible they will try to call some of the families, so they are preparing for the event of any abuse, continued abuse of the hostages that we may see. But we will not be seeing, from what I understand, the same ugly displays of, you know, the ceremony put on before for the return of these hostages.
I have to say, this is an emotional day for all of us. For me, I've covered this story since its very beginnings. Here is electric. To pick up on what Ruthie Bloom said, Tel Aviv, the city that never sleeps. It was crowded here throughout the entire evening. This was a yellow night, play on the white nights of Tel Aviv when people party all night. They've been. But you have to think for a second about what's happening here. I never lost hope that the hostages would be returned, Emily, but if I would have thought, you would have told me that they would be returning almost exactly 2 years to the day on the eve of the Simchat Torah holiday, according to the Jewish calendar, 2 years to the day, that they would all the living hostages, and we hope all of the hostages would be returned at the same time, and that they would be being returned on the morning, almost at the same moment that President Trump is going to be landing in Israel on a historic visit. I mean, it's something almost like, if you saw this in a movie, you would say it's unlikely. It's too many cliches. It's too improbable. So this is just an incredible morning.
I will say, throughout the past 2 years, as you know, and as you know, Lidar, this has been really a place of mourning, a place for support for so many of these hostage families that have just suffered and continue to suffer, seemingly. Well, that does come to an end. And from the second I arrived this morning, and I think, Kalev, you'll agree with me, the energy was positive. For the first time, we felt like there's difficult to describe, but a lot of inspiration just from being here and seeing the energy from these hostage families. And even I know there were some former hostages who have already been here this morning as well.
Right, almost a festival atmosphere, I would say here. And you see the crowds. It may well be, or should be, the last day that this square looks like Hostages Square. I just repeat something I said yesterday. Formerly, the name of this square is the Tel Aviv Museum Square. It's in front of the Tel Aviv Museum. I doubt anyone will call it that again. Is it going to be remain Hostages Square? Consider renaming this Trump Square because this is because of the contribution of President Trump.
Absolutely, absolutely. And right at 6:20 a.m., the attacks began in 2023. We heard them begin the actual event here by calling out for the release of all the hostages immediately, and that is what we are about to see. So updated on the latest events from here in Hostage Square, but for now, back to you, Lidar.
Thank you, Emily. Thank you. Check back in with you in a little while. I mean, Ruti, really scenes that we're seeing here in hostage. Really a little bit, and we're seeing crowds cheering, you see flags, you see people smiling. So a little bit of a different atmosphere than what we're used to. Now, I want to come back to you in just a second, but I do want to just update our viewers that we've received word that the Red Cross is now making its way to the pickup points to pick up the hostages. And Hamas has just released the list of the 20 hostages that it's going to be releasing. Now, this is a list that Israel has known for some time, but Hamas has now officially released the names. So the process has begun, and we will, of course, continue to update. Now, Ruti, I do want to ask you, why is this happening now? Why not a year ago? Why now?
Okay, so first of all, you're right that everybody's celebrating. I'm going to get to your point about why now.
Yeah.
They're all celebrating, but what Kalev failed to mention, or, I mean, maybe it's not the time to mention it, but hostages became a very, very charged political rally venue. And it wasn't just the hostages' families. The families of the hostages never go there because they feel that they're on the wrong side of the political spectrum. What happened early on in the war was that the Israeli protest movement against the government hijacked the hostage families and tried to turn that into yet another anti-Netanyahu spectacle. And why I think it's bring this up is that now everybody's thrilled and the square is filled with people. Now, if you think about it, that's way more than 48 families, even if they're extended families. I think what happened today was that many people who avoided going there on their usual Saturday nights said now it's okay because they're all coming home. But what we saw on last night or the night before, when Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner and Ivanka Trump got up on there, and he was thanking Trump and thanking everybody. And as soon as he said, and I want to thank Prime Minister Netanyahu,
we heard the
many
boos.
people in the crowd booed. Those were those very people I'm talking about, not necessarily hostages, okay? I'm not using them. This was a political, they cheered when he thanked Turkey and Qatar and Trump, and they were saying, thank you, Trump, thank you, Trump. And they booed Netanyahu. Netanyahu is the person responsible for everything happening. You asked, why now? A month ago, first of all, Qatar and Egypt and Turkey and all of those, understand they were sort of in cahoots with Hamas. I mean, Qatar for sure. But Egypt was turning a blind eye all these years to the smuggling of materials that built those tunnels and all that. So the reason that's important is, and again, that military pressure, and by the way, then the attack on Iran, and then most recently, an attempt to assassinate Hamas leaders in Qatar, in Doha. And though we didn't succeed in killing all of the leaders, it sent such a signal. And it's true that Netanyahu apologized to the Emir of Qatar, saying, we did kill one security guard who's Qatari. He wasn't our target. We have no beef with you. We are going to kill terrorists wherever we find them, the Hamas terrorists. That attack was instrumental in persuading Qatar finally to take President Trump on his offer to, okay, look, we'll make deals. I'll give you stuff you need. And without Trump, this wouldn't happen. But with Netanyahu, it for sure wouldn't happen. And not enough Israelis, I think, by the way, many know that, but the vociferous ones, the ones protesting, the media here, most of the media, they keep Netanyahu out of the picture unless they want to sort of insult him and say that actually it's his fault that they weren't returned sooner. That is a lie. And even Steve Witkoff knows it, and Trump knows it, and all that. And so I think we need to clarify that. The celebration today is everybody's celebrating, no matter what political side they're on. But it's crucial to remember that in a flash, back to that division that we had. And by the way, the people, Netanyahu, they have gained him several more votes in the Knesset votes in the next election.
Absolutely. I think you made a very interesting point, and I just want to see we're seeing visuals now of the military helicopters landing, ready to transfer the hostages to Re'im military base, where they'll be rejoined with their families, the living hostages. Now, we have to remember that it's the beginning, you know, return home. But I want to remind our viewers that some of these young men, they've not seen sunlight in 2 years. They've been kept in underground dungeons. They've been brutally beaten. They've been tortured. They've been starved. They're malnourished. Of them returning home today, despite sort of this optimism and joy that we're seeing, they're going to be coming back in very condition, both physically and mentally. And we know that Hamas, we know this from past releases, they'll provide them with food, perhaps a shower, so they can present the hostages as being, you know, in good condition. But it will likely be a very, very long road to recovery for these 20 hostages coming home today. It's important to say that. And I want to turn now to ILTV's India Naftali, who's standing outside of Sheba Tel HaShomer Hospital. India, this is one of 3 hospitals that's preparing to receive the hostages today. What can you tell us? What preparations have been made to receive these hostages?
Surely, Dar. So today I am at the Sheba Medical Center, also known as the Tel HaShomer Hospital in central Israel. Now, this is Israel's largest and most technologically advanced hospital. 10 of the up to 20 alive hostages will be received here. As you said, there are 3 main hospitals where the hostages are expected. 5 will be received at Ichilov Hospital in Tel Aviv. 10 will be received here at the Sheba Medical Center in central Israel, and 5 more will be received in another hospital in another part in Belinson in Petach Tikva, Israel. So now what we're seeing is at 10 a.m., a spokesperson told me that the hostages could arrive as early as 10 a.m., but also as late as later afternoon. And you know, here we've seen that the beds have been laid out. Prime Minister Netanyahu has came and visited the preparations. What I've seen myself is beautiful banners that say, "It's good to have you home," with the faces of the soon-to-be former hostages on them. There's balloons hung up in the hospital. The security perimeter is strong. So what's going to happen today is that the hostages, after being taken to the Re'im military base, they're going to be airlifted to one of the 3 hospitals, unless, of course, they are in need of dire medical attention. And in that case, they will be airlifted immediately, skipping the stop in Re'im, and be taken immediately to a hospital nearby, such as Soroka and Beersheba. Now, hopefully in the case, most of them, or if not, God willing, all of them will be in stable condition. They will be brought here via helicopter. Later today, I'll be taking you to that helicopter pad and showing you where they will be arriving. Now, when they will be taking several tests of their vitals, psychological examinations, a lot of preliminary examinations before they arrive here.
India, I want to stop you for just a second because we are seeing the very first visuals of the Red Cross. I'm being told that they have some of the hostages already with them, and they are starting to make their way back towards Israel, towards Re'im. So we have the first visuals now of the Red Cross picking up some of the hostages. It's still unclear which hostages they've picked up already. So back to you, India.
Of course, thank you for sharing that. So now that this process is beginning, they will soon be at the Re'im military base in southern Israel. Like I said, of course, unless they're in dire condition, which really could be the case. We've seen the images of Evitar David, who was visibly starving. And in that case, he would be immediately, if he needs immediate medical attention, he would be airlifted immediately to possibly Soroka Hospital in southern Israel in Beersheba. And now, like I was saying, they're going to have their preliminary tests done on the spot at the Re'im military base, but then here at Sheba Hospital and the other two hospitals, that's Belinson Hospital, Petah Tikva, and Ichilov Hospital in Tel Aviv, they will be getting more comprehensive treatments. Now, medical teams say they nutrition, but they also say they don't know what to expect, but they're ready to treat everything, and including the families of the hostages. This reunion experience is very overwhelming, and they've even mentioned that they are prepared to treat families of the hostages as well.
So really, both mentally, physically, they're prepared to receive these hostages with open arms. India, Naftali, thank you so much for joining us, and we'll be back to you later with more updates. All right, so Ruti, we're seeing the very first visuals of the hostages. We still don't know which hostages have been handed over. We're seeing the pictures of them in the Red Cross. And what's very notable, I'll say, is that this is very different to the previous releases that we've seen, where we've seen these sort of PR stunts put on by Hamas, parading the hostages. So this is going to be, it's going to go a little bit differently today. There isn't going to be, the hostages being paraded on stages or anything like that. So
no, there isn't. And you know what, though, is the same? Is that the Red Cross, as everybody has come to say in Israel, is acting like an Uber service.
Uber driver, yeah.
They have done nothing. 2 years there are hostages in Gaza, and the Red Cross never once gave them medication, never did its job, and its excuse was, well, Hamas won't let us. Well, okay, so you have no function. You're just another useless international organization. They did nothing. And not only that, in one of the hostage releases, Hamas, to torture even more, and because they're sadists, they had 2 of the hostages in a car nearby watching their friends get released.
Yeah.
And they filmed them saying, please let us go, let us go. And you know that a Red Cross van was right there next to them. And nobody helped them. The Red Cross is a joke. That's number one. Number two, you did mention the business about Hamas may feed them and give them a shower before they get there. Well, one of the real concerns of the medical staff in all these hospitals is that it is so dangerous to refeed in the wrong way somebody who's starving. The same thing happened with Holocaust survivors. These people, it can lead to organ failure if they're given too much food all at once and of a certain kind. So that's another thing they're very worried about. But also, we just got a notice, from the Prime Minister's office, that Prime Minister Netanyahu has put a personal note for each hostage in the packet that is waiting for each one. In that packet is a cell phone, a laptop, a tablet, and also personal belongings that their families have brought for them from home, so that they can sort of feel the sense of home again. Anyway, we're all praying for them, and you're right, we can't see them. And like in those ceremonies, the whole country is sort of waiting to see, okay, who is it? Who's in that car?
Absolutely. So I want to go back now to Emily and Kalev in Hostages Square. I understand that Emily, you're there with Major General Noam Tibon, a hero of October 7th. So throwing to you, Emily.
Yes, absolutely. I just have to note that when those first images did come up just a few moments ago, we heard applause already from the crowd that continues to grow here. But I'm here, of course, with Kalev Ben David. We have, as you mentioned, Major General Noam Tibon, a hero of October 7th. Thank you so much for joining us.
Right, and we should know General T-Bone, on October 7th, rescued many people, including his son, the journalist Amir T-Bone, and his family. That day is now the subject of an acclaimed new documentary called The Road Between Us, The Ultimate Rescue, which won the Audience Prize at the Toronto Film Festival, will be playing in Israel next week. General T-Bone, just your feelings on this day when you look back on what you did on October 7th and how you are feeling this morning.
לא מאומתים ומטרידים.
אוקיי, אז המהלך התחיל בדרך, אנחנו רואים את התמונות שמגיעות מעזה. בדרך לכאן כבר הנשיא ארצות הברית.
On the journey, because this is the true values of the people in Israel. The true value of Judaism, that we are all brother and sister, and the true values of the IDF. We don't leave anyone behind us. And today I'm very excited because I was fighting for this since October 8, 2 years, with the people of Israel. And thank you, President Trump, that you heard the people of Israel. And you did this wonderful deal. And it's very emotional to me because, you know, it can be my son. And that's why I'm really excited. I'm looking forward to have them here, to hug them, and to start to heal the open wound of the Israeli society.
General T-Bone, of course, we're excited for the hostages. Someone else we have to take note of today, the soldiers, the men and women of the IDF, who have been fighting the longest war in the history of Israel, and hopefully now, we know they're getting a break, but hopefully this will be for them the end of this particular war.
If you see tears in my eyes, it's because I think about all the brave soldiers who went to fight for the state of Israel and lost their life in action. For me as a general, this is the greatest honor of all. And today, I think and remember each one of them. They went to this war to bring the hostages back home. And they won. And I salute them.
And how do you feel? A lot of discussion about the security aspects of this deal. Of course, we're so happy to have the hostages back home. That's the priority. But there's also concerns about how the arrangements being made will impact on the security of Israel going forward. What's your view?
I have a lot of comments, but today I don't want to think about it. Today I want to be happy that the hostages are back home. I'm going to fight until the last one, which are not alive, will be back home, and only then we will start to deal with the future challenges. There will be a lot of future challenges in Gaza and in the region. We will have strong military for years, but today, after 2 years, it's a happy day. It's a happy morning,
And how do you feel about the state of the country? You've become a very public figure since October 7th because of what you've done. I'm sure you've spoken all over the country and with the people, because there's been a lot of concern. Just people are talking about we need a time of healing in Israel, of course, for the hostages, for their families, but also for the society and what it's gone through. Based on what you've experienced since October 7th, how either optimistic, pessimistic are you about just the social aspects going forward?
Israel is under trauma because of October 7th. Today, the healing process is starting. But yes, we need to rebuild Israel. We need to create a formal investigation of what happened on October 7th. We need to replace the government and build our society. There is a lot to do, but today we want to be happy. We want to hug the families and to remember the brave people who lost their life since October 7. And yes, thank you very much, President Trump. Welcome to Israel. We love you. We adore you of what you did, and thank you very much.
I just want to ask about your experiences abroad. For those who don't know, the documentary that's been made about your rescue of your son and others on October 7th, The Road Between Us, originally was turned down by the Toronto for clearly for political reasons, though they didn't say it. There was pressure put on. It was shown at the film festival, and it won the audience prize. Many people are saying it could win the Academy Award. People are already tipping it possibly best documentary for the Academy Award. What's been the response abroad you've seen and when you've traveled there to what Israel is going through outside of the country?
The movie that made by the great Barry Everett from Canada, it's a movie about a family, about grandma and grandpa, a father and a mother, who are going to rescue their family. This is international. It's not political. And I'm so proud that we won this prize because the movie showed exactly what happened on October 7th and the brutal attack by the Hamas murderers. And it showed in a way what I saw on my journey. How I took my decisions on that journey, and it also showed the brave soldiers and the of Khalod who fought for their life. Now, it will, screen all over the world because as much as many people will watch it, and I felt on that day great victory, a victory of the Israeli truth. What happened on October 7th?
Well, I know that we do have a few more guests also in the studio. I want to go back to you, Lidar. Before I let Major General Noam Tibongo, I want to thank you for all of the work that you've done and, of course, for being a hero of the State of Israel. I certainly agree with you that this is a joyous day for everyone from left to right, and, of course, for our soldiers, many of which are leaving Gaza, finally going home, and many of which who made that...
Yes! Yes!
Emily, what's happening right now? What are the cheers?
Okay, guys, I'm too excited.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Emily, can you hear us? There's a lot of noise at Hostages Square. Emily, we
can't hear you very well.
We heard cheers happening. Can you share with us what just happened, what those cheers were?
I can't hear you very well. I'm sorry, but I do want to say that we did receive the names, the formal list of names of all of the hostages who are going to be released today. I just want to read them so that we do have this announced formally. I believe the celebrations that you just heard in the background were because of the transfer of the hostages into the Red Cross hands. But First off, we have Bar Cooperstein, Evyatar David, Yosef Chaim Ohana, Segev Kalfan, Avi Natan Or, Elkana Buchbut, Maxim Harkin, Nimrod Cohen, Matan Zangauker, David Cunio, Eitan Horen, Matan Angrist, Eitan Moore, Gali Berman, Ziv Berman, Omri Meran, Alon Ohel, Guy Gilboa Dalal, Rom Breslavsky, and Ariel Cunio. So these are the 20 hostages that will be released today in the next hour or so, hour and a half.
Yes, and there have been some, we should note, Emily, there have been some speculation. There might even be one or two other names on that list. That doesn't seem to be the case, certainly not for now.
Not formally, at least.
These are the names that have been in circulation for a week. But again, even at this point, until Hamas released their name, we never had really official confirmation that all 20 are still with us.
Correct. Yeah, this is the first time.
About that. The first time that Hamas had officially confirmed, at least publicly, that had been made, that these are the 20 that are coming home now, and it looks like they are all on their way home. They are in the Red Cross vehicles. We have not actually seen footage of them yet, so we don't know the condition. This is being done at 3 different locations throughout Gaza, Gaza City, Central Gaza, and Khan Yunis. We should note, already has begun the transfer of Palestinian prisoners.
Right.
The release of the Palestinian prisoners.
Early this morning, 5 or 6 a.m., we saw the vehicles, the Red Cross vehicles arriving at the Israeli prisons to release the convicted murderers, really, that are being released today. 250 convicted terrorists being released, in addition to 1,700 Palestinian terrorists that have been arrested since October 7th alone.
And we have to be sensitive to those families who's lost loved ones at the hands of these murderers being released. It must be a terrible morning. To give one example, just announced yesterday, one of the prisoners released was a Palestinian who had murdered a young boy in Jaffa and was sentenced to life imprisonment, and he was not convicted as a terrorist. He was convicted just as a criminal, as a murderer. And unfortunately, he is among those released. A mother was interviewed on Israeli media saying she didn't even know he was going to be among those released. So let's be sensitive, even as we rightly celebrate the release, the return of hostages, to be sensitive to all of those families and people who, unfortunately for them, this is also going to be somewhat of a painful day.
Absolutely, absolutely. All right, I see that we do have some updates of what's going on. Lidar, I'll let you take it from here.
Thank you, Emily. Thank you, Kalev. And we'll, of course, be back to you later with more updates. So we've received now word, it's still unconfirmed, but that the very first group of hostages that will likely be released include Eitan Mor, Gali and Ziv Berman, their twin brothers, Matan Angrest, Omri Miran, and Alon Ohel. Now, those are the names that we're receiving. It's still unconfirmed, but from what we understand, the Red Cross vehicles, there will be 2 hostages per vehicle that will make its way back towards Israel. And so from what we understand, these are the first hostages to be released. Now, I want to just, we're saying these names, but behind every name, behind every face, there's a story, and I want to remind our viewers that the hostages being released today, most of them were just young guys who went to the Nova Festival, who were sleeping in their homes on a holiday, and were just brutally abducted. They're, especially those coming from the Nova Music Festival. They went out, they went to a party, they went to have a good time, and now 2 years later, after being held in the most horrific conditions. Many of them, because they're young men, have been really subject to intense torture, intense psychological torture. So we're seeing the now are kept, for example, Eitan Mor, family didn't even know anything about him. Before being taken, he had actually texted his uncle. He was trying to hide from the terrorists, and of course, they found him. And, he initially was trying to help festival goers escape the terrorists, along with his friends. It's really behind each and every one of these hostages, there's a family, there's a story. It's really, really heartbreaking, and they have a very long road ahead of them once they return to Israel. And now I want to bring on Dr. Camila Folkosh-Lavan. She's a practicing psychologist and organizational consultant. Dr. Lavan, are you with us?
Yes, I'm with you.
Great. So, it's on the one hand an exciting day. We're full of optimism, full of joy that these hostages are going to return home. But again, we know that there's going to be a very long recovery ahead. What can we expect to see from these hostages, and what kind of assistance, care are they going to need, both physically and mentally, moving forward?
This is very, very difficult. Because, on one hand, we already, unfortunately, have experienced hostages before, but these specific hostages, something that's completely unprecedented. We've never seen. There's anything to learn from, really. So we're kind of making it out on the go. They're, like I said, that will happen.
Okay, unfortunately, we're having a little bit of trouble with her audio, so we're going to try and get that fixed. And then we'll go back to Dr. Lavan. Ruti, you wanted to say something as well.
Yes, because you mentioned Eitan Mor being one of the hostages apparently being returned in the first group.
Yeah.
his parents, you say each one has a story. That was his story at the Nova Festival. His parents have been really heroic. Here's another example of heroism. These parents have said all along from the beginning of the war, no, you must defeat Hamas, that rescuing the hostages, you should do it in a military operation, but certainly not capitulate to Hamas. And Tzvika Mor, his father, has been on television a lot, and his message right from the beginning was the following. He said, my son Eitan is a hostage.
Oh, one second, because we are seeing live visuals. We're seeing, of course, Hamas terrorists with, in full sort of gear with their guns in the air, riding on the vehicles. We're seeing the first visuals. Let's see if the hostages are in the car, if we can maybe get any sort of understanding of who is going to be released. We're seeing Hamas terrorists exiting the vehicles, but we don't see any sign of the hostages just yet. We're seeing a lot of, look at the crowds that are forming there. We're seeing children. We're seeing Hamas terrorists all waiting to catch maybe a glimpse of the hostages. Really a chaotic scene, I would say, there.
Yeah, probably to spit on them or to curse at them, which is, we've seen that before as well.
Yeah. Okay, so we're seeing these visuals, but let's go back to what you were saying.
Yes.
On,
Tzvika Mor, I really believe that he deserves the Israel Prize. And I'll tell you, aside from everything else, he's been very articulate. But one of the things he said, and as a mother of sons that age, and also son who fought in Gaza the whole war, what I admired about him most was he said, yes, my son is a hostage in Gaza, but I have other kids. And if we don't defeat Hamas, we're putting them in danger. And throughout this war, what he said, Prime Minister Netanyahu, do not capitulate, do not. You need military pressure, military pressure, military pressure. And the reason I'm stressing this is that not all of the hostage families are of the same, were of the same idea. Tzvika Mor, on the contrary, never has said, we could have had this deal months ago. And so I really did want to, point that out about him. He's a really special person. And one of the reasons he may not have known, by the way, that his son was at the Nova Festival is that they're a religious family. The Mors are Orthodox. Their son was less so, let's say. But, it's possible he didn't want to say to them, I'm going to this music festival on a Jewish holiday. So he went, also, he was old enough to go by himself without telling his parents where he was going.
Yeah. All right, so now I would like to bring in Brigadier General Yossi Kupelwasser. He's the former head of research of IDF intelligence. He's joining us now on Zoom. Yossi, can you hear us? Oh,
yes, I hear you.
I see you. Wonderful. So, we're all waiting eagerly for the first glimpse of the hostages, for the hostages to return home. And I want to ask, Hamas today is giving up its bargaining chips, all of the hostages. What can we expect now moving forward once these hostages are back on Israeli soil from a security perspective?
Well, Hamas replaced the security that they get from holding the hostages with the guarantees they got from the American administration that the war has come to an end. And we heard President Trump repeating that message yesterday. And I think this is the most important thing that they got in return for the hostages. And they will try to translate that into stabilizing their control of the population of the Gaza Strip and of the part of Gaza that they are controlling and are ruling, and in hope that they will be able to convince the Palestinians and more that the 7th of October was the right move, and the things that the Palestinians got in return for carrying out this terrible attack were worthy the price they have paid. And I think that we are still left open with the question, what is the way that the 7th of October is going to go down in Palestinian history? I hope that President Trump understands eventually that what needs to happen is to see that Hamas is removed from power so that the lessons learned from 7th of October are going to be different than those that Hamas want to make sure that everybody accepts.
Now, You know, Israel has been fighting this war against Hamas for 2 years now, and many people are asking, how is it that we're still seeing armed Hamas terrorists roaming the streets of Gaza? How is it that we're still seeing Hamas terrorists? You know, as the former head of, IDF intelligence, can you maybe explain to us, explain to the viewers what the IDF soldiers have been up against in Gaza these past 2 years?
Hamas in the years since 2005, since the disengagement, has accumulated an unbelievable amount of weaponry coming from Egypt and through the tunnels and over the ground, and they had really plenty of weapons. And since we decided, for all kinds of reasons, we didn't want to rule over the population, we were worried about the fate of the hostages. For all kinds of reasons, we decided not to take over the Gaza Strip. And we wanted to avoid the eventuality of having to establish civil administration in Gaza. So we have not reached the arms, the depots of of Hamas, and allowed them to keep them. And that's why whenever there's a ceasefire, they pop up and full of weapons and in full gear, as you said. And that's the situation in Gaza. And now to demilitarize Gaza is a mission that should have been our mission, but we have decided not to carry it out. And that's a pity. And now we have Hamas really still able to fight. And they also took advantage, of course, of their control of the humanitarian aid that was coming into Gaza throughout those 2 years in order to strengthen themselves and to recruit more people. And that's the situation we're facing now. I hope that those articles in the plan that speak about the demilitarization of or disarming of Hamas will be implemented through the tools that we still have in order to have some leverage over them. For example, the fact that we are not going to allow reconstruction before there is a disarmament of Hamas.
Now, you seem very skeptical. You seem very skeptical that Israel, that this international coalition is actually going to be able to disarm Hamas.
I'm not very skeptical, but I'm skeptical. Put it this way. Because Hamas is not going to agree to be disarmed. And if President Trump thinks that this is the end of the war and is not going to support us, as he said in the event in the White House, he said that if Hamas is not going to be disarmed, he's going to support Israel finishing the job. And by now it seems that this attitude is fading away. And if this is going to be the case, we are going to face harsh difficulties in making sure that Hamas is disarmed, unless President Trump is going to find a way to disarm them without Israel doing so.
And how much of Hamas's capabilities then in these 2 years has Israel been able to destroy? I mean, what is the state of Hamas today?
Well, we caused a lot of damage to Hamas and to Gaza in general, to the infrastructure of Hamas throughout Gaza. We killed almost all of its key leaders and commanders, and we killed many of their operatives, and we caused such destruction in Gaza that everybody who lives there have question marks about whether 7th of October was a good idea. Most of them think it was not. But still, even with all of that, we are still having Hamas as the most powerful organization inside Gaza, and as the representative of the Palestinians living there. They are not going to hold elections, maybe, but they represent the Palestinians living there, and they proved that by being able to conduct this event of releasing the hostages and by accepting the terrorists that are going to be released from jail. This is a major achievement for the Palestinians and proves that kidnapping a lot of Israelis was a good idea from their point of view.
Mm-hmm. So I just want to send our attention for a second to the screen. What we're seeing, the visuals. We're seeing these visuals are live from the Gaza Strip. We're seeing one of the points where the Red Cross is supposed to pick up the hostages. We're seeing Hamas waiting. Hamas terrorists. gear with guns. We're seeing children. It's a little bit of a chaotic scene, crowds gathering, and we are waiting for a first glimpse at the hostages. And they said, that there won't be any sort of, parade, PR stunt, stage. Now, we don't see a stage or any kind of ceremony, but we do see that this is looking a little bit as though they're trying to put together some sort of impromptu ceremony. We see people lining the streets on both sides. So we're going to have to follow and see. Now, Yossi, I want to go back to you. Prime Minister Netanyahu has been saying this entire time that Israel will achieve total victory over Hamas. And the IDF Chief of Staff, Eyal Zamir, announced yesterday that Israel has indeed achieved victory over Hamas. But we see these images today. So I want to ask, is Israel able to achieve victory? And can Israel now declare that it's achieved victory? Do you agree with that assessment?
Well, we have achieved more than we were supposed to achieve according to the conditions that prevailed before Operation Chariot of Gideon B. That is we managed to get a lot in return for conducting this operation. And the fact that we stay in Gaza and the fact that we keep control of the Philadelphia corridor, and the fact that there is a plan that according to which we move forward that is in line with all our war aims, war goals, is a big achievement. Victory, not yet. Victory we should be able to declare victory once Hamas is disarmed, and as I said before, I'm skeptical about that. But if Hamas is disarmed according to the plan, then we shall be able to declare victory. Another part of this victory is how this Sharm el-Sheikh conference is going to go, because if the product is going to be some progress in the direction of normalization of the relations between Israel and more Arab and Muslim states, then you can add another brick to the wall of victory. But we have not yet achieved the victory that Prime Minister Netanyahu was talking about. From the military point of view, this is their vision of victory. They didn't want to, at any stage, to defeat Hamas in the way that would bring about the total collapse of Hamas and the inability of Hamas to control the parts of Gaza that are not under Israeli control. That, for them, I think they may consider that victory. But as I said, the most important thing is how this entire war is going to go into the history of the Palestinians. If they understand that 7th of October was a big mistake, this is a victory. If they don't, and I see them still chanting Khaybar, Khaybar ya Yahud, Sha'ab Gaza Sayahud, which means that they are going to kill all of us, not a good sign for the way this war is going to go into the history and into their ethos. We have to still work on that part. I can tell you, for example, that after the Second Intifada, the people of the West Bank, the Palestinians in the West Bank, they realized that Intifada is a bad idea. And we saw that all the attempts of Hamas to cause a third Intifada failed, including in this last war, because the people in Judea and Samaria, Palestinians living there, don't consider Intifada as a good idea after the Second Intifada. They lost and they know they lost. They suffered and they paid a heavy price. Here in Gaza, they also paid a heavy price, but I'm not sure yet that they consider that to be a defeat and the message that they will never repeat 7th of October.
All right, Brigadier General Yossi Kupelwasser, thank you so much for joining us on this historic day, and thank you for your analysis.
Yes, and I say beyond everything that we said, now we should say that we should be joyful that all the hostages are coming back. That's the big achievement that Israel has managed to accomplish.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. And now I want to go back to Hostages Square with Emily and Kalev. Emily, Kalev, back to you in Hostages Square. Are you there? Can you hear us? Great.
Walidar, we've already seen the crowds continue to grow as excitement builds for the release of these hostages. With the announcement of the first 6 hostages that are set to be released, we've heard cheers from the crowd that's already here. The excitement is definitely building here. We have joining us actually on the broadcast now the Arab-Israeli journalist and social activist Youssef Haddad. Back with us, also with us yesterday. Thank you for joining us.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning to all, indeed.
So we know that you are a personal friend of many of these hostage families. You are very familiar with Ziv and Gali Berman, the twins who have been in captivity, kidnapped from Kfar Aza, I believe it was, on their homes on that terrible day, October 7th. What can you tell us about the Berman family?
Well, first of all, there's a couple of connections with the Berman family. The first one is that I had the privilege of visiting the house of the family, speaking to the family of Gali and Ziv. I know that they fought so hard because they wanted to see that day coming where they are back in Israel. I've visited the house, the new house that they're supposed to rehabilitate in Israel. I've seen their rooms, and both of the rooms, they had one thing in common, and that is the yellow and blue color. And the reason why they have the yellow and blue color is because Gali and Ziv are diehard fans of Maccabi Tel Aviv, which is the same team that I actually fan and love. So the fact that there's a huge possibility that we'd see Gali and Ziv Berman going to the derby match next week. I don't know what their situation and their conditions, physical condition would be, but I promise you, if their physical condition would somehow allow them, they will not miss that game, and they're gonna come and see that game. And as an Israeli and as a fan of Maccabi, that would be one of the most amazing moments to see maybe next week. So hopefully they are among the first to see all the other alive hostages as will be released, and of course all the hostages that were killed by Hamas, because we're going to fight until the last hostage.
Amen, amen. Well, we do see footage now from inside Gaza. As you can see on the screen now, we have the live feed going. We see some of the Palestinians on the ground there, as well as Hamas terrorists getting ready for the handover of the hostages into the hands of the Red Cross first, and then they will be transferred into IDF hands. Joseph, what do you make of the scenes that we've seen so far?
Very, very different, isn't it? It's not the ceremony, elaborate ceremony we saw in the earlier hostage release.
Absolutely. And we need to keep in mind that Israel insisted on that. It is part of the agreement. We've seen the outrage that happened after those ceremonies by Hamas, and we've seen how they targeted the Israeli mind when they psychologically they actually sent messages through those boards that they printed. Now we're not seeing this. We do see chairs. I do believe that those chairs are supposed to be for the terrorists when they're released, but we will see how they're going to use them in the future.
This morning that the Red Cross, even before any activity had happened in Gaza for the
Right, already some of them apparently have been released and are already on their way to Gaza, so presumably that will be.
Deported to. I should note, we mentioned earlier that 250 terrorists who are serving life sentences are being released as part of this Phase 1 deal, in addition to the 1,700 Palestinian terrorists who are also being released today that were just arrested post-October 7th. However, those life sentences, we're told so far, will not be staying in the West Bank today and Samaria. They will be deported either to a third country or to the Gaza Strip.
Which, by the way, there's some criticisms about it, because according to some senior advisors, security advisors, they say we would prefer to put them in Judea and Samaria because we would have the ability to maintain a track on them, and because Israel controls security between the... Oh, wait, hold on. So
We just received confirmation that the Red Cross is meeting with the Hamas representatives right now as we speak. The handover is imminently about to happen of the first 6 hostages.
So I just want to repeat what I was saying. It's the fact that some security seniors, they say that we should have released them to the Judea and Samaria. This way we could have controlled them security because we control in terms of security there. I don't have a strong opinion on it because I do want them to go back to Gaza and see the destruction and the heavy price that every Palestinian in Gaza paid just to release those terrorists. And one more thought about it. This is our fight in terms of Hasbara, because we need to show to the world who we are releasing to get our hostages back.
Just one of them is, in fact, a murderer, a Palestinian who murdered a young boy in Jaffa, was not convicted not for nationalistic reasons. He was convicted solely as a and that's who's being released, the child murderer.
Well, let's not forget, of course, that Yahya Sinwar, the mastermind of the October 7th, was released in the Gilad Shalit prisoner exchange, and he was actually serving time for killing Palestinians. Many people don't know that he actually was serving time for killing other Palestinians.
And many people do not know that Israel actually treated him for cancer. But one of the things that in the Arab world, those who criticize Hamas and those who think that Hamas has been defeated, they're saying prior to the 7th of October 2023, there were about 5,000 to 6,000 Palestinian terrorists in the Israeli prison. After the 7th of October, there are more than 10,000 Palestinian terrorists in the Israeli prison. So basically, they're saying that you wanted to free Jerusalem, you wanted to free Al-Aqsa, you wanted to free the terrorists, you ended up not freeing Jerusalem, not freeing Al-Aqsa. Israel is actually controlling more than 50% of Gaza, and you have more terrorists in the Israeli jail than it was before the 7th of October. So this is something that we need to address and talk about, because in the Arab world, they criticize Hamas for it.
I'll go even further, because one of the goals of Hamas on October 7th was to stop a normalization process.
Absolutely.
Relations with Saudi Arabia, and now we are hearing of countries like Indonesia, with relations with Syria, that even before October 7th, we were not hearing about potential normalization. So it has even had the opposite effect that they tried.
And think of that, there's another two additional things that we can talk about, which is one, the understanding of a lot of the Israelis that in order for us to stay here, we need to have a bit of a Middle Eastern mentality to understand our enemy better and to understand who also our friends in the Middle East better. So this is one. And the second, we shaped the Middle East in the last 2 years. Look what happened in Lebanon, look what happened in Syria. Nobody thought that we'd attack in Iran, and we did. Look what happened in Yemen, look what happened in Iraq, and of course, Hamas and the West Bank. So we can see definitely things today a bit more differently because of the fact that our hostages, inshallah, are coming back still, like literally soon. So yeah, this is something that is great, and at the same time, Hamas knows that they started this adventure on the 7th of October thinking that the outcome would be differently. I will say yes, they thought the outcome would be differently, because in a letter written by Yahya Sinwar himself, he said, do not let the Israelis turn it over. So now we're seeing that the fact that they did not have the possibility to shift that, now we're seeing the result.
Absolutely. Well, we hear already the crowd behind us getting more and more excited. We're told that it should be any minute now. In the next 4 to 5 minutes, there will be at least the first transfer from the hands of Hamas into the hands of the Red Cross. We'll keep you updated, but for now, back to you, Lidar.
Thank you, Emily. Thank you, Kalev, and thank you, Yosef Haddad, for joining us. Now, I think we're seeing the first visuals as well of some of the hostage families who are gathering to get ready to receive their loved ones after 2 years of anguish, of uncertainty. I think we have visuals of Angrest who are getting together and waiting for the return of another hostage, Matan Angus, who's set to be released in the very first release. And I just want to as well, we've been saying all day that we have behind every name, behind every face, there's a story, there's a family. And I want to talk a little bit about Matan Angus now. He's 22 years old. And since the moment that he was taken from Kibbutz Nir Oz, he's been abused, beaten by terrorists. There's footage released from October 7th that you already can see terrorists kicking him, beating him. And some of the testimonies that we've heard from released hostages reveals that the abuse that he suffered in particular has been really tremendous. Torture, really horrific conditions. And we know that he suffers from asthma. And this is something that's not being treated. It hasn't been treated for 2 years. His asthma's worsened due to the fact that he's being kept underground in a damp, humid conditions. In the tunnels, there's barely any air. And released hostages have said that every now and then they bring him up just so he can try and breathe a little bit better, and then they bring him back down for more torture. So really horrific conditions. I don't know if we have the visuals of the family, but we'll put those visuals up soon. In the meantime, we are seeing on the screen the helicopters waiting to take the hostages to the Re'im military base. And we're seeing the Hamas terrorists standing, waiting for the release. As Emily mentioned, we know that the Red Cross is meeting now with Hamas, and that at any moment the first 6 hostages are set to be released. So Ruti, back to you. I mean, we're seeing these visuals, we're waiting, we're hearing the excitement in the crowd. I mean, what comes to mind?
Well, what comes to mind is that, first of all, I think the entire country is going to be in tears for hours. We've seen some hostage releases. It's just been a while since any were released. But you will remember very well, we saw the women and children and others released prior. They were also, many of them, in not great shape. But these ones have been there way longer. And it is I mean, we're all waiting here. It's as though there are family members. And I also would like to stress that all Israelis either know a hostage family or are related to a hostage, or certainly are related to soldiers and reservists who have been fighting in Gaza and looking for those hostages. And we all know families who have buried loved ones. Every Israeli is touched by this. This isn't something that we're watching.
So, Ruti, I just want to stop you. So here now we're seeing the visuals of the Angus family waiting for Matan, and we've received confirmation that Eitan, Gali, Ziv, and Matan have officially been transferred to the International Red Cross. So they are now in the hands of the Red Cross and making their way back to Israeli territory, and we can hear the joy of the Angus family after 2 years of waiting and fighting to get Matan back. So really, and here we're seeing more visuals of other families waiting, excited, clapping, and you know, and hearing the news that some of the hostages have already been transferred. Eitan, Mor, Gali and Ziv Berman, and Matan Angus, they are the first hostages to have been transferred to the International Red Cross. And so we're also hearing reports that there will now be 2 batches of releases. 10 now, 10 later, and those in Gaza City, those that we've mentioned, they've already been handed over to the Red Cross. So we are waiting now to see the very first visuals of these hostages. They are now in the Red Cross's hands, and they are making their way to Israeli territory after 2 years of just absolute anguish and horrific conditions that they've been subject to. So we are waiting to see the first glimpses of these young men who have just endured just absolute worst of humanity.
You know, you mentioned Gali and Ziv Berman, who are in this group. They're brothers. There is another set of brothers as well, and I understand that at the hospital they're going to put them in the same room because they've been separated throughout this. Imagine, these are twin brothers, and they've been separated throughout this. They've been held hostage, but not together. There's another set of brothers, and also there have been brothers separated where they were both hostages and one was released. And, you know, these things are affecting families. Imagine if you had 2 of your kids hostage for 2 years. It's unbearable. Anyway, this really is a
so, you know, we're seeing
happy day.
Absolutely. I mean, it's a bittersweet day. It's a day of incredible joy that these hostages are finally coming home, but also bittersweet because the condition is
yes, and also
worrisome.
Another reason it's bittersweet is because we know that some of the parents who have been very active with the hostage families have admitted that though they're very happy, they're also envious. They're envious because their son isn't coming home, he's dead, or they're envious because their son was a soldier who was killed looking for the hostages. And they really, they don't begrudge anybody, of course not, but you can imagine how you'd feel. It's like everybody is celebrating, and it's a day that they're...
Okay, so I want to give another update because now we're getting word that there are a total of 7 hostages that are now in the Red Cross's hands. We have Eitan Mor, Gali and Ziv Berman, Matan Angrest, Alon Ohel, Guy Gilboa Dalal, and Omri Miran. All of these 7 hostages have made it. Now we're seeing a picture of Alon Ohel on the screen, and we know that he has been severely injured. And there's reports that he's losing his eyesight because, of course, no one is caring for him. The Red Cross, we'll mention this again, they have not visited a single one of these hostages for 2 years. This is the first time they're even coming into contact with the hostages just to drive them from point A in Gaza to point B in Israel. So really a disgrace and a stain on the cross. We can see here more visuals. And, you know, this is a visual that we're seeing. Some of these are from proof of life videos that Hamas has shared, sort of psychological warfare videos. And of course, these are images. Here we see another of just the horrible, horrible conditions that these hostages have gone through. And, you know, I want to talk about one of the hostages that I'm just so happy to hear the news. Guy Gilboa Dalal.
Me too.
You know, he was at the Nova Music Festival. I just want to share his story with our viewers. He was at the Nova Music Festival with his brother, Gal, and during the attack, the brothers were separated. Gal, his brother, managed to make it out alive, managed to escape, and Guy was captured. And his family learned that he had been captured after seeing Hamas release footage, live stream footage of Guy Gilboa tied up, his hands, his mouth was gagged in a tunnel in Gaza. That is how his family learned that he had been abducted. And, you know, the family has been through just absolute hell these past 2 years. I've spoken with Guy's parents several times these past 2 years. It's really heartbreaking. His mother, unfortunately, suffered a series of health issues because of the stress and you know, and everything that they've gone through, and the psychological torture. You know, Ruti, earlier you mentioned that there were 2 hostages that were taken. I think we're actually seeing the visual now. So Guy Gilboa Dalal, together with Evyatar David, they were forced to watch other hostages being released while they were sitting in a van and watching the other hostages being released. I mean, truly just psychological torture. And one of the things that always stuck with me about Guy, and something that I don't know why, but it's a little tidbit that I remember, is that his dream was to fly to Japan. And his parents had told me that he had actually bought a ticket. It was his lifelong dream to fly to Japan, and he had bought a ticket just before October 7th, and he was set to fly to Japan, and then on October 7th, he was captured. And so I just truly, truly hope that he'll be reunited with his brother, with his parents, with his family, and that they'll be able to finally fulfill his lifelong dream, taking him to Japan.
And I know his aunt, Tal Gilboa, his mother's sister. I worked with her. This happened, she actually, on October 7th, it's true, they only learned that he was abducted through that film.
Yeah.
But they knew he was missing because he went down to the Nova Festival. He was young, you know, his older brother went down there, and I think he decided he wanted to go. And when they couldn't find him that morning, Tal, his aunt, got into her car and she just drove down to Re'im, where the festival was. She searched for him. She was, I mean, she has been working very, very hard to secure his release. And she, by the way, is one of the, as I mentioned before, she is one of the people who would not go to Hostages Square because the first turned up there, you know, as one of the families of the hostages, they screamed at her, Bibi Netanyahu sent you. And she said that was the last time she went. As I said, they made it very, very political there. So she never went there. That's not to say she wasn't involved with other families of hostages. Anyway, this is a very happy moment for her. And she's been on TV a lot today because she's so active at trying. Anyway, it's wonderful.
So I just want to give a quick update. So we know that 7 hostages are now in the hands of the Red Cross. And from what we hear, they're in good condition. I mean, you know, relatively speaking, but because they're able to walk, they're walking on their own, which is, of course, very, very, very good news. So we're still seeing images in Gaza. It's unclear what's happening, if this is another a pickup point, if the hostages are going to be transferred here, or if this is a place where the hostages were already transferred. But I do want to talk a little bit about the process that these hostages are going to go through today. So once Hamas hands them over to the International Red Cross, the International Red Cross will drive them to the Re'im base in southern Israel. And, you know, as we're saying, just an Uber service. They've done absolutely nothing for these hostages. They haven't brought them medication. They haven't visited them. Absolutely nothing. So a total disgrace. But now they're driving them to the Re'im base. Now, these hostages will finally, after 2 years, they will be reunited at the Re'im base with their families. And we've seen from previous releases that this is just an incredibly joyful moment, a moment of just pure joy, the embraces with the families, 2 years in the waiting. And once they've reunited with their families, they'll undergo preliminary sort of medical evaluation to ensure that they are in good health, and then they will be flown out by helicopter to one of 3 hospitals in central Israel, waiting, and then they'll be admitted into the hospital, and the entire process of rehabilitation will take place. And of course, if they are in critical condition, they'll be flown to Soroka Hospital for immediate care. Now, I'm told that joining us, we have Eric Mandel on Zoom. Eric, can you hear us?
Boker Tov, good morning.
Boker Tov, good morning. An historic morning. You know, I just want to hear your thoughts on a day like today. I mean, how are you feeling on this day? I mean, 2 years in the making.
Having been there and witnessed the massacre in Sderot on October 7th, and having been so many times in Israel with troops along Gaza, in Judea and Samaria in the north, it has been a long, long war. But what I think we're dealing with is the end of the beginning. This is a time to celebrate. It's also a time to reflect and to remember. And so there are so many emotions going on for me personally, for all of my friends in Israel. And this is the beginning of healing. And then hopefully a phase 2 will come out of this deal, where Israel will get some real security that will lead to reconciliation and normalization amongst its neighbors.
Absolutely. So let's talk a little bit about this Trump 20-point peace plan. We're seeing today, and we're of course waiting for the return of all 48 hostages. So far, we know that 7, are back. But Eric, hold on one second, because we want to go really quickly to Hostages Square, because we're hearing just incredible cheers at the news that the hostages have been transferred to the Red Cross. Emily, can you share with us a little bit about what's happening in Hostages Square at this moment?
Yes, Lidar. It's an amazing atmosphere here. As you can see, we're completely surrounded by the crowd now as it's gotten so big. We just received an update that the first 7 hostages, I believe, that were transferred to the Red Cross are in the hands of the IDF. Wow, it's amazing to be able to say that on the broadcast. Fantastic news. We heard massive cheers here. Amazing energy from the crowd here. I'm sure we will have footage of these initial scenes very, very soon. Also, fantastic to hear that they're walking. I know this was a major concern after 736 days in captivity. You just don't know. They've been in awful condition. Amazing to see this moment.
Right. All in good condition. It's quite possible they released the ones in best condition first, but certainly there was a lot of concern, even about some of the names on this list, that they were able to walk out on their own, apparently, to the Red Cross cause in good condition. And a year ago, I was with Gilboa Dalal, the guy's brother, at the Nova Festival. He told me how his brother was caught because he's like several of the people being released today. They stayed at for example, at the Nova Festival to rescue others, and that's what led to their capture. Several of the people being released today. Incredible now that they are basically back in the hands of Israel.
It's also amazing because I remember when we were broadcasting here some of the previous hostage release, unfortunately, ceremonies that Hamas put on, and we saw some of these same hostages that are being released now, that are now in the hands of the IDF, in these horrific conditions on that day, being used in propaganda videos, and it's just incredible and really closing a circle after 2 years of suffering. I think every single Israeli here feels what's going on the ground. We felt the pain of the last 2 years of these families who have suffered almost endlessly, and now to have at least 7 of them coming home, it's amazing. I mean, Yosef, what do you think of what we've seen here? Already cheers all around us.
Look, we've been cheering ourselves until they came back alive to us.
Yep.
We've been standing, cheering, taking photos. This is a historical moment after 2 years, and I just want to give a little bit about some of the hostages that I'm, remembering a little bit about, specifically about each and every one of them. I want to speak about Alon Al. That we need. First of all, he's an amazing, talented pianist. That the world will see his talent once you go back and play the piano again. But I thought about him because I read the book of Eli Sharabi, and when Eli Sharabi and Elia Cohen were released, he was left alone in the tunnels under the ground, and I'm thinking about him, that he stayed there by himself. Thinking now that he's above the ground, coming back to Israel. I mean, this is unbelievable to see that and to think about that. And Guy Gilboa Dalal, he was kidnapped from the Nova Party, but the sadistic Hamas, if you remember, they made him watch one of the releases of other hostages. That's how they're sadistic. And now today, he is finally out, and this is also amazing. And one last, and another hostage I want to talk about is we need to understand that he was going through lynching by the terrorist organization Hamas and by what we call them the innocent Gazans. So to see him as well out, coming back to Israel free, this is a huge win for every Israeli.
Absolutely, and I think you bring up an important point that we have to remember as we recognize the excitement of this moment. We do have to remember the involvement that we saw on October 7th of so-called civilians. I mean, you mentioned that footage. It's scarred in my memory, and I think many other Israelis of those civilians beating hostages that had been kidnapped on October 7th. And it's just horrific scenes that we've lived through. But to be able to be here united as one people from all different backgrounds, from all different political views, together here, thousands of people in the square in Israel.
Let's keep in mind, many of the hostages who came back said they were aware of these rallies. Here in Hostage Square, and they gave credit to the rallies here, both as keeping the pressure on the Israeli government, the international community, and most President Trump, who, let's keep in mind, he's supposed to land out here in Tel Aviv at Ben Gurion Airport. President Trump has said the rallies, and he was aware of the rallies in the past year, and that was an impact. What happened here now, the energy that we see here, part of the energy that has directly led to the release of these hostages.
Absolutely. And I just want to make something very clear to all our audiences. In the Hostage Square, you're going to see both Jews. You're going to see people who have, from the left political map and the right political map. I've seen in my own eyes who people are religious with a yarmulke on their head, people who are secular. So the whole tapestry of the Israeli society is here, or are here. And this is something that we need to understand. Every Israeli wants to see all the hostages come back home. And don't let anybody fool anybody that it's divided. No, it's not.
And by the way, sometimes Israelis and Jews over the past year has felt the world is against us. But yesterday, for example, you saw a delegation of Korean dancers dancing. There was a delegation of German tourists coming in because this is the Sukkot holiday. Many, for example, Christians from all over the world that are supporting Israel.
And today we've seen already a group of ambassadors here in the Hostage Square.
Right, so there are many foreign tourists, Christian supporters of Israel, for example, also that are here this week for the Feast of the Tabernacles, and they are here in the square. They've been here, so you can't always go by the sort of images or the stories being told necessarily in a lot of the foreign media.
And I just want to address what we're seeing from Gaza. What we're seeing today is an absolute defeat of Hamas.
Yes.
Because look at the pictures. Remember the pictures that were when they released our hostages with the circus that they've done with the Hamas banners and flags and the chants all over the place with thousands of uninvolved and innocent Gazans gathering around, passing candies. There's no passing candies. There's no green flags. There is no green banners. There's empty chairs, and as well as civilians with guns. That's what I see. So this picture, after 2 years, symbolizes the total defeat of Hamas. They're not eliminated. I'm not saying that we eliminate Hamas, but we're definitely seeing today that Hamas are defeated, and this is thanks to our brave heroes, which is the IDF soldiers.
All right, Lidar, we're going to go back to you for now. We'll be back later with more updates from Hostage Square as thousands of Israelis and tourists come to celebrate the release of the Israeli hostages.
Absolutely. We're seeing incredible scenes at Hostages Square. Just the square is absolutely packed. We hear the noise. We hear the excitement in the background. Here we're seeing the visuals of the people at Hostages Square. I mean, it's really incredible to see. I think we're seeing a drone footage now, so really incredible. And just to recap, for those that are joining us now, it's an historic day, and we are for a special broadcast. We'll be here all day for the release of the hostages and also for U.S. President Donald Trump's visit. He's expected to land in just under an hour here in Israel. So we are providing rolling coverage of this historic day. And I want to recap for those just joining now what we know so far. We're seeing visuals of thousands and thousands of people from Israelis and people from all over the world coming to Hostages Square to welcome these hostages back. We're seeing live footage of Gaza, and we know that so far 7 hostages have been transferred over to the Red Cross and are making their way to the Re'im military base in southern Israel. We have Eitan Mor, Gali and Ziv Berman, Matan Engrist, Omri Miron, Alon Ohel, and Guy Gilboa, 7 young men who were all kidnapped on October 7th, and now after 2 years are finally returning home. So, Ruti, I mean, we see the energy at Hostages Square, and you see that, and you see, I'm looking here at the pictures in Gaza, and we see a lot of chairs being laid out. Maybe they were expecting a much bigger crowd. We heard Yosef Haddad say that this images that we're seeing out of Gaza, they really show just sort of Israel's victory over Hamas. I mean, it looks empty.
They look defeated, and it's not just because it's empty. We watched them in other ceremonies. We also watched them on October 7th. Thankfully or not thankfully, Hamas wanted to photograph its own atrocities on that horrible day and subsequently. Hamas loved to photograph itself, raping, beheading, maiming. And one of the other things it was photographing is their barbaric behavior towards the hostages, etc. And on these days when they were returning hostages, they took one last opportunity to express barbaric behavior. Yeah. And here what you see is a kind of depressed-looking group.
Well, from what I'm being told now, this is actually, the visuals we're seeing now is actually going to be the second hostage transfer. So I see they're still bringing out chairs right now. So perhaps they are expecting a larger crowd to fill this square.
Maybe,
again,
but
though,
look at their behavior. They're not moving a lot, even when sitting there.
Yeah, and we were told, that there wouldn't be these PR stunts, there wouldn't be these shows, and yet we're seeing them putting together sort of this, what looks like an impromptu makeshift ceremony. So we'll have to follow and see. And I want to go back to Eric Mandel, if he's still with us. I mentioned until we get visuals of the first sight of the hostages. Eric, I want to turn back to you. This isn't just an historic day. The hostages are coming home. Israel is overjoyed, but also an historic day because U.S. President Trump is right now on his way to Israel to speak at the Knesset, in a message of solidarity with the Israeli people. What do you make of this? And here we're seeing visuals of Trump watching the news, watching what's happening in Israel and the hostage release from Air Force One as he's making his way over to Israel. So, Eric, back to you. What does this visit from Trump mean today?
Well, first of all, it is an important victory because I look at the 20-point plan as an Israeli victory. I know many people think that President Trump pressured Prime Minister Netanyahu, but I think Israel got a lot of what it needed. I think Israel is going to show incredible gratitude to President Trump. I think no matter where you are politically in the United States, what President Trump has done for Israel, from Jerusalem as the eternal capital to the Golan, and moving the embassy and getting the hostages back, where I'm not sure any other Republican or Democratic president could have done this. And he's taking a well-deserved victory lap here in Israel. And I think the momentum, hopefully, when it goes to Egypt, when they get to, they start talking about phase two. I wish that he would bring Prime Minister Netanyahu along with him, but if he doesn't, I hope they can clearly express that Israel's security interests are incredibly important. And although there's incredible jubilation, and we should have, of what's going on here, and we remember what's gone on, unfortunately, with the soldiers I've seen in the hospitals and in the field, in a very short time, we're going to get a little calmer, and we're going to look ahead, and we're just going to hope that what goes on for Israel going forward is the beginning of security in this one of their fronts. The other things we have to realize is that Israel cannot take its eyes off the ball now, because its primary adversary, Iran, is already looking to reconstitute nuclear, ballistic. It is looking to destabilize Judea and Samaria. There is a huge Hamas presence that's there. So Israel is in the beginning of, is at the end of a beginning phase here, phase one, and hopefully phase two will lead to real Israeli security. But it's a day, right today, everybody has to be overjoyed to have the hostages back. And we haven't seen there's supposedly two serious hostages. We worry about things like overfeeding of hostages, but they're going to be taken care of very well. And when they get back to their families, but there's so much healing that's going to need to go on mentally and physically for the hostages, their families, and for the whole country of Israel, which is indispensable to my country, the United States, that it comes out of this looking like a victor, because you must look strong in the Middle East.
Absolutely. And there's a lot of talk about the next phases of this peace plan. President Trump himself has hinted many times that normalization with other Arab, other Muslim countries is imminent. It's a part of this peace plan. He keeps talking about a wider peace, perhaps maybe in the later stages of this plan, as you said. Which countries could we potentially see joining the Abraham Accords? How quickly would we see this develop? Would we see this happen?
I don't know how quickly, but I think there's some momentum now. The greater Muslim world is not enamored with Israel, so it is a hard sell for many of these authoritarian regimes to do normalization now. But there are some countries, the ones that hopefully will be first. I would love it for Indonesia to be the most populous Muslim country, obviously not an Arab country. I don't think Saudi Arabia is going to be anytime soon. The Saudis consider themselves the big people, the big country in the region, and they want to go last. You do have places like Azerbaijan. There are other nations that can make peace. Some people talk maybe there'll be something with Syria or Lebanon. I wouldn't hold my hopes out for that at this point of time. But I think to get one nation before the end of the year would be incredibly important. And again, President Trump is a phenomenon. No matter what anybody thinks, he's the one who can make something like this happen. And another country that is possible, and you talk about a frenemy of the United States, is Qatar. Qatar has gotten amazing concessions from the president on security, unprecedented, with a base in the United States now, with a security guarantee the Saudis wish they had. Maybe behind the scenes, there's the promise of some normalization. You have to remember that Qatar and Israel had economic relations going back that only stopped in 2008, basically in the first Gaza war time. So there are possibilities here, but that momentum is incredibly important because Qatar could play it either way. They can go back to being the financier of the Muslim Brotherhood. They could be inciting hundreds of millions of Muslims every day on Al Jazeera, or there's some word that they may be toning down Al Jazeera. Maybe President Trump has pushed them to be more moderate. Only time will tell. But this is a window of opportunity where President Trump has disproportionate American influence. And what we have, very important for the Middle East, is a Pax Americana that has come back. America is back engaged in the Middle East. So from the isolationists that we in America worried about, President Trump is showing a vigorous foreign policy, and Israel and the American people should thank President Trump on a totally nonpartisan level for what he's done here on a humanitarian level and the potential for more peace. But everything has to be taken, caveats all around, and going forward. There will also be reports coming out regarding which prisoners are coming out, and they are terrorists, over 250 of them, and where they're going to go. Let's hope that they don't go to Gaza or to Judea and Samaria. It's not good that they're going anywhere, but don't want them to start up Hamas in those areas.
Absolutely. Well, today we are focused on returning the hostages home. And of course, after all 48 hostages are returned, we can look forward to the next stages of the Trump peace plan and hope for an expansion of the Abraham Accords. Eric Mandel, thank you so much for joining us.
My pleasure, and congratulations to the people of Israel, a well-deserved victory.
Thank you. And we have, I think, a visual. I think, Ruti, you mentioned that Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is left a handwritten note to each and every hostage laying on their beds. And I think we have that visual now. I don't know if we can put it up, but, he wrote in Hebrew, B'Shem Kol Am Yisrael, which is in the name of all the people of Israel, welcome back. We've waited for you, and we are hugging you. And they signed from Sarah and Benjamin Netanyahu. So he left a personal handwritten note to each and every hostage that's coming home today. So, and I want to now go back to ILTV's India Naftali, who's at Sheba Tel HaShomer Hospital. India, the hostages are making their way back to Israel. Okay, so I'm told that India is not with us yet, but we'll go back to her in just a minute. So, Ruti, we heard from Eric Mandel. There's more to this peace initiative than meets the eye at the moment. He did mention Qatar, and I want to get a little bit into the role of Qatar here. Because, as he said, they've been playing both sides. Now Qatar is suddenly, after 2 years, putting pressure on Hamas, something that they could have done 2 years ago and they didn't. Now suddenly more posing up to the United States. Pete Hegseth, the U.S. Secretary of Defense, announced that Qatari pilots are going to in the States. They've signed an unprecedented pact, alliance. What's happening there?
Well, there's a lot of paradoxes in this whole thing going on now in the summit in Egypt. I would like to address Eric Mandel's points. Qatar, he's absolutely right. But I don't even know if they've been playing both sides. They've said, yes, they're mediators, but in fact, they're housing Hamas, and worse than that, Qatar finances all the jihadi and woke ideology across U.S. campuses and European ones and Australian ones. It's behind all of that. So here you have President Trump saying, for example, to Harvard University, you guys are going to lose your funding, your federal funding, because of the anti-Semitism on your campuses. But Qatar is behind that. So, here you have him. Now, people have asked me, does he know, does he get it? Does he know that? So, I'm not, and I'm with Eric, by the way, that we all deserve, we all have to thank him and express gratitude, and I do too. But I want to add here, yet again, Prime Minister Netanyahu, this would have happened without him, nor would the Abraham Accords have happened without him, nor would these victories have happened without him. Now, Well, I don't understand what's going on, but with this kind of, I would say, like a schizophrenic behavior, because Qatar, all of these countries that are meeting in Egypt, they're mostly enemies of Israel, including those that have peace treaties with Israel, such as Egypt. Sisi, this very recently, a couple of weeks ago, Israel is its sworn enemy. We have a peace treaty with Egypt. Then there's Turkey. Erdogan calls us, Nazis, calls Prime Minister Netanyahu. What I'm saying is Erdogan is also a sworn enemy. We have a whole group meeting in a summit today, and they are not friendly to Israel. So the question is, can Trump give them enough incentive to make this happen? And that's why I think it's good that Israel is not participating in that summit, because what he's doing is saying this has nothing to do with Israel. This is in America's interest. And so I'm glad that Israel is not participating. As for Qatar, I don't believe it'll change its spots. No, I personally am very... But what I think is Israel learned from October 7th, now our power and always be prepared to go to war.
Absolutely. Now, we're getting news that the released hostages, the 7 released hostages, are making their way back into Israel, and they are going to be going to Ichilov Hospital. Omri Meiran and Matan Engest will be sent to Ichilov Hospital. Bellinson, we see Eitan Mor, Alon Ohel, and Guy Gilboa Dalal will be sent to Bellinson. And at Shiba Tel HaShomer, Gali and Ziv Berman will be going there. So I want to see if we have India Naftali. She's at Shiba Tel HaShomer Hospital, waiting the hostages, waiting arrival. India, what can you tell us?
Lidar, I am standing in front of the helicopter pad where the hostages, 10 of them, will be arriving here behind me. Now, I want to read you the names of the 10 hostages that will be coming here today. That will be Gali Berman, Ziv Berman, Ariel Cunyo, David Cunyo, Alkana Bohbot, Yosef Ohana, Maxim Harkin, Segev Kalfon, Val Kaipelstein, and Bruskav Mum. So I want to say that there's a lot of anticipation here at the hospital. The doctors are out waiting. There are signs and balloons out for them, welcoming them. Like we heard, that the 7 hostages that have been released are in stable condition as much as they can be. So they will not be immediately escorted to a hospital, but they will be taken to Re'im, and then they will come to their respective hospitals where they are assigned. Now, we do know, for example, one of the hostages, soon to be former Alon Ohel, he is said to be blind, untreated injuries during his captivity. So that will be something immediately treated. Here at Sheba Hospital, famously, hostages such as Noah Al-Gamani came here for treatments after being released. Also, famously, Emily Damari came here and had her surgery. She was shot in the hand and 2 fingers were taken off, and due to complications of not being treated for 2 years, to have a surgery. There's also concerns of, pre-existing conditions hostages have had. For example, former hostage Omer Shem Tov, he survived captivity with celiac disease. So the hospital says that they're preparing for every circumstance. They're even willing and ready to treat the families. And we are hoping, and seems to be that we will see them within the next coming hours.
All right, India, so we are all eagerly awaiting the return of the hostages. Thank you so much for the update, and we'll check back in with you later today. So, Ruti, I want to now go now back to Hostages Square, where we have Emily Schrader and Kalev Ben David. Emily, what can you tell us?
For the next batch of releases. As India mentioned earlier, it is great to see these hostages From what we know so far, the hospitals that they were sent to indicates that they are somewhat, relatively, given the situation, healthy. They are able to walk. That means there's not an emergency situation.
And we should note some of these hostages, there were very specific health concerns. Matan Angeris, we all know, pulled from a tank unconscious, for example, someone who was a lot of concern about. So even in this first batch, to hear that they were walking under their own two legs and are in good condition, that is a good sign.
Absolutely, absolutely. And we also want to highlight some of the stories of the hostages that are being released today as we speak about it. I mean, amongst those who are being released today, we do have Matan Zanganker, who actually has a partner that also was a hostage released in a previous deal. And of course, there's Noah Argamani, who India mentioned. Her partner, Abinat Tanor, has been held this entire time since October 7th. Really a horrific situation for both of these couples, but nonetheless great to see that they will be finally reunited, hopefully by the end of the day today. You also wanted to add a few already seen transferred into the hands of the IDF, Guy Gilboa Dalal being one of them.
So we talk about Gali and Ziv, Alon. I just want to again remind everybody that Guy Gilboa Dalal was tortured psychologically when they forced him to watch the release of other hostages, literally when he was in a car next to the Red Cross car. So it's really just again, we're speaking about that the hostages are okay. The hostages are not okay.
Psychologically.
The hostages are far from being okay, even physically. Yes, they can walk, hopefully, we don't know exactly, but that physically they've been tortured. We know that mentally they've been tortured. And hopefully that we're hearing that we might see, we might see. So, I don't know. Hopefully we're seeing maybe the hostages. But I will continue and add that as for Omri, we need to remember the pictures from yesterday when his two daughters back him, anticipating for their father to come back. And don't forget that Hamas, when they kidnapped Omri, they kidnapped him live. They broadcast it live on Facebook. And Eitan Mo, he's an exceptional story, because Eitan was working as a bodyguard in the Nova party.
Sorry, I just want to interrupt you because we did get an update. The cheers that you're hearing right now from the hostage square are as a result of the force that the hostages are now in Israeli territory for the first time since October 7th.
Minutes will be in the right. It's only a few minutes from the Gaza border Ra'im base. So that probably in the past, that's when the first time we've seen actual pictures of them when they arrive in Ra'im base.
Amazing moments here in Hostage Square in Tel Aviv.
Yeah, I mean amazing moments for amazing people, for amazing heroes like those hostages that've been there for 2 years. Finish speaking about Eitan Mo because he is an exceptional as a bodyguard. He had the opportunity to run. He had the opportunity to actually save himself. He decided to stay. He under fire, saving Israelis. He made sure that wounded arrived to a safe place and to take a treatment until he was captured by Hamas. So we've seen here the most unbelievable human stories, and then you're going to hear about terrorist organization and those who we are releasing among those 250 life sentenced terrorists. I mean, if by that now you don't understand who is the good side and who is the bad side, then you are just a brainwashed, useful idiot for the terrorist organization Hamas.
I mean, it is true when you look at the reactions of Israeli society who were celebrating coming home versus who, unfortunately, far too many Palestinians are celebrating coming home. It's a stark difference when you're looking at convictions. Multiple life sentences for acts of terrorism, and these are their heroes.
Right.
Very disturbing.
One of the terrorists released killed a mother, broke into a home in Judea and Samaria, killed a mother in front of her children. This is one of the people that are being released today. And again, with all the celebration, we have to sensitive to the pain of those families that are seeing the release of some of these killers today.
Absolutely, and we've just heard that they're still not the IDF, but in the hands of the Red Cross, and this is our opportunity to remind everybody again to the Uber services of the Red Cross, because about it yesterday, we're speaking about it today again, because everybody needs to understand that the Red Cross did not do their job. The Red Cross, in fact, was nothing but Uber company for the Israeli hostages, because they not even one time in the last 2 years, they brought them medicine or they checked on them, or forced Hamas to treat them in the best way. We know that there are, according to the testimonies of hostages, that sort of Gazan doctors treated our wounded hostages in the most unprofessional way. And this is part of the Red Cross job, to make sure that they're getting the right treatment. So, yeah, once again, we're hearing the Red Cross doing nothing but just the transportation.
At least they're on their way home. At least we have positive news today as we continue to report. We'll continue to keep you updated as what's going on in Hostage Square. But for now, back to you, Lidar.
Thank you, Emily. Absolutely good news. So the hostages are making their way. They've arrived in Israel, but they are not yet in the hands of the IDF. They are still in the Red Cross vehicles. The first 7 hostages to be released, and they are making their way now to the Re'im base, and we're told that they should reach the Re'im base in about 20 minutes or so. So that will coincide pretty much with the time, actually, that President Trump lands in Israel. Now, initially, it had been reported that the hostages would be released ahead of Trump's visit, but now we're seeing that this process has been delayed, and so the release of the hostages will overlap with U.S. President Donald Trump's visit. Now, Hamas technically has until 12 noon today to release all 48 hostages. Of course, we'll see if they stick to their agreement. I don't think any of us are too optimistic that that's going to happen. But the important thing is that these hostages, are released today. And we are soon expecting a second batch of hostages to be released. A total of 20 living hostages are supposed to be released today, followed, unfortunately, by the bodies of the deceased hostages. We know that there are 28 deceased hostages in Gaza right now. And, everyone has been mentioning sort of the cost of this deal. And Emily and Yosef and Kalev, they've all mentioned the 250 Palestinian security prisoners who are set to be freed under this exchange, and, of course, the 1,700 prisoners who've been arrested since October 7th. And I want to talk a little bit about who these people are. Israel published a list of 150 prisoners. Hamas, these Palestinian Islamic Jihad, Fatah, and the PFLP, many convicted of murder, convicted of weapons offenses, and among the worst offenders being freed, we're seeing Iyad Abu al man Islamic Jihad in the Jenin area, and he was accused of overseeing many attacks against Israelis. Mohammed Zakarne, a Fatah operative convicted of involvement in a 2009 terrorist attack. Mohammed Abu al-Rub, he was convicted of a fatal stabbing in 2017. Senior Hamas members who had been freed in the 2011 Gilad Shalit deal, only to return, of course, to terrorism. And some of these terrorists will actually be returning to Judea and Samaria and to Gaza, which is very, very concerning. Others will, of course, be deported. I mean, the worst of the worst, the murderers, those with blood on their hands, will be deported to countries that are willing to accept them. And what's notable, though, is that the release list excludes some of the major terrorists like Marwan Barghouti and Ahmed Sadat, some of these major terrorists that Hamas had hoped to get released, but Israel refused. And so that is, of course, a win for Israel. And, up until the very last minute, authorities were making changes, replacing prisoners. This list was sort of in negotiations until really the very, very last minute. And of course, we said more than 1,700 detained Gazans have been arrested since October 7th. They're also going to be released. So, it's really incredible because Israel is receiving home its young boys, young people. It's bodies of the hostages, people who were just going, to a music peace festival. And in return, Israel has to give up murderers, terrorists, people with blood on their hands. Really, you just see sort of the stark contrast here today.
Yes, it's interesting you should mention that. By the way, it's not only that they're going to be released to Judea and Samaria, which some people call the West Bank, but to Jerusalem as well. And so there are a lot of people, me included, who said, oh, my God, now we're in real danger walking around the streets. It's not just that they killed people and the families of those people are outraged. They pose a genuine danger to you and me. But I was told by some security experts that we prefer for them to be in Judea and Samaria and Jerusalem because our security services can keep an eye on them at all times, and one false move, we can take them out. So that's what I was told. That's one thing. And the other is that the two key men that Hamas really wanted released, I think the fear was that they could be the next Sinwar because they had a greater status than the others. A lot of these guys aren't up to that so-called level as Sinwar, who orchestrated the October 7th massacre.
Absolutely, and we're seeing, once again, we're seeing visuals of where we see a number of helicopters all standing ready to release hostages to the various hospitals here in Israel. And now we are seeing a lot of people here in Gaza showing up for this impromptu ceremony with no ceremonies, no, the terrorist organization, they just can't help themselves. And so we're seeing a large crowd now starting to gather for the next hostage release, and we are eagerly waiting for these hostages to be handed over to the IDF, handed over, put in Israeli hands by the Red Cross, and they should be arriving in just I think mentioned. We usually see the first visual of these hostages once they're handed into IDF hands, but we are being told that all 7 hostages are in good condition. They're walking on their own. They appear to be okay, as far as be okay after 2 years in a dungeon. But that is some very, very good news for us today. And wonderful. And so, Ruti, we're seeing. We're told that there would be no ceremonies, there would be no crowds, that the hostages would be released quietly to the Red Cross. I mean, what do you make of this?
Well, for one thing, this isn't like the formal ceremonies they had the last time. They actually had a stage with posters behind the stage with all kinds of threatening messages, and they had a real ceremony. They'd tell the hostages to wave, crowds, all of that. Not what's happening here. What's happening here, is more like a bunch of people, including children, coming out maybe to jeer, to or out of curiosity, watching them.
Luti, 1 second. Just received word that the 7 hostages are now in IDF hands. I want to go to Emily Schrader and Kalev Ben David back at Hostages. I want to see the reaction from the crowds in Hostages Square at the news that 7 hostages are now in IDF hands. Emily?
Well, that's right, Lidar. I mean, you missed the big cheers that occurred just a few seconds ago when they announced that these 7 hostages, the first 7 to be released today, are indeed in IDF. IDF hands, a huge collective sigh of relief from all of the people of Israel here. It was also just announced a few moments ago that there are now over 65,000 people gathered here in Hostage Square as the crowd continues to grow. So we are eagerly awaiting the transfer of the 20 hostages going to be released today, and we cannot wait. What's your reaction to what we just saw here in the Kikar?
Are you kidding me? I mean, the atmosphere is unbelievable. Let me say it again. We're at the Hostage Square, and we are absolutely on fire and happy and smiling. This itself just says that after 2 years, we can finally have some peace. Just laugh, and this is not just as, you know, for who's ever here. It's for every single Israeli, from the north to the center to the south. Everybody who is not here are watching right now TV, just being part of this historical day. I don't know how to explain it. I have goosebumps.
You know, we know the families have received the first photos, pictures of the returned hostages, the 7 returned. You could just imagine when we see on the screen here those first photos, what the atmosphere is going to go even up several notches.
Absolutely. I think we're all eagerly awaiting the release of these hostages, the photographs, the first scenes of their return to Israel. I have to say there's been a lot of tears of joy. I've seen families of hostages, even former released hostages, in tears over how emotional this moment is for the entire state of Israel. I cannot emphasize enough how big of a deal this is to the people of Israel here. Truly unbelievable and emotional scenes here on the ground.
Right, and now we're hearing the first, they've actually made phone calls. First of all, between a hostage and one of the family's video calls. So they've made for the first time direct contact between them.
You know, a lot of people outside of Israel, especially the Israel people, they always talk about Israel as a state that wants war, and the Israeli people as people who want war. I've just heard thousands and thousands, if not tens of thousands, cheering for the fact that someone just said on TV, the war is over. That itself is the evidence. Show that the Israeli people want peace. The Israeli people will pick, every time, will pick life over death, peace over war. But don't be mistaken that as a weakness, because if it's needed, we are ready to fight, as we showed the terrorist organization across the Middle East and in fact in the world. So don't try us again.
And I will say, in the next hour or so, we're going to hear President Trump speak in the Knesset in English, and along with talking about the hostages, he'll give his vision of a new Middle East peace. We talked about a new Middle East going back already 30 years to Oslo, which did not work out. President Trump is going to present a new vision of a new Middle Eastern peace very shortly, and you can imagine how that's going to be received by the people here and across Israel, and I hope across the region as well.
Absolutely. And the thing is that when Hamas started the 7th of October, they thought about a different scenario that we will see 2 years after. A scenario where actually Hassan Nasrallah and Yahya Sinwar shakes hands in Tel Aviv. The scenario is that Hassan Nasrallah and Yahya Sinwar are shaking hands in hell. And we are here today witnessing a historical moment.
I think you do bring up a very interesting issue that is the next step. That would be the phase 2 of this deal. The good news is that according to the documents that have been released, it does say that Israel will only be bound to phase 2, assuming that Hamas fulfills their end of the obligation. Part of that is, of course, demilitarization and removing Hamas from power. So we will, of course, report updates are that it seems from what we've seen so far that Hamas does not want to demilitarize. In the back to you, Lidar. I know you have more updates on the ground of what's happening.
Thank you, Emily. Yes, we have more updates. So in just a few moments, we'll have the visuals as well. of the hostages who was abducted from his home in Kibbutz Nir Oz on October 7th. He has spoken to his mother, and here we have visuals. He spoke to his mother, Einav, for the very first time. And I just, Einav Zangaukar has been a very, very public figure here in Israel. She's been extremely vocal in demanding a deal for her son. She's a controversial figure because she's spoken out against the government, but she's a controversial figure. But still, she's been very vocal in demanding a deal for her son's return. And now, for the first time in 2 years, she's able to see him. She's able to speak. So it's really just an incredible, incredible moment. And soon we'll be able to have this video with the sound, hopefully, so we can sing to each other the first words after 2 years in captivity. Now, I do want to pivot 1 second, because in about 10 minutes, U.S. President Donald Trump is set to arrive in Israel. I want very quickly to Shosh Bedrosian of ILTV, and now the spokesperson for Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. She has an update from the tarmac at Ben Gurion International Airport just ahead of Trump's arrival. Let's hear what she has to say.
Today is a historical day here in Israel. We are waiting for the release of our 48 hostages right now to be released after 730 days. It's a promise Prime Minister Netanyahu to since October 7th, promising the families that he will serve and get everyone home. Here we are on this day. These finally be reunited with their and families now be able to bury their loved ones in a dignified and respectful way. Prime Minister Netanyahu was defiant when everyone told him not to go into Gaza City. He did so anyways. It got us to the point where Hamas finally came back to the table, willing to release all 48 of our hostages, and with the help from President Trump and the pressure he put on the terror group, we are on the brink of a historic achievement of getting all of our hostages home. Right now, I am standing on the tarmac here at Ben Gurion International Airport, where we are for the arrival of President Donald Trump. I can confirm to you, Secretary of State and Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth, and folks will be accompanying the president on Air Force One. Now, the relation between President Donald Trump and Prime Minister Netanyahu is historic. Prime Minister Netanyahu has consistently said that trade is ever. The two leaders at this point. There's a plan on the table where Hamas, a terror organization, not only agreed to it, but is on the releasing all of our hostages now. And I want to remind everyone something. Prime Minister Netanyahu made 4 historic visits to the White House. Trump. Another President Donald Trump will be Israel. It's the first time any U.S. president has been when George W. Bush gave another address to Knesset. We are on the brink of an incredible achievement, getting all of our hostages out, and that Hamas now they are demilitarized, disarmed, and that Gaza never poses a threat to the state of Israel ever again. There have been incredible preparations that have been going on here at Ben Gurion this morning, with the red carpet that's been rolled out for President Trump, for the two leaders, Netanyahu and him, to finally have that significant handshake of the moment where this plan is going into fruition in time. Today also marks 2 years since Simchat Torah, the day our hostages were taken captive by Hamas terrorists, the day Hamas decided to invade Israel and massacre homes, rape people, brutally murder. And today in the Jewish calendar, a day that was of national grief will now be a day of national joy for these families. The Prime Minister is turning darkness into light.
So we heard from the Prime Minister's spokeswoman, Shosh Bedrosian, and we're seeing now again the cheers coming from hostages square, because we are receiving the very first visuals of the hostages being released we can see them speaking with their families. We can see them speaking with their families. We have David Cunio, one of, and they're finally making contact with their families after 2 years. It's just really joyful and incredible, and just so heartwarming to see these young men reunited, loved ones, after 2 years in absolute hell. And we can see just this incredible spirit of optimism that we see in Hostages Square, the cheering each time this is announced, each time we're seeing the visuals of the hostages. Emily, I want to turn to you now. I mean, really just incredible joy to be able to report this. So over to you.
Yeah, just amazing scenes here in the Hostage Square in Tel Aviv. Every time we get an update or we receive new footage, there's huge applause from the crowd here. You can even hear some behind me just now. Just a moment ago, as you stated, we saw the first footage from the Cunio brothers. In addition to that, just a few seconds ago, we received an update that there's the first footage of Nimrod Cohen, another hostage who's been held for 736 days. This is the first time we've seen footage from the Cunio brothers, and from some of these other hostages as well. We haven't received any updates. They're now playing some of the recordings of the initial calls of these hostages reaching out to their families for the first time. Tears of joy both in the audience and, of course, from the hostage families here on the ground. Kalev, what's your response to everything we're seeing here?
I mean, it's tremendous. And again, I don't want to jinx it. More and more good news. And Matan Zangalko, who's supposed to be in this second release, people are saying that's not going to be until 9/30/10, was in contact with his mother, who's been a major figure in the release. So we are even hearing of those that have not even been formally released by Hamas somehow being in phone contact with their family. Again, so far, it's been just tremendous. The news that we see has been tremendous. This coming just, of course, as President Trump is arriving in Israel.
I mean, I don't know. Maybe he will fly above us at some point. But I want to speak about David Cunio, and actually I want to speak about Sharon Cunio. Sharon Cunio was kidnapped with her 2 daughters. And she was released in the previous waves. Sharon fought for her husband, fought for the release of David, and I can tell you that, knowing it personally, knowing that she's going to reunite with David makes me even more emotional, because I know the struggle that she's been going through, and knowing or imagining that time that she's gonna hug David Cunio. I mean, this is I have no words to describe this feeling. So hopefully we continue here and see those, hear those stories and see those footages.
Yosef, Emily, many of those people that were released in those earlier hostage exchanges or deals had spoken about the mixed feelings they had, the issues they had with having to have been released while their loved ones were still being held. And you can imagine what kind of open wound that is. And for them to get that closure today, you can just imagine how much it means to them.
Yeah, and we need to understand a very important thing regarding to the psychological war of Hamas to the hostages. Up until the last second, they will torture them and they will play with them whether they're going to be released or not. Some of the hostages that were released, they're saying that up until the last second, they would tell us, oh, you know what, the deal is off. The deal is off. Just to break them even more and torture them even more. So until we've seen the hostages speaking to their families, until that moment, I promise you, Hamas tortured them and they said to them, the deal is off, you're going back to the tunnels.
Well, you know, there were concerns that they were going to do that anyway today, that they were going to call the families and engage in some other kind of manipulation. There was an explicit warning from the Israeli security.
We have seen things different with this hostage release compared to the others. Again, you have to think that the Trump administration, speaking to Hamas via Qatar and the Egyptians and maybe the Turks as well have told them we're not going to have the nonsense today that we saw in previous.
Kind of the public outrage we had in Israel because of that circus. We've made it. And when we say we, the citizens of Israel, we made it very clear to our government that we will not tolerate and act like this from Hamas, and you need to deal with it when it comes to the negotiation table. And obviously the Israeli government passed that to the Americans, and I'm happy to see that with the cooperation of all of the parties, they made sure that Hamas did not do that, and by accepting and agreeing to that, that shows the defeat, again, the defeat of the terrorist organization Hamas.
Absolutely. On a heavier note, we did receive an update that the Hamas group in Khan Yunis is preparing for receiving the Palestinian terrorists that have been released. I believe that's part of what we saw with the chairs.
Yeah, empty chairs.
Probably they're planning to do something with that, but not, of course, the ugly scenes that we saw in previous.
It's going to still be ugly scenes with ugly faces of terrorists.
Of course.
But you know what? If this is how they're going to show their power, by showing that they managed to release the terrorists back to a destroyed Gaza, you know what? I wish them many, many wins like this.
All right, well, we'll definitely have more updates shortly. But in the meantime, let's go back to you, Lidar.
Thank you, Emily. Hopefully we'll be able to report on more good news soon. So, Ruti, I just want to clarify the visuals we saw with the chairs in Khan Yunis, as Emily said, not for the hostages. We're receiving word that the hostages will actually be transferred over to the Red Cross privately without any press. And so what we're seeing there is likely some kind of impromptu ceremony for the return of these, terrorists.
To welcome them as heroes or something.
Exactly. Right. And now I want to turn to Ben Gurion International Airport again, where Air Force One is moments from landing. As we saw, the red carpet has been rolled out and American flags line the tarmac, and security teams are in final position. And in just a few minutes, President Donald Trump will step off the plane for a very short visit. And he will be greeted by Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and his wife, Sarah, along with President Yitzhak Herzog. They'll make their way to the Knesset in Jerusalem for a private meeting between the Prime Minister and Trump. And they'll meet with families of the hostages at the Knesset. And then, of course, President Trump will address the Israeli Knesset, a very, very high honor. He's here for a very short visit. Then he's heading to Egypt for a summit with Arab and European leaders. And so now I want to bring on Ari Harrow, the former chief of staff to Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, and an expert on U.S.-Israel relations. Ari, wonderful of you to join. I mean, before we get to Trump, I just want to hear your thoughts on this historic day, the release of the hostages after 736 days of war.
Hi, Lidar. I mean, this is, such an emotional roller coaster that we've been on for the last 2 years. And to experience what we're seeing today, together with all of Israel, this is one of those moments that we'll all remember, where it didn't matter if you were part of the left-wing camp or the right-wing camp, Ashkenazi, Sephardi, from the city or from the village. We're all together as one people and one nation. And all we can do is hug the returning hostages and their families and really be proud to be Israelis and Jews in this land.
Absolutely. And so turning now to Trump's visit, he's set to land really at any moment. It's an historic visit. He's going to be speaking at the Knesset, the first president to do so since George W. Bush. What's his aim or his goal in coming here today? And what will his message be for the people of Israel?
I think that he has two goals in mind. One is sort of to take claim for his involvement in bringing about this ceasefire and bringing home the hostages. Obviously, President Trump was an integral part of accomplishing what we're seeing today. I do want to note, though, because it sort of gets brushed over by many in the media, that President Trump would not have been in a position to help accomplish what we've accomplished had it not been both for the Israeli government and even more so the soldiers of the IDF. The pressure that Israel was successfully had put on Hamas and on a regional basis, the attacks on Hezbollah and the Iranian nuclear threat is in essence what shifted the chess pieces and allowed the President of the United States to step in and help us reach this final goal. So I think getting back to his visit, number one, it's sort of a victory lap from that perspective. And number two is that President Trump will not suffice with this being the end of the process. In other words, it's not just about bringing the hostages home. His vision is to lead us to a much broader realignment in the region with potential agreements, some peace agreements and some other agreements, be it with Saudi Arabia, with Lebanon, with Syria, and with other Muslim countries around the world. And this is not only the end of one chapter, it is the beginning of that next step towards a different reality in the region.
Now, as you mentioned, Trump has promised or he's hinted at this wider peace deal here. How likely is it that he may announce, an expansion of the Abraham Accords today, either in Israel or in Egypt? I mean, is that something that's on the table, or is this sort of this far-fetched sort of peace plan that we're hoping to achieve in the distant future?
So I'm smiling because, as you rightfully noted, President Trump definitely likes drama, and that would be a dramatic turn of events. But I think it is somewhat premature. I think that many of those next steps are going to take place, but they wanted to wait till the war in Gaza was behind us. And I think that is still going to take days and weeks before the regional players recognize that, okay, we're past this and now we can move on to brighter future.
Absolutely. And, we talk about this brighter future. We talk about, the potential for peace. But Trump, after his visit here in Israel, will fly to Egypt for a summit. It'll include leaders from Europe. It will include leaders from the Arab world, also reportedly Mahmoud Abbas of the Palestinian Authority. Yet Israel is notably absent, notably left out. So, there's all this talk of peace, but at the end of the day, Israel isn't at the table at this, major conference. What do you make of that?
Well, I think once again that just solidifies what I was saying before, that this is more of show of force rather than actual steps. It was noted in the media that President Trump invited the Iranian president to join this conference as well. He is trying to send a message to the region and to the world that we have started down a path of realignment. I think having the Europeans there ties into the Iranian snapback sanctions that took effect a few weeks ago on their nuclear program. So I think that while it is definitely a very courageous step that President Trump is initiating with that conference, ultimately, the real steps forward will be taken together with Israel hand in hand. And I think that that's something that we have to remind ourselves over and over, that since President Trump took office roughly 9.5 months ago, while there were some in the public sphere that tried to sow discontent and disagreement between the U.S. administration and the Israeli administration, we've seen time and time again that it's simply not the case. There is tremendous coordination, there's tremendous alignment, and there is tremendous shared ideas and values. So anything that Israel is going to be involved in, and really Israel is the linchpin to Trump's historic plan. And without Israel, none of it can take place. So that is being done in very close coordination and confidence.
Absolutely. And Ari, before we continue, I just want to address the visuals that we're seeing on the screen. So on the one hand, we're seeing Hostages Square, from up above, and you can just see the thousands and thousands of people who are in Hostages Square waiting the return of the hostages. It's really, really incredible to see. And on the other side, we're seeing Ben Gurion Airport. We're waiting, of course, for Air Force One to touch down. So really just incredible visuals that we're seeing. Truly an historic day. Now, Ari, we've talked about the U.S. side of things. I want to talk a little bit about Israel and Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. I mean, what does he hope to achieve out of Trump's visit today?
Well, I think first and foremost, really, this is a day of celebration on the return of the hostages. Prime Minister Netanyahu and his cabinet, his government, are going to promote the fact that they set out to achieve 3 concrete goals once this war started. One of them was to bring back all the hostages, and this will bring that chapter, God willing, to a close. And from a political perspective, that obviously is, I guess, some type of victory for the Prime Minister. It allows him to say, I set out to do this and I achieved it. The jury will be out on the other elements of the goals that were set, which were both the demilitarization of Gaza and the complete removal of Hamas from any position of power. Those are things that we as Israelis are going to have to follow very closely in the weeks and months and years ahead. But ultimately, I think that the message that out of the Prime Minister's office is that we are on the path to achieving everything we set out to achieve.
Absolutely. Let's hope so. Ari Harrow, always a pleasure to have you on. Thank you so much for your insights today.
Thank you, Lida.
All right, and so we are eagerly awaiting the arrival of U.S. President Trump. He was set to arrive at 9:20. It's 9:30, so we're waiting on that. But I do, before he arrives, I do want to go back to Hostages Square. We're seeing people cheering, flags waving. Emily, what's happening now in Hostages Square?
Right, Lida. So as mentioned just a few seconds ago, President Donald Trump has entered Israeli airspace. I'm told that he will be flying over the coastline where they have set up a huge display to thank President Trump for his tremendous contributions to this historic deal on this very auspicious day, where we see the return finally of 20 hostages, plus more 20 living hostages, I should say, throughout the day. We had huge cheers here thanking Trump as soon as it was announced that he was in Israeli airspace. I do expect we will see more support for President Trump throughout the day as we continue to get updates on the ground. What do you think of what we just saw, Caleb?
You know, it's amazing because we're about to see probably an amazing split screen, which is that second release of the hostages, which is, we have been told earlier, would be about 10 o'clock. And that is when it seems when President Trump's plane, when Air Force One will be landing and he'll be coming off. And we have to keep in mind 2 things are happening today. In a way, the fulfillment of phase 1 of the hostage deal, of this agreement, ending the war in Gaza with the release of hostages, and we're going to phase 2. Because we're going to have that speech by President Trump and this extraordinary summit, which is going to take place later today in Egypt in Sharm el-Sheikh. President Trump with many of the world leaders who will be there. And we don't know.
And with world leaders who are not, or historically have not been friendly to Israel.
No, and in fact, there are now reports that Mahmoud Abbas, the president of the Palestinian Authority, will be attending this meeting in Sharm el-Sheikh, which is somewhat problematic. Because officially, the PA is not supposed to be part of phase 2 until they carry out some very serious needed reforms. So it's incredible how much is being packed into this just one day.
Absolutely. I want to ask you, Yosef, while we have you here with us, what are you seeing about the hostage release in the Arab media and in the Arab world so far? Are they even reporting on it? How is it being reported?
Yes, of course they're reporting on it. This is what they've been speaking about. And one of the interesting things is obviously in the Arab world, they are also bringing the side of the terrorist organization Hamas. And this is their statement, literally from 10 minutes ago. They said this: the resistance was keen to stop the war. Yeah, right. Yeah. and they said that they did so much effort in stopping the war, but Israel and the IDF did not want that. That's an absolute bullshit, okay? And Hamas, time after time, they are the one who broke the ceasefire. They are the one who never wanted to engage a deal. And one more thing, they said in their statement just from 10 minutes ago, we've shown the world that the enemy, which is Israel, failed to recover the hostages through military action. And I say, only because of the military action, we arrived to a deal like this. Otherwise, a deal like this would have not been able to been accomplished.
Well, and of course it wasn't. You know, we're hearing frequently now from the anti-Israel crowds that Hamas offered some kind of a deal to release hostages on October 8th or 9th. This is, of course, false. The only thing that was ever discussed, which was not a formal offer, was the release of civilians. So this has never been on the table. It's truly a historic deal, and definitely the result of so much pressure that the IDF and others applied.
But obviously, I'm not surprised that Hamas are trying to show their the side or find some excuses to what's happening in Gaza. I mean, look at it. We control more than 50% of Gaza. This is unbelievable. And the fact is that today the IDF controls major points in Gaza that allows the security of the southern state of Israel, the southern borders of Israel. This is also huge. Hamas completely ignore that and only talks about the points where Israel withdraw from Khan Yunis and from the city of Gaza and Jabalia. But the fact is that we withdraw from those three places, stayed more than 50% of it. So that's one. That itself just shows about the crazy defeat of Hamas. Second, we're seeing through the videos that Hamas is right now showing in Gaza no signs of green banners or green uniforms. There is not a lot of crowd like we've seen before. They are not doing their circus like we thought that they would do if they were like in power. And more than that, we've seen how since yesterday there's clashes between Palestinians, armed Palestinians with armed Hamas members, resulting of killing numbers of Hamas terrorists, among them the so-called journalist Salah al-Jafarawi that was sent to hell by his own people. So the irony here is that the society in Gaza is destroyed from the inside. So by any definition, it's a total defeat for the Palestinian people in Gaza and certainly for the terrorists of Hamas, and total victory for us.
For us, absolutely, absolutely. I know
seeing the hostages coming back, that is the full circle that we wanted.
Absolutely. Dara, back to you.
Thank you. All right, so we are getting word that Trump's plane is going to arrive in about 10 minutes. And joining us now is Lieutenant Colonel Jonathan Conricus, a senior fellow at the Foundation for the Defense of Democracies and the former international spokesperson for the IDF. Jonathan, great to have you with us today. I mean, you know, we've been speaking for nearly 2 years about everything that's unfolded since October 7th. So I want to ask you first of all, what are your thoughts on this day that finally, after 2 years, the hostages are returning home?
Yep, shalom, great morning. I'm very happy, very excited. Looking forward to seeing our 20 live brothers brought back to be embraced by their families. Happy to see that 7 are already in Israeli hands and are safe, and eagerly anticipating the next 13. And then, of course, the bodies of the murdered Israelis. And most of the day will be very, very happy, very jubilant. And it is a major, major milestone in this long war that was forced upon Israel with Hamas's attack on October the 7th. However, I've been asked on many different networks. I was just on CNN and before that on other networks. You know, they call it a peace deal. I don't see it as a peace deal. I see currently a ceasefire. that in order for this ceasefire to become more than just a hudna, more than just a temporary ceasefire for Hamas, there needs to be significant, swift action on the ground, that Hamas needs to be disarmed from their weapons, they need to relinquish control, or it needs to be taken from their hands, control over Gaza, and another government needs to be implemented, and that needs to happen quickly. The longer it takes, the more the chances, the higher the chances of instability, violence, and additional suffering, and the lower the chances of this actually turning into a lasting, longer fire, or something that we can build into peace. So a very positive day. I personally have waited very long for it, and I will rejoice with the families. And which is just around the corner, is to continue with the inertia here and to make sure that Hamas is dismantled, that we indeed can go on to a better future for Israel and for Palestinians.
And Jonathan, just before we continue, we're going to soon see visuals of Air Force One. We're told it's flying over Hostages Square in Tel Aviv, so that will be quite an incredible sight for the president to see the thousands and thousands of people that have gathered. Now, Jonathan, back to you. You know, IDF Chief of Staff Eyal Zamir said last night that Israel, through military pressure and diplomatic measures, has achieved victory over Hamas. Do you share that assessment?
Well, I think that this current deal, if implemented, is very, very close to victory. In real world terms, it is very victorious because it accomplishes almost everything that Israel wanted to accomplish without anything tangible, but that's a big if the deal is implemented. If it isn't, then we're not back at square one, because we will have our hostages back, and that's a game-changing situation, and it will allow the IDF with much more freedom of operation should it need it. But at the end of the day, if the deal isn't implemented, if Hamas remains in power, if UNRWA remains in Gaza, then it won't be really a victory, and the Gaza Strip won't be different. So I really hope that it will be implemented. And I think we should really give credit here to Eyal Zamir, and of course specifically the soldiers on the ground, regular soldiers, reservists, who through their perseverance, their grit, their professionalism, their bravery, have been really able to deliver this. And yes, a lot of credit is due to President Trump and his team, but had it not been for the steadfastness and the belief and the bravery of Israeli soldiers on the ground, we wouldn't have been able to have the stamina to be here today and to rejoice in the fact that part of that horrible day of October 7, 2 years ago, is now finally being, to a certain extent, rectified.
Absolutely. We have to, of course, first and foremost, give thanks to the brave IDF soldiers. And I just want to say the visuals we're seeing now, this is live. We are seeing the hostages driving now to Re'im Air Base live. We're seeing them in the vans in Israeli hands. Now, Jonathan, you know, you talked about this. This plan, this peace plan. And you said that the most important thing, of course, is that it's implemented. But what happens if Hamas breaches this agreement? They've already made very clear that they don't plan on disarming, despite that being one of the core tenets of this plan. And, you know, you said that the hostages will be back in Israeli hands. It'll be a different story in terms of the IDF's ability to go in. But will the IDF be able to return to war? I mean, will President Trump allow it now that he's essentially declared an end to the war? Will he allow a return to fighting? And before you answer, I just want to say we're seeing the visuals of Air Force One on the screen. It is about to land at Ben Gurion International Airport. So, Jonathan, over to you.
Yeah, welcome to President Trump soon. Let's say this. There's the officially known document of the core of the agreement, the 20 points. And then that document makes references to riders to the agreement, and I think, and they are of course not publicly available, and I think they are the most crucial parts, and those are the scenarios, those are the what if situation, and I would be very surprised, and I think it's not reality. I would be very surprised if Israel hadn't factored that in, and if the Israeli negotiations team under former Ambassador Dermer, under the guidance of the Prime Minister, haven't prepared scenarios for that and haven't, agreed with that on the Americans. I think that there's already understandings between the U.S. Maybe they're verbal, maybe they're written, what Israel will be allowed or entitled to do if and when Hamas violate the agreement in any, substantial, very meaningful way. That Israel is prepared for that and hoping not to find ourselves in that situation. But I think it's very important that Hamas understands, and this has been said by the Prime Minister, Defense Minister, etc., we mean business here. And if Hamas are going to renege on the agreement, then we are going to fulfill it, or we're going to make you do it by force. And then the next round of violence, if unfortunately it comes upon us, will be different because we won't be limited by concern for Israeli hostages in the Hamas terrorists. So that'll be a different ballgame. You're right to say that, of course, Israel has to play along more or less the boundaries defined by the president, but there's also certain flexibility here. And at the end of the day, if Hamas will be so stubborn and arrogant and not hand over their weapons and not hand over control over the Gaza Strip, and really to the detriment of the Gaza Strip and the people who live there, I'm pretty sure that eventually President Trump will sour on them and will allow Israel to go and do what Israel needs to do in order to keep Israelis safe. But again, let's hope that we don't find ourselves there, and let's hope that they will enact and fulfill the agreement that they have agreed to do.
Absolutely. We can only hope that this will be the case. And of course, Israel stands ready. Jonathan Conricus, thank you so much for joining us on this historic day.
Thank you.
And in the meantime, we have seen Air Force One touch down at Ben Gurion International Airport. We're seeing the plane now on the runway, taxiing to the point where Trump is going to step off the plane on the red carpet. So really an incredible moment here. It's really incredible. We're seeing President Trump land. We're hearing news that the first 7 hostages are about to arrive in Re'im Air Base, where they'll be reunited with their families for the very first time. So really just a joyous moment here in the studio to be able to report on that. And, I want to now introduce our panel. Joining us in the studio, we have Sharon Ashir Zablodovsky, a Middle East and Israel-U.S. relations researcher and expert, and we have Ori Sachar, Director of Research at the Israel Defense and Securities Forum. So thank you both for joining us today, and you'll be providing us with the analysis on Trump's historic visit. So, I just want to turn to you maybe just for sort of your thoughts, taking all of this in, the return of the hostages, Trump's arrival. Let's start with you, Sharona.
Okay, so I think it's, for every Israeli, it's a very emotional day. It's like we're longing for this past 2 years to see the hostages back in Israel. And from what we see, some of them are in Israel. I think this moment just demonstrates the strong bond between Israel and the U.S., although a lot of people try to let's say, bury this relationship. I can't say it like in a nicer way. I think the bond between Netanyahu and Trump is very strong. We got all the support from President Trump, and I hope that we will see other achievements with the support of Trump in the region.
Absolutely. We're seeing the president's plane make its way where he will very, very shortly get off of the plane and be greeted by Israeli officials, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, the president of Israel, among them. And, they've rolled out the red carpet. We're seeing the flags standing in wait. So really just a few moments and we'll see the first glimpse of President Trump landing. Now, I want to turn to you as well for just, your thoughts on this day.
Well, this is an amazing day. I suspect you are used to reporting news, but not necessarily good news. So finally, you get to have this nice pleasure and privilege today when President Trump arrives in the Middle East. And, we're all a bit euphoric, but I think that the real story here are our heroes, the hostages who are coming back after 738 days in captivity. I don't know how a human being can survive such a disaster and such a really an experience. And I think in that respect, they are a testament to really the heroism of the human spirit and the Jewish people.
So one second, I just want to say that we're seeing right now, we saw Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, we're seeing Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, we're seeing U.S. Ambassador to Israel Mike Huckabee speaking with Benjamin Netanyahu and Sarah Netanyahu as they await for Trump to get off the plane. So a lot of foreign dignitaries and Israeli leaders waiting President Trump, just to see that first glimpse and see him walk off the plane here in Israel.
They have the honorary guard for Trump over here on the tarmac. Well, in Saudi Arabia, they gave him the velvet carpet, so now we have the red one. And I suspect not in every Middle Eastern country you get the same color. As we move forward, we all are thrilled to see our hostages back. By the way, the president always says our hostages and not the hostages, and it's very significant. He's personally committed to it. And I think the success of this day will be measured in the coming weeks and months. Will we actually meet the war objectives? When we actually dismantle Hamas, we actually create a new reality in Gaza. We don't want to, the Oslo Accords were signed with this wave of euphoria, and we saw the disastrous results. We don't want to go back to October 6th. That means that Hamas cannot continue to exist as a military governing entity. That means that a different kind of Gaza should emerge. And Israel should insist on that. It is not like an extremist talking point by, some radical voices in Israel. This is the opinion of the vast majority of Israelis. This is, in my opinion, the only condition to secure Israel on the part of the Gaza Strip.
Absolutely. And okay. And Sarah Netanyahu, Yitzhak Herzog, and his wife Michal, and we're seeing, of course, Jared Kushner and Ivanka Trump, Ambassador Huckabee, the Israeli ambassador to the United States. So we're really seeing, pretty much the whole Israeli leadership here waiting, rolling out the red carpet for U.S. President Donald Trump. And any moment he is set to step off the plane. We're happening right now. So let's just wait for that first image of U.S. President Donald Trump. And until he arrives, I just want to give a very quick update that Lishai Miran Lavi, she's the wife of the newly released Omri Miran. So she spoke to her husband just now. She spoke to him for the first time in over 2 years. So it was just an incredibly emotional moment. The last time that she saw him, he was being led by terrorists out of their home in southern Israel. So just absolute joy at being able to speak to him and hear his voice once again. And so I hope we'll be able to share more good news with that. Now, Ruti, we're waiting President Trump. We see Prime Minister Netanyahu waiting. What are your thoughts as you're seeing these images?
My thoughts are that this is a fantastic scene. And as long as we don't let the Israeli opposition try to pretend or push a wedge between Washington and Jerusalem, we have a chance, and Netanyahu has a chance to keep going with this. Because the only way we'll ever be able to move ahead with phase 2, if at all, or not move ahead, but the only way is if we have Israeli will to withstand the pressures from those very people who screamed all along, why did we wait so long to make this deal, as though we could have made it all along, which is false. But that's the impression, and we have to remember, if we don't want to go back to October 6th, we have to have a strong Netanyahu, a strong resists the pressure to claim that somehow he's got to give up. That's the way I see it. I think Trump respects that. In fact, I think that's part of the secret to their friendship, I call it that, or alliance, I would say.
Yeah, well, they've been friends for years and years, Trump and Netanyahu. And now we're seeing also, we've seen Steve Witkoff join the line. So they're all waiting, eagerly awaiting President Trump to step off the plane. We saw earlier that they had flown over the beach where there was huge flags, American flags and Israeli flags that he saw from Air Force One. They flew over Hostages Square, seeing the thousands and thousands of people who are gathered. So really just quite an incredible time to arrive here in Israel. Of course, we had hoped that all the hostages would be back in Israel by the time that U.S. President Trump arrives. Unfortunately, that's not the case, but we have 7 hostages currently in IDF hands, and we are awaiting for the remaining 13 live hostages. And now we're seeing President Trump, Prime Minister Netanyahu, and President Herzog and their wives making their way on the red carpet to greet President Trump as he steps off of Air Force One. So let's wait and see these images. They're making their way, and behind them we see Ivanka Trump and Jared Kushner, Steve Witkoff. They were instrumental in bringing this deal together, Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner. Kushner.
Ron Dermer, let's not forget.
Dermer, absolutely, on the Israeli side.
Affairs Minister,
yes.
who outgoing because he has basically left the government now, and he'll be in an advisory capacity. But
yeah, so I do want to mention that, Strategic Affairs Minister Ron Dermer, he played an essential role in he was the lead negotiator for Israel.
Yes.
He pretty much, together with Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner, crafted this 20-point peace plan. Hours and hours and hours of negotiations and meetings in Washington, flying back and forth. I mean, really instrumental to this deal. We do. Ruti, you're so right to point this out, because we so often talk just about, the American involvement in this. But as you pointed out many times, we couldn't have done this without, key Israeli figures. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, Strategic Affairs Minister Ron Dermer, all played a critical and essential role in getting this hostage deal together.
And they were vilified and have been, and Ron Dermer, protesters outside his house with a big zero saying he got no hostages back. And the point is, you have 2 people who are instrumental. By the way, those same people saying that praise Witkoff and praise Kushner and praise Trump. We just have to keep reminding us this, because there's this mantra going on, and it's important to state that this was not forced on Prime Minister Netanyahu. He and Dermer were instrumental in crafting it together with the Americans.
Absolutely. I think that's a very,
I sound like a broken record, but I have to.
No, it's a very important point that needs to get across, and unfortunately it's lost in a lot of media coverage. The role that Prime Minister Netanyahu played, the role that Strategic Affairs Minister Ron Dermer played, it was really instrumental, together with Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner. And I was just going to say, Jared Kushner as well said he was taking a step back, but we saw Trump bring him back in to the fold to get this hostage deal done. So that was something very, very important. And we know, of course, that Jared Kushner and Ivanka Trump, they've both visited Israel many, many times after October 7th, and they have a deep connection to Israel. So this is really incredible to see them back, in the Trump administration, bringing together this deal to fruition. And so we're still waiting. Oh, here we go. So we have U.S. President Donald Trump emerging from Air Force One. He's arrived in Israel, stepped off the plane, and in Trump fashion, we see the fist pump there, and he's making his way down. So just really an incredible historic moment that we are witnessing today on a day when 20 living hostages are going to be released, and unfortunately the remaining deceased hostages. And of course, President Trump arriving here in Israel. He's being greeted right now by Israeli President Yitzhak Herzog. And I just want to say, you know, I'll take this opportunity to say, Trump, despite this incredible peace deal, he didn't get the Nobel Prize in the end, unfortunately. But President Yitzhak Herzog has said that he will inform President Trump today of his decision to award the Israeli Presidential Medal of Honor, sort of in recognition of his, you know, of his efforts to bring the hostages home. The Presidential Medal of Honor, for those who don't know, it's awarded to those who've made an outstanding contribution to the state of Israel or to humanity through their talents, service, or other means. And it is the highest civilian honor awarded by the state of Israel. And so in the coming months, President Herzog will present President Trump with this incredible honor, the Presidential Medal of Honor. And according to a statement put out by the president's residence, it's in recognition of his role in achieving a historic agreement, advancing the release of the hostages and an end to the war. And the award also notes President Trump's steadfast and unwavering support for the state of Israel, his unique contribution to Israel's security and the well-being of its citizens, and his commitment to leading the entire region toward an era of peace and cooperation. So President Herzog is going to notify Trump of this decision during their meeting at the Knesset later today. And the medal will be presented, according to the president's spokesperson, in the coming months and at a time and place that's to be determined. But he may not have gotten the Nobel Peace Prize, but he's getting the Presidential Medal of Honor. So hopefully that counts for something.
And the Nobel Peace Laureate, she said she dedicated her award to Trump.
Yeah. And he has next year. He can be nominated for next year to get the Nobel Prize. So it's not over.
Look,
Maybe he will.
We can also
get it.
see Yehia Leiter, the Israeli ambassador to the U.S., in the picture, and he said yesterday that actually Prime Minister Netanyahu advises Trump, and sometimes Trump consults with the Prime Minister on occasion, and that just shows that the closeness of their relationship, and it's not just strategic partnership between the two countries, but also I think a great deal of trust between the two leaders.
Absolutely. And Trump, we see him taking his time, speaking with the president, speaking with the prime minister, now speaking to the U.S. ambassador Huckabee and the prime minister, and of course the Israeli ambassador to the U.S. Yehia Leiter. So we see all of these people here, you know, taking their time, joking, laughing. So really quite a lovely sight to see. And yeah, he's just taking his time, greeting everyone, speaking.
So significant to see him visit Israel for the first time in this term. Now we see Ivanka Trump, of course, and Jared
his daughter,
Kushner.
right.
And, well, I think he's happy to see a familiar face, especially when it's his family. And, you know, you look at Saudi Arabia, Qatar, the UAE, all these countries, Egypt. They're all partners of the United States. I think Israel is the only true ally. And I think he feels it here with the same Judeo-Christian heritage. I think the president should feel right at home here.
Absolutely. And saying hi to Jared Kushner and Steve Witkoff. Ivanka Trump, of course, giving her father a kiss. And we're just seeing, and I just want to say that on the left side, we are seeing the Israeli hostages now arriving at the Re'im military base. They're going to be reunited with their families. And I mean, this is just truly incredible. The hostages are arriving at the Re'im military base just as Trump is arriving in Israel. I mean, really just quite a sight to behold here on this historic day. And we're seeing now we're seeing visuals again of Trump speaking with his envoys, Jared Kushner, Steve Witkoff, who, Ruti, together with Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and Strategic Affairs Minister Ron Dermer, were just really crucial in getting this hostage deal put together. And so I just want to say that right now we're seeing them take their time. here on the tarmac. We see all of this, red carpet, this procession laid out for President Trump. And in a moment, they're going to go. We see the cars waiting for them. These cars will take them to the Knesset. They will take them first for meetings with Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, where Trump and Netanyahu will have some time to speak one-on-one. And then they will also meet with the families of the hostages. At first, they said they would meet. Now they're saying they are meeting with the families of the hostages so that they get a chance to thank Trump personally. And after which, Trump will address the Israeli parliament, address the Knesset. He's the first president to do so since 2008, since George W. Bush. So really an moment. And now we see the president of Israel, the president of the United States, and the prime minister of Israel walking side by side, making their way now on the red carpet from the tarmac, from Air Force One into their cars.
And just parenthetically, the entire Jerusalem-Tel Aviv road was shut down because of Trump's visit. Yeah. And so the Israeli public was advised, and you understand this is the eve of a holiday, of course, Simchat Torah, 2 years after that Black Sabbath that we had. But today is the eve of a holiday. People are running a lot of errands and going to visit family. The road is shut, the highway is shut down, and people landing at Ben Gurion Airport were told, got to take the train because you can't take any taxis home.
It will be the in any sort will
complain about road
will be
closures.
Grumpy about like closing the roads because
unless
everyone
they didn't realize it or something.
Yeah,
no,
everyone wants to see the hostages back, and we understand that we have to give Trump the credit for it.
Of course.
So we're about to see Trump get into the car in just a moment. But you know what you said is right. They've shut down Route 1, which is the major highway connecting Tel Aviv to Jerusalem, two of Israel's major cities. And I want to say that, really the entire country has been waiting for the president's visit. We see Israeli flags alongside American flags everywhere you go, in Tel Aviv, in Jerusalem, on the highways. Just driving into the studio today, I saw a huge banner on Ayalon, which is Tel Aviv's major highway, with a huge sign and a photo of President Trump saying, Israel thanks President Trump, and Azrieli Towers, which are, sort of a symbol of Tel Aviv. Last night they had the American and Israeli flags on towers, lit up. Just incredible Israel for the arrival of U.S. President Donald Trump. I mean, Trump said it before, and Israelis really do love U.S. President. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has said that Trump is the great friend to Israel in the White House. So, we're seeing them now get into the car. Shalona, I want to turn to you. Do you agree with that assessment that he is?
I think that.
And before you answer, I just want to say we're seeing that the Prime Minister and Sarah Netanyahu are joining Trump in the car, so they'll be driving together.
That's nice.
To Jerusalem in Trump's. It's a special car, I'm being told. The Beast. The Beast, right.
The Beast. That's
the nickname for the car, the Beast.
Now,
and Trump is riding together with the Prime Minister and his wife, Sarah, and they're going to make their way now to Jerusalem. I think it's about a half-an-hour drive from the airport to Jerusalem, although maybe a little faster since the entire road is closed, security lining the way just for the visit. And we see the visual. Beautiful visual.
This is a very important visual, by the way.
Yeah.
Right.
This is like changing the narrative in the world. If anyone had any suspects that they don't get along, that Israel is not a superpower. So, breaking news.
I mean, these are.
Both leaders are sitting in the same car. They could
really
go separate.
An incredible.
This is a statement, I think.
Yeah.
It's a very strong statement, and
you don't know how funny it is, how ironic it is when you hear Americans, the American left absolutely hates Trump. I mean, hates him. The way there's Bibi derangement syndrome, there's Trump derangement syndrome, and the Israeli left loves Trump because, and that is one of the reasons they're trying to put away. He's making peace, and Netanyahu doesn't know how to do anything or whatever. But the point is, if you tell Americans, if you were to tell the American left that the Israeli left loves Trump, they would be totally baffled.
They
can't wrap their head around it.
They can't understand it. I
They
think
can't, right?
that, in general, I think that Netanyahu has a lot of achievements, and without his agreement and the partnership with the U.S., and especially with Trump, we would not arrive to this moment. I think that there are a bunch of people here locally that are, anything that Netanyahu will do, they will be opposed. Even if it's bringing, I don't know, like...
If Trump declared that he cured cancer.
Yeah, that's what Trump said.
Right.
Okay, so I do want to talk a lot more about the special relationship between Prime Minister Netanyahu and President Trump. And wouldn't you just love to have a seat in that car and hear what they're saying? But I do want to bring in Major Elliot Chodov. He's a political and military analyst. He's with us, joining us now on Zoom. So, Elliot, thank you for joining us. And I just, I'm asking all of our guests,
My
really,
pleasure.
I just want your impressions of today, of this historic President Trump landing in Israel. I mean, what are your impressions of this day so far?
It's certainly a historic day. First of all, the hope that the rest of the hostages will be released. I imagine they will, but with Hamas, I would say let's wait and see. This was supposed to happen hours ago. Then it was supposed to be half at 8 o'clock and then half at 9 o'clock. It was 7 at 8 o'clock and maybe 10 and maybe not. And so we'll see. But certainly a historical day in the sense of an agreement, certainly in the sense of the visit by the president. And here, too, I think it's important to keep in mind that Trump's going to the Knesset and speaking is extremely important, but its significance is in the context of his already having recognized Jerusalem as Israel's capital in his first term. In other words, yes, he's the first president to speak in the Knesset since George W. Bush, but that's because President Obama did speak at the Knesset, because that would have been tantamount to recognizing Jerusalem as Israel's capital. In other words, what Trump is doing today is a continuation. It's not revolutionary, historical for sure, but not revolutionary, but still very, very important, obviously. The return of the hostages, and as I said, I hope we're seeing the end of that chapter as we speak over the next moments, is a chapter. It's not the end of the war. We still have to wait until they return the bodies of those who were killed or whose bodies were taken. I'm hopeful that we see them. I'm not convinced that we will. In other words, we still have a long, long road ahead. So once again, yes, historic day, very important day. Hopefully, a day moving forward in many ways. But I'm going to call this one a wait and see. The day isn't over yet.
Absolutely. And, as right now we're seeing President Trump and Prime Minister Netanyahu still waiting in the car, speaking. They're going to drive together in just a few moments to Jerusalem, to the Knesset. What can we expect with this visit? I mean, what is the aim? What does Trump hope to achieve here? And what does Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu hope to achieve out of this meeting?
I think like any event of this scale, there are multiple reasons. Certainly, let's be honest, for Trump, it's what we would call clipping the coupon. He arranged it. He was instrumental. Obviously, others involved, and here I agree with what was said earlier. You can criticize many things that Netanyahu has done over his premiership, certainly over the past couple of years, but he was certainly very much a part and instrumental in the events that are happening today. But Trump gets the credit. He's the one who pulled it all together. He's the one who pushed the Turks, the Qataris, the Egyptians into the position. And so here he gets to clip the coupon to get up and basically be cheered for it. At the same time, by going to the Knesset, as I said earlier, he reaffirms his recognition of Jerusalem. He reaffirms the importance of Israel in his constellation. And here again, I agree with something said earlier. Israel is, I would say, not only America's best ally, probably America's best friend in the world. And it's not an insignificant one, even though there's no symmetry in size. There is a symmetry in many other things, for example, in technology and military issues. So he's recognizing that as well. And of course, also, as was mentioned earlier, his relationship to Bibi Netanyahu, or with Bibi Netanyahu, is more than simply political. And with all of the differences, friends argue, and it's been said many times, sometimes cynically, but friends don't agree on everything. Sometimes friends do things that really irritate you. But what we're seeing here, and I think was done demonstrably, getting into the car together, sitting together, talking together on the way, is certainly a way of showing that their relationship is beyond the simple formal official, but it's also personal. And that's very important for both of them politically.
Absolutely. And, I've been asking this question of our guests all day, but, President Trump has hinted at a much, much wider piece that this deal is supposed to sort of, starting with the release of the hostages, let's say, and ending with perhaps multiple countries joining the Abraham Accords. I'm trying to understand, and it seems as though no one really has a clear vision or understanding of when this could take place. But, when could we potentially see more countries joining this, new peace initiative, joining the Abraham Accords, and which countries would we see? I mean, could Qatar as well be one of these countries?
Look, it's possible. First of all, let's keep in mind that from the Knesset, he'll be flying to Egypt, to Sharm el-Sheikh, for the signing of the document that ends the war significantly without the presence of Israel. This is in large part a sop to those Arab countries, and we have no idea what talks are going to be going on behind the scenes. But I would say that before anything moves forward in that direction, Hamas gets a vote. And I think that's the elephant in the room that nobody's really talking about. Hamas has already deployed 7,000 armed fighters in Gaza. Didn't take them very long. And the question now is going to be, will Gaza be demilitarized, and by whom? And will this really be the end? I don't think it's going to be the end of the war, but at least the end of this campaign of the war. And will we see quiet, or is it going to be an open running sore, which will make it very difficult for any countries, Qatar or otherwise, to join the Abraham Accords? Specifically Qatar, let's understand, we have a tendency, I think, to think of the states along the Gulf as sort of variations of the same theme. Qatar is different from the Emirates and from the other countries other than Saudi Arabia, in that it is based on a Wahhabist ideology. In other words, there is a deep radical Islamic ideology in Qatar. They know how to hide it very well, as the Saudis did over the past century. But it pops up there, and it's there. And we see it in Al Jazeera. We see it in its support for Hamas. So if they join, it'll be an interesting thing to watch. And then always question, is it sincere, or is it just another veneer of let's play the game so that we can get in and be at the table? Once again, it's a wait and see.
Absolutely. All right, Major Elliot Chodov, thank you so much for joining us today and for your analysis.
My pleasure.
So I just imaged Square, and we are hearing a lot of updates about the hostages, many who have spoken to their families for the first time. So Emily and Kalev, I want to go back to you. What can you tell us? What new information do you have?
Well, first things first, Lidar, we did hear just a few minutes ago that the 13 remaining living hostages who are set to be released today, that they are in motion, that they have started that transfer into the hands of the Red Cross. The noise you're actually hearing behind me right now is some of the footage that we've seen coming out just in recent minutes from some of these hostages who are still in captivity. We have a video confirming Evyatar David will be released, Ram Veslavsky. We also had a video earlier from Bar Kuperstein, Yosef Chaim Ohana. It seems like what Hamas is doing is allowing these hostages who are still in captivity to call their families, knowing that they are on their way out. This is really a form of what we believe to be more propaganda from Hamas in order to sort of sanitize their image. But let me ask you, Yosef, what's your take on this move? First of all, we're happy to see that they're alive and well, and we're delighted that they're going to be coming back to us shortly within a matter of hours. But this footage.
So basically, Hamas is trying to speak to the Arab world and to the Middle Eastern in the Western world, and to those who are brainwashed and become a useful idiot of the Middle Eastern pro-Palestinians in the Western world. And why I'm saying this? Because the fact that they're taking the phones and they're doing this call from Gaza by Hamas approval, and then you hear on Israeli TV asking the families, you've spoken to the hostages, you've spoken to them, and what's their situation? And the immediate response is, and this is exactly what Hamas wanted. Now, obviously, when you see them and you're thinking about the fact that they spent 2 years under the tunnels, just seeing them alive, for you, it's automatically they're feeling amazing because they're alive. And that's the feeling of each and every family member. Here in Israel, and they start examining them, you will see that their conditions are really bad, suffering from bad nutrition, from bad not real treatment to their injuries, and this is something that we will talk about immediately after. But now Hamas is getting what they want, which is the propaganda to show how humane they are. No, they are vicious terrorists that kidnapped our hostages, our Israeli citizens from their homes.
Well, I think that's something that President Trump has been keenly aware of from day one. He's been very vocal about the barbarity of Hamas. One of the reasons that the release of hostages was
I think this is part of a campaign. We can already see the start of a campaign to try to create an image of a kinder, gentler Hamas. And one of the reports says that when one of the terrorists, Hamas terrorists, called one of the families, told one of the family members, put this video up, Facebook. They are trying to, you can be sure Qatar perhaps has a hand in it, trying to get Hamas this new image, as we're seeing during this whole time.
It's working for them. You know, many times I've been in those protests, whether it's in Berlin or in New York or in London. They actually take those footages and take those videos and use it as, look how Hamas is humane. Look how Hamas are amazing. Look how Hamas is not a terrorist organization. So they split seconds of videos and show them to the Western world and to the Arab world, and just by those split seconds videos, they make a whole narrative around it. The fact is, Hamas is a brutal and vicious terrorist organization, and we need to remind each and every one of those supporters of Hamas who Hamas are. And further than that, we again need to remind everybody who we are releasing to get our hostages back. So just keep in mind, this is a total propaganda. Do not get fooled by it. And unfortunately, some of the world and a lot of the activists, Hamas activists, will use it against us on the ground.
And the most important person they're trying to influence is President Trump, who has landed in Israel, and clearly they are doing all of this again met, I say, with probably the encouragement of Qatar and Turkey to try to ingratiate themselves in the sense of saying we can be an acceptable partner in Gaza, as Yosef said.
I think the Trump administration knows exactly who Hamas are, and I think Trump visited or spoke to many hostages. Many hostages, they spoke and told President Trump about the psychological torture and war that Hamas uses. So I believe that Trump and its administration knows that it is part of a fake Hamas act, and that's why I don't believe that any of the American administration will fall for it, and I'm happy to know that.
Right. By the way, we should note that when President Trump left to go to Jerusalem, Prime Minister Netanyahu and Sarah Netanyahu went in the car with them, which is a breach of protocol. Usually the president, when he arrives in a foreign country, always travels alone. For example, if he's going from the airport to wherever his destination is. You can be sure all this is part of the discussion right now that Benjamin Netanyahu is having with President Trump.
And you know what? You spoke about Benjamin Netanyahu and about President Trump, and I do want to say something really important about the role of our Prime Minister. Look, I said that Netanyahu and the government, and in fact all the 120 members of Knesset, are responsible for the 7th of October. And I stand by that. And just like I stand by the fact that the government is responsible for what happened on the 7th of October, the government is also responsible for what we're seeing today. And we should give that credit as well to the government and to the members of Knesset, and of course to President Trump and its administration. But I said that yesterday, and I will say it a million times. The real credit before Trump, before our government, goes to our brave soldiers. They did an absolute amazing job pressuring Hamas, destroying them, and bringing them down to their knees to accept this deal. Second, just to realize how the Arab world and the Middle East look at Trump and analyze Trump. And I think if I compare President Trump to President Barack Obama, I would say it like this. The Middle East, especially the Arab world, loved Barack Obama, yet they disrespected him because he was weak in their vision. They hate President Trump, but they respect President Trump. Why? Because they fear him. Because they know he's as crazy as them, if not more.
Yosef, I wanted to ask you before we go back to the studio with Lidar, what is the response been to President Trump's arrival and the peace deal, the conference that they're holding in Egypt?
So basically, if you go to the educated people, they're actually very happy. Educated analysts and commentator, they're actually very happy that this war ended. Okay, we've seen voices from Syria, we've seen voices from Saudi Arabia, and voices from Lebanon speaking like this without any shame and saying, time to finish this war. Hamas brought destruction to Gaza, and the fact that Trump is coming to the area and going after that to Sharm el-Sheikh, this is a huge, and we should adopt that and accept that. Of course, have stations or outlets like Al Jazeera who resent and hate any act of Trump, and you can see it by who they interview. They interview many Gazans, and they say themselves, we don't trust Trump. It doesn't matter what Trump will do. He will eventually it will backfire on us. He will stab us because he's a Zionist and he stands with Israel, and America will always be the bigger brother of Israel. Look, I want to say to them a very simple message. If you truly care about Palestine, if you truly care about Gaza, and if you truly care about a better Middle East, you have to put it in your head. Israel is part of the Middle East, and Israel is not going anywhere. So you better already accept that idea, work for it, and understand that if you don't work with Israel, you're going to keep destroying your countries, and Israel will keep prevailing. This is the evidence. We've been seeing it since 1948. So stop with this. Understand that you can go and move to the future. So I really hope that they will understand that. I really hope that they will do something about it. I do find some hope to extend the Abraham Accords. And if we extend the Abraham Accords, that would be amazing.
I think the Arab leaders have absorbed that message. The funny thing is the supporters, many of the supporters of the Palestinians in the West have not absorbed that message. But here in the region, certainly the leaders have understood they're not going to defeat Israel on the battlefield. They may try to defeat it diplomatically, but they will not defeat it on the battlefield.
And we should say, one of the things that Hamas wanted is to stop the Abraham Accords and to stop this peace agreement with Saudi Arabia. So we are saying that we're still having talks with Saudi Arabia. Of course, the Abraham Accords with UAE and Bahrain is even stronger, despite the fact that on the surface it doesn't look like. Behind the scene, I tell you, it's strong. And if you want the evidence to that, just check who flew to Israel from the 7th of October until today, 5,000. By the name of Fly Dubai. Right. That itself is the evidence of how strong the Abraham Accords are.
All right, we do have a few short updates. Apparently, the second batch of hostages the Red Cross has begun at least receiving the second batch of hostages. We'll have more updates on that. And in addition to that, we know that to Re'im base, and right now there is footage being aired confirming Alon Ohel, the video call with his family. And then for now, I'll send it back to you. We'll have more updates shortly, Lidar.
Absolutely. So, you know, we're receiving so many visuals, just heartwarming visuals that they're being put up, you know, in Hostages Square. We're seeing all these video calls between the hostages and their families. I mean, really, really just joyful moments. After 2 years in captivity, they're able to hear their loved ones' voices again. So really an emotional and joyful moment. And we're seeing this across all the hostages, and we keep seeing videos coming in. And of course, we'll put those up once we have them. As you mentioned, the Red Cross is set to receive the second batch of hostages. There's conflicting reports, but from what we understand, there's supposed to be 14 hostages. Now they're just transferred over to Hamas, and as promised, this will be done in a closed ceremony without the, you know, these. Now we're seeing Alon Ohel. Now this is a picture that was just released a moment ago. We see dark sunglasses, of course. He is believed to have gone blind in one of his eyes due to injuries sustained on October 7th that were not properly treated since then. And of course, he's been held underground most of this time. So the sunlight, of course, would be very problematic for his eyes. So he's been given sunglasses. But we see him now. We see him speaking with. We see another picture of him without his sunglasses, and see them being transferred over to the IDF at Re'im Air Base, going through sort of a preliminary, checkup to see that they're okay and that they'll be transferred to the hospital. And these are just really amazing, incredible pictures to see these hostages, to see these young men back on Israeli soil after 2 years in hell, in what can only be described as hell on earth. It's just very, very moving, very touching, and to see them, maybe smiling a little bit, and the reunions with their families. It's just so heartwarming. It's what Israel has been waiting for 2 years, and now we see from Gaza, we see the Red Cross vehicles live. This is live. We're seeing this happening right now. We're seeing the Red Cross vehicles arrive at the pickup point where the hostages were unclear as to how hostages are about to be released, but they are set to be released over to the Red Cross. And then, of course, they too will make their way to the Re'im base, southern Israel, and from there to the various hospitals in the centers after reuniting with their families. Now, so far, we've seen the hostages come out in moderate, good condition. They're walking. It remains to be seen if all 20 hostages will be able to do so, if all 20 hostages will be walking out of Gaza into the red. We are still waiting to see or catch glimpses, hear anything about the remaining 14 hostages that are set to be transferred. Again, they're set to be transferred without press coverage, behind the scenes. And now we're seeing more visuals of Ziv Gali Berman, along with his brother Ziv Berman, who is not in this photo, but both of them were released a short while ago. We can see him smiling, just an incredible, really just wonderful to see this hostage, former hostage, I'll say, smiling, just really, truly incredible. And I just want to say, we saw yesterday that Noa Argamani, she was rescued by IDF soldiers in an operation in Gaza, and she's her birthday yesterday. And it was incredible because she put out photos and you saw her celebrating other former hostages, and just this community that they've developed, this closeness, this shared experience that they've all gone through is just really, really moving and incredible. And of course, her boyfriend, Tan O, who they were captured together, he's set to be released any moment. We'll see if he's one of the people, one of the hostages to be released
well, they're
now.
part of the iconic video where you see Noa Argamani on the back of a terrorist motorcycle, and she's out her hands to her boyfriend.
That was a heartbreaking image.
Crying out to him, and he's being dragged into Gaza.
Yeah.
Also, it's worth noting that in her rescue operation, an IDF soldier was killed. The hero who rescued her and 5 others that was 3 others. That was 4 people rescued that day, I believe. And anyway, he should be honored, and I know that Noa Argamani also really has honored his family, and that's why they named the nation after him, Zamora.
Yeah.
Also, when
the terrorist that murdered him was taken out.
Right.
That's
right.
Ago.
And her mother, by the way, just until Argamani was free, her mother was dying, and she held on just to the last minute, and so no, she died.
It was a truly, truly heartbreaking story, that of Noa Argamani, of her Avinatan O, who are all waiting for him to be released shortly. And of course, those images on October 7th of her on the motorcycle, reaching out to him and shouting out to him, really tragic. Now, we're switching the hostage and visit. Just very quickly to ILTV's Mayan. Mayan, we just want to an understanding of the atmosphere in Jerusalem, the atmosphere at the Knesset, what's happening there and awaits Trump's arrival.
Sure. Well, certainly in the area right near the Knesset, you've got a whole team of reporters and the Trump, group that is really here, his supporters that have been led into the Knesset today. On the roads near the Knesset and at other entrances, you've got international reporters from all over the world who came to cover Trump's visit. Of the area near the Prime Minister's house are actually very, very quiet. They've cordoned off a number of streets. And so unlike what you see in Hostages Square, outside of Paris Square, there's not a lot of activity going on here in Jerusalem as we the Trump. We got the cars, they're driving here to Jerusalem. Prime Minister Netanyahu, his wife, Sarah, President Trump, and Melania together in the car as they're working their way to the Knesset. When the president arrives at the Knesset, he will be meeting with hostage families, and then he will address the Knesset. That is the plan. It's a very short visit. He'll leave immediately after that, head back to the area, as we know, to Sharm el-Sheikh for the Middle East Summit.
Mm-hmm. And Mayan, do we know what time he's set to address the Knesset today?
Well, he was set originally to address the Knesset at 11. As you see, things are running a little bit late. Originally scheduled to arrive at 9:20. That happened about a half an hour late. So you can assume that it'll be about a half an hour late in terms of his address to the Knesset from Ben Gurion Airport to Jerusalem, the meeting with the hostage families and but, you know, I would say sometime within the next hour or so, we should be hearing from President Trump. What is a beautiful and amazing, they created for peace. Knesset today was asked to take and put on a red hat. There is really, in terms of this Trump supporters, see from Emily are all over the country. Everybody is congratulating President Trump. And the thing that you also see, which is really beautiful, is a number of signs. There are signs, Cyrus the Great, thank you, President Trump, take it all the way, President Trump. These are on every billboard across Jerusalem and honestly across Tel Aviv as well.
Absolutely. I was just telling the panel that I saw a few of these signs driving into the studio today. And, you know, Maayan, we know that President Trump was initially set to meet with hostage families. Then they said it was canceled, and now it is back on. So he is set to meet with families of the hostages?
That's what I understand. It will be again in the Knesset. He was originally asked and invited by the families to go to Hostages Square. That was something that within such a short visit, he's not able to. But my understanding, he will have an opportunity to meet with a couple of the hostage families, the previous hostages arriving today. But it was orchestrated so beautifully that the hostages are being released as the president is landing and making his way to the Knesset. As you mentioned before, we're on the second round now. Not clear exactly how many hostages will get out right now, but the Red Cross is waiting for the next round. And President Trump will be here. He was watching on Air Force One, him and his spokespeople, and he will be watching, I am sure, en route to the Knesset in order to watch those hostages that he worked so hard to get released come home.
Absolutely. All right, Maayan Hoffman, thank you so much for joining us from the Knesset.
Thank you.
Okay, so as we're waiting for confirmation to see, and look, I just want to say we can see Hostages Square. You see just sort of, it almost looks like they're silent, just waiting in anticipation for the announcement of the release of the next. So to that moment. In the meantime, I want to get back to Trump's visit. You know, we were juggling back and forth between the release of the hostages and Trump's visit. It's all happening at the same time, really, on this historic day. So, Shalona, I want to turn to you. You know, a bit about Trump's visit and its significance. You know, we talked about that a little bit. I want to get into it a little bit more now. About the significance of President Trump's visit today.
I think it's very significant, and I don't think it, by the way, it's coincidence that Trump is arriving to and Hamas is delaying handover. I think they're trying to to take the credit from Trump in a very, let's say, terror way, like in a psychological way, to harm his image and take over for themselves. Because as you can see, like in the last days since there was the announcement about the agreement, there were false videos from Gaza Strip as verifications. Hamas didn't win. Gaza is ruined. That's say it out loud now. About Trump, I think he puts his money where his mouth is. He says that Israel and support Israel, and it's not taking for granted that he arrives now. At the end of the day, the American president has a lot on his plate. He has a lot of subjects to deal with. Us as Israelis, we think that the hostage is everything, but on the day, discourse in the U.S., as far as I understand, there is a lot going on in the U.S. Economical side, objectives is the main thing. And takes I think, the average American livelihood. So I think is setting a narrative now, and he says by actions that Israel is a local superpower he gives us, I think, the crown to be a strong partner in the next level of the Abraham Accords. And it's very significant that, I don't know, it's a very emotional day, so I'm trying to find the words, but I think we're heading towards, it sounds very big, but to a new era. I think, and I hope that we will engage with the Sunni states in the region to make out of the game completely, and from other terror groups to let's say lose their possibility to harm these agreements.
So Ruti, I want to back to you. You know, I asked Sharon, I want to hear a little bit more in depth about U.S. President Trump's historic visit today, and what, you know, in Knesset, really a very significant.
Well, I would say if you to what capitalism, you know, that it's based on self, and that ends up being the most humane system based on self-interest. Well, I would say that there's something like that about Trump. He has everybody big no, it's interest. America's as America first has served Israel well because it is in America's interest. Allied with Israel, even there are far-right members of his own, and they would like him to shun Israel. Don't do it. But his visit is a signal to the Arab world. When he goes off to for that meeting, he's going without. He devoted this visit to being praised and honored and watch the fruits of his labor unfold before his eyes, and then go to meet with a bunch of Muslim Arab leaders who, let's face it, okay, they're nowhere in the, they're not in Israel's league in terms of modernity, in terms of liberalism or anything like that. And so he didn't need to bring Israel there. Here, Israel is like America. Those other countries are not. I'm saying not Qatar, isn't Turkey, isn't Egypt, is whatever countries are there, they're not. They're in their own little Islamist world. And you're right, there's a distinction among them. But, you know, I would say they're guilty until proven innocent because we saw Israel has a long treaty and Egypt now has said me.
So the Egypt in a minute, but I just want to say we're seeing just an incredible photo. Guy Gilal, we have hands. You know, I have to say, I don't know if we have a picture of him from before. He looks very, very thin, but he's
wearing bulky clothes.
Yeah, he looks very, very thin. We know that he's been starved in Gaza, and here we can see just how thin he is. After 2 years in captivity, but still so wonderful to see him out and back on Israeli territory, free from Hamas, and just an incredible photo there, and his, you know, his family. I'm waiting to see the reunion with his mother, with his brother, with his father. I mean, really 2 years of absolute hell for this family. So I just wanted to point that out. Now, I want to turn to you, you know, about the significance of President Trump's visit, and as well as and here, now we see Gal and Ziv Berman, the two brothers who were separated in captivity. They're twin brothers. They were kidnapped on October 7th, both from their homes, and were seen each other for, you know, I don't know how long, and now they're finally reunited. This is an incredible, incredible photo. Really powerful, strong photo. These two brothers embracing for the first time in a very long time. Making alive, just truly, truly incredible. Really that we're seeing here. Gali.
Separated.
Yeah, they were separated in captivity. And okay, so, I'll get back to, we're Trump, significant visit. We're talking about, the expansion of the Abraham Accords, this greater peace deal. But I do want to ask you, and Ruti just was saying something about Egypt, that, we have a peace treaty with Egypt, although we can call it Egypt and Jordan. It's sort of a cold peace, not, warmer peace that we're seeing with some of the accords, the United Arab Emirates. And so, we're seeing, wow. Eitan Mol reunited with his family. Just a wonderful, wonderful.
Wow.
We have to stop every time we see one of these photos put up. It's just Eitan.
Talking to her about and I think he deserves to win the Israel Prize for his and being so strong all this time.
And I think the last time that we had any life from him, anything was months and months ago. Yeah. So it was really
no sign of life.
Yeah, no sign of life. I was years ago. I was in a wedding, and the father Tzvika blessed, and he said, "Pray in this chuppah that we will get a signal because we haven't heard. We have a signal from them, and
yet, and yet he didn't say bring them home at all. He said you have to beat Hamas. You have to be strong. You can't do it like that. Anyway, he was amazing.
I to all, although we're stopping every few moments, but it's for wonderful reasons. So so I'm happy. I want to keep stopping
20 more times. Really.
Exactly, I want to keep 20 more. But I do want to get back to you about sort of the relationship now that Israel has and that the U.S. has with some of these, we'll call them international coalition partners, right? That Trump has sort of formed this international coalition with countries like Qatar,
right?
Countries like these countries are very open in their support for Hamas. They're very vocal in their opposition to it. Egypt has this peace, but Egypt starting to sort of its tone has started to shift and change a little bit towards Israel. Thoughts on this? Trump is speaking of this grand peace deal. These Arab countries, and we're talking, Sharona, you mentioned just sort of this peace initiative to stand up of Iran. How can you have these countries opposed to Israel?
Mm-hmm.
So, 1 second, because I have a update. So, I'm being told now that all the hostages have been released across, and so they are all now Israel for 38 days in captivity. So we will, of course, update as soon as we have any information about these hostages and their conditions. But back to you. Yeah.
So look, there's some Israel and the United States and Western in general lying with countries that are the system of beliefs. I have to tell you, no love, especially between US and these countries' interests. Qatar rose on the domestic front. If you heard how in Mount Idaho, U.S. Air Force is now a whole new installation for the Qatari Air to drill in. So all this just teach us that the optimism that Israel has been going, all how allows Hamas funds before, or how these countries. Well, that every in would with Turkey, who is openly praising Hamas, saying Hamas is not a terrorist group, will conquer Gaza first, and then the entire Turkish people will follow him. This demagoguery. So Israel is functioning in real politics in the West, and I know that now, as we're moving on to the next stage, Israel, so we now be so quick to accuse Israel of sort of instigating its own massacre. We saw, and I witnessed personally in the past, just diplomats, and they all told, well, you guys created Hamas in the first place. You paid off Hamas before October to metastasize, so of course you'll get it on your. The United States has been paying the Taliban ever since the withdrawal from Afghanistan over $20 billion. That many Western European countries, including France and Belgium, keep buying Russian oil and gas. We all kind of look there. It's very convenient, but I'm sorry, the West cannot accuse Israel. What I expect in the day after, well, this.
Here we go. Just think, you see them.
You know, in the light of day in 2 years.
So and Mol, but he's that's a wonderful thing to see. And now, yes, Matan, we see.
He's also very badly injured. His eye. He's got a lot of injury.
Yeah, absolutely. Matan Angest, we know that he was by terrorists from the moment. We have footage of them beating him on October 7th, and we know that the torture only continued and in just.
So jubilate. For have how about Israel wanting Hamas dismantled, and the next phase fully right-wing is an Israeli national security imperative. This is to allow this war as Hamas still exists in Gaza. We can call it fantasy. It's never going to happen. This is reality. And so I believe that when return, we will look forward. Now the hard work starts, which means making Gaza a habitable, secure place. Or you know what? Just a place that manufactures goods and services and not terrorism. That is not too much to ask. And so we look forward to see how this plan is implemented fully. I don't think Israel is asking for too much by asking for not terrorist armies that openly call for its destruction, who murdered 1,200 Israelis, who killed soldiers, who killed captive, who caused 30,000 Israelis to, all these things are not just wishes. This designated to secure the southern border. Gaza is just a beginning. You heard President Trump. He sees Gaza as a piece of the bigger puzzle with Saudi Arabia, possibly with Pakistan, with Indonesia, and you mentioned the Cold War, Egypt and Jordan. It is better than a situation with these countries. So even if, for example, with Jolani's, if Israel reaches this security agreement, the former is still for a living. Well, now he wears suit and tie and he wants to do business. Should we trust? Should the U.S. try to arbitrate some sort of a modus vivendi? I think it's Israel's.
All right. Well, I've just gotten news that U.S. Donald Trump Israel said in Jerusalem. So we want to now back to ILTV's. Okay, we have Mayan Hoppen, but we do have news that U.S. President Donald Trump has arrived at the Knesset in Jerusalem. He's set to meet there privately with the Prime Minister and then with hostage families before giving his historic address to the Israeli parliament. Now, Luti, I want to turn back to you. Trump is set to give his speech. What can we What is he going to say? What message does he come with?
Well, he's going to praise himself a lot, which he always does. And by the way, I find him extremely amusing. I'm not actually putting him down. I think he is sui generis. There's never been a leader like this guy. I mean, because he seems like he doesn't know what he's doing, or he speaks with mistakes, or he makes jokes, and you don't know when he's joking, when he's serious. But his actions, he's like one of the greatest leaders ever, okay? Which is, there's such a, it's incongruous in a way. But anyway, so what he will do, he'll get up, and either he'll have a teleprompter or he won't, or he'll go off script, and his message will be, you see, I came here to see the fruits of my labor, basically. Look, and I knew because I wanted peace, and I'm your best friend, and nobody's ever gotten all these countries together. He'll brag and brag and brag, and he'll also thank Netanyahu, and he will bask in deserved applause. I'm saying, as I said, I never say, throughout our discussion, I say he does deserve it. I only said that Netanyahu also deserves it. He doesn't deserve to be booed and hissed. So I think that that the reason Trump came right now, and also the fact that he flew over Hostage Square in Tel Aviv and all that, is he wants to see that. He loves seeing this, and he'll love seeing red hats in the Knesset. He will love that. Okay. So
the MAGA.
Yeah, and I heard that what they wanted to give him some kind of gold gift, whatever it was, maybe because he loves gold so much. I mean, something that symbolizes the war. I mean, a mezuzah that is made out of I forget, a missile or whatever it is. But my point is that he will make a very bombastic speech. And then, and he will get a lot of applause, and I do believe he will thank Netanyahu and the Israeli people, etc. And then he'll go. Right, he's meeting with we heard where he's meeting with a couple of the hostage families. And then he'll go to Egypt, where he will also say, there's never been anything like it. And the Arabs there and the Muslims there will say, yes, yes, yes. And they're thinking, I wish someone would kill this guy and kill all Israelis and kill all of the West. But he's good for us because he'll give us the planes we need, and he'll give us...
But isn't that, looking long term, right? We've gotten we've gotten our hostages home, and I think that we have to say on this day that is first and foremost the most important thing, and we've been waiting for these hostages to come home for 2 years.
But you know why it's
we cannot ignore, the cost of this, and I don't want to dampen the mood because there's, it's incredible that the hostages are home, but we do see that, Qatar and the United States have now reached sort of unprecedented historic agreements. And Trump is giving Turkey, advanced planes.
Yes.
And so you have to wonder, how will this affect Israel's security in the long term?
But what I don't understand, before you get to how it'll affect Israel's security, I don't understand how President Trump is saying Qatar is his best friend now, while Qatar is funding all the woke and jihadism, the wokeism and jihadism across America. So much so, and Trump knows that that's going on, and he hates it, so much so that he's saying he's pulling federal funding from universities that act like that.
But I think he has a about that. I have to say.
I hope.
I think people don't give Trump enough credit. Okay. I think that they think that he's crazy. I don't think he's crazy at all. I think he sees reality as is, and I think he really wants woke all the progress out of the American system, society, because he understands it can crash American society.
Of course.
And for us as Israelis, it's the worst thing that can happen, that the U.S. will crash. Yeah. God forbid. We don't want that to happen.
So you think he's dealing with Qatar in order to get to Qatar to stop doing that across America, to stop destroying America from within?
We will never.
There are so many unknowns in this
That's what I was
in
saying.
this scenario.
He's doing that, but
don't believe that Trump is blind to what's happening and the Qatari money that's gone into the universities. He's spoken out about it. He hasn't explicitly said Qatar, but he's very much aware of this. And so I just want to take a quick pause, and I think now we have Maayan Hoffman standing outside the Knesset. Maayan, we understand that Trump has arrived at the Knesset. What can you tell us?
Well, I'm sure that you can hear all of the police helicopters overhead. There is a tremendous amount of security. Yes, Trump has arrived. He's getting ready to enter and to have the initial meetings and then to be able to address the Knesset. We thought he would be running around a half an hour late, but they seem to have made up the time, and he should be speaking around 11, a little bit after 11 o'clock. Plan one and go to Egypt. So everybody is very excited. They're going to be live streaming it all across the country. Everybody's looking forward to hear what he has to say.
Absolutely, and we're going to be streaming the entire speech. He is the Knesset, and we're all looking forward, I think, very much to hear what President Trump has to say.
Yeah, without question. I mean, everybody is asking, what is the president going to say? And I think it goes without saying that he's going to celebrate his victory here, take credit for what was done. And he does deserve a lot of credit here today, as we just learned that those last living hostages were transferred to the Red Cross and are making their way home. Something that I think even a week ago, none of us in Israel would be happening today. The president will also probably try to encourage those who are skeptical. He has this 20-point plan. This is step one. There are 19 more points of that plan that the president has unveiled. And there are a lot of skeptics as to whether or not we will be able to make it to the end. I was just on BBC listening to a Palestinian from Hebron who was saying that he has no trust in the plan and we don't believe that it can come through. And I think that Trump is here to deliver a message that we want to see more of this plan, whether 20 points or not, to come to fruition and to begin to be able to see a new reality here in the Middle East. And, I was listening to Ruthie speaking about Qatar and Turkey and all of these countries who, without question, are very dangerous for the United States. That I think we have to believe, and I think Trump is going to deliver a message that we know who our enemies are, we know the challenges, but it's time to look at the opportunities.
Okay, Maayan, thank you so much. And now we're going live to the Knesset. We're seeing Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu with Amir Ohana, the Speaker of the Israeli Knesset. They are standing on the red carpet waiting for President Trump to officially enter the Knesset for a welcoming ceremony. And then they'll go to a private meeting, meet with the families of the hostages, and then, of course, Trump's speech. So we're seeing all of this now. Oh, yes, you wanted to comment.
So there is a lot that will be spoken about today. And I think this is a historic day. We all see all the consequences of the President Trump's deal-making capabilities. And that makes us so proud. And I think all these smiles now were allowed by the fact that we have a leadership, first and foremost, that decided that we want to win the war. Whether or not they achieved it, well, time will tell. But that leadership told the idea, if you go in Gaza and you bring the victory. And the over 1,000 IDF soldiers who died in Gaza trying to get the hostages back, trying to secure victory, those are our real heroes today. Those are the heroes that allowed the situation to come forward. And of course, our 22 brothers and sisters, the hostages coming back home. This deal has not been formed out of thin air. President Trump didn't wake up one shiny morning and said, I want to have a deal. He was detrimental, he was pivotal and he was central to making this deal happen. And it's thanks to his bargaining skills and thanks to his amazing team that happened. But then the question is, what are the conditions? Who created the conditions ripen in order for us to get to this day? The IDF combatants, Israel striking Iran, Israel striking Qatar, the fact that the Qataris were in their back against the wall, the fact that all of the Hamas stubborn leaders were perished, Yahya Sinwar, Mohammed Def, all these people. Saleh Arouri in Beirut, in the heart of the Dakhia, I think 6 months or a year before we actually struck Hezbollah in Lebanon. All these things are to teach that all this deal-making, politics, diplomacy, it can only be based on hard power. You cannot just wake up in the morning and say, let's shake hands, let's sit all like grown-ups around the table and reach a conclusion. This deal was allowed because the conditions on the ground allowed it, because Israel put a boot against Hamas's neck, and then it annihilated Iran's nuclear program, and then it struck Qatar, and everyone was taken aback, and it destroyed Hezbollah, and all the cards were off the table, and Hamas had absolutely no choice but to sign it. Qatar, Egypt, and Turkey, with President Erdogan's recent visit to the White House, all said to Hamas, you want to sign this thing, otherwise you have a problem with us. They did not tell that to Hamas 3 months ago. And so I'm just, awed by all the accomplishments that Israel has made, but I'm also vigilant. We have a lot of work ahead. The work is just beginning.
Absolutely. The work is just beginning. And again, we're waiting for U.S. President Donald Trump to make his official entrance into the Israeli Knesset. We see the red carpet rolled out here as well. And so we're just waiting on that first visual. We're getting live feed from the Knesset now. Until we see that, I understand that we have Brigadier General Amir Avivi joining us now on Zoom. He is the founder and head of the Israel Defense and Securities Forum. I think you know Amir very well.
Absolutely.
The Arab world.
Amir,
suggesting that perhaps Iran would be part
okay, we're hearing some background noise. So Amir Avivi, it is so wonderful to have you on today. You've been coming on ILTV. We've been speaking for the past 2 years. You've always remained optimistic. You've always believed that the hostages would return home, that the IDF would achieve victory. So how do you feel today on this historic day?
I'll tell you something amazing. 4-5 hours into the 7th of October, in the most devastating moment the state of Israel had in its history, I knew back then we're going to win. I knew it because for 2 reasons. One, that our enemies made a huge mistake. They attacked from one front. It wasn't simultaneously a multi-front war, and this enabled us to get organized on all the borders and prevent a surprise also in the north and from Judea and Samaria and Iran and so on. And because I knew that even if it will take some time to regroup, to reorganize, to prepare the army, to bring munitions, at the end of the day, we are much, much stronger in spirit and in capabilities. We knew it's going to be a very long war. But all along, to me, it was obvious that there will be a decisive win. I know there's still a lot to do, but this is a very defining moment. We're getting back all the hostages. It's a very, very happy day. And it's amazing that it's happening in Sukkot, really exactly 2 years from the day of celebrating the Simchat Torah, getting the Bible. I think it's an amazing moment. So thrilling to see the families so happy. They waited for so long. The whole people of Israel is rejoicing.
Amir, I want to stop you for just 1 second because we're seeing now U.S. President Donald Trump arriving at the Knesset. He's walking into the Knesset, greeting everybody. They've rolled out the red carpet for him, and of course, he's greeting now the Speaker of the Knesset, Amir Ohana, and of course, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, who greeted him at the airport. And he's set to speak. He was set to speak at 11. Of course, it's been delayed, but he should be speaking very soon at the Knesset. So we're all very eager as well to hear what President Trump has to say today. All right, so Amir, back to you. We spoke about this sort of victory that Israel's achieved, and Hamas today has essentially released all of the hostages. I just want to say we're seeing now President Trump. He's going to sign the guest book of the Knesset. So that's also quite beautiful visuals here that we're seeing of President Trump. I think, Emil, 1 second, we have sound from the Knesset, so we're just going to go to President Trump very quickly.
Let's try again. Now here, please, to Avi, everyone. And White House photographer, please. Daniel. אוקיי, עכשיו על הספר? רגע, ראש מותק. היום, להסתכל על הספר, להסתכל על הספר.
So he's writing a long message. We can't seem to make out what he's writing. I don't know if any of you can make out what it is that he's...
I want this agreement to be named the Donald J. Trump agreement. It's probably what he's writing.
Well, we see Netanyahu sort of smirking at what he's writing, sort of smiling, nodding along.
As opposed to executive orders, you can't lift it. I think it's a very heavy book.
Oh, there's his signature.
You know, his signature looks like the New York City skyline.
He can lift it.
Oh, now he's going to lift it up. Let's see what he says.
Okay.
This is my great honor, a great and beautiful day, a new beginning. That is the message from U.S. President Donald Trump at the Israeli parliament, at the Israeli Knesset. A beautiful message. It's a beautiful day and a new beginning. Amir Avivi, I want to come back to you. We heard Donald Trump's message, a beautiful day, a new beginning. Do you think that this is a new beginning, a new era for Israel and for the Middle East?
Definitely. You know, I think that before President Trump started his presidency, the Middle East was on the verge of shifting to supporting the Chinese, Russian, Iranian front. It was a reality that was about to happen. And now America is again on world stage. President Trump is showing leadership and strengths and really doing an amazing job in bringing back the whole Middle East and beyond, Turkey, really to the American side in the preparation of creating a huge alliance, a Western, Israeli, moderate Sunni alliance that will extend all the way to Indonesia, to the Pacific, a strong alliance that will counter the Chinese, Russian, Iranian front that has emerged in the last few years in the Middle East will create prosperity, new routes of trade, and Israel is the cornerstone of this alliance. Israel is the connection between East and West. The world trade is going to go through Israel, and we'll see a period of prosperity and strength. Definitely a lot to look looking at the future. Very exciting days.
Indeed, very, very exciting days. But, you know, this is the first phase of the deal. The second part involves Hamas disarming, involves the demilitarization of the Gaza Strip. And here, you know, perhaps after covering this war for the past 2 years, I am incredibly skeptical that this will happen. You know, I want to hear from you. Can Israel really trust Qatar, Turkey, and others to demilitarize the Gaza Strip? And what happens if Hamas refuses to disarm? Will President Trump now allow Israel back, to go back to war with Hamas?
We have to remember that after we will get all our hostages, Israel will still be controlling 53% of the Gaza Strip, holding the high ground, surrounding Hamas from all sides, controlling the Egyptian border in Philadelphia and all the area of Rafah. Hamas is surrounded. Israel is controlling the area. They have no viability. They have no viability in the long term. And if they don't lay down their weapons, you don't need necessarily a scenario, again, of a full-scale war. We can push and really go more inside Gaza, closing on them. We can prevent any reconstruction. There will be no future for the Gaza Strip if the Hamas doesn't lay down the weapons and get out of Gaza. We created a reality that they really, really have no viability in the long term. Eventually, they will have to surrender. And I think they understand that. I mean, the fact that they gave up the one and only asset they had, the hostages, and now we are completely free to degrade them any way we want, is an understanding on the other side that basically it's game over. It's just a matter of time until this will happen. And we heard Prime Minister Netanyahu stating again and again, it's either going to happen the nice way or the hard way. One way or another, Israel is going to dismantle them. We're not going to let Hamas stay in Gaza or have any kind of danger emanating from the Gaza Strip in the future.
And, you know, before you joined, we were speaking a little bit about sort of the broader ramifications of this deal, not just, you know, the Palestinians and the Israelis, but, you know, how this will affect the greater Middle East. You know, we've seen incredible achievements by Israel, by the IDF, not just in Gaza, but in Lebanon, in Syria, in Iran, you know, throughout the Middle East. But, you know, when we're looking at the positives, we also have to look a little bit about other aspects that are happening, sort of the cost of this deal, we've called it. Qatar becoming a very close ally of the United States, now sending pilots to train in the United States signing an unprecedented agreement with Qatar, a mutual defense pact, and of course, arming Turkey with F-35s. How does this affect Israel's security in the long run?
Israel's security will be dependent on Israeli strengths. And I think one of the lessons learned is we need to be strong. We need to invest a lot in our capabilities. We need to be proactive. Israel cannot allow any buildup of any danger around its borders or inside Israel. We have a challenge also talking about our sovereignty inside our own land, not just along the borders. I think that Qatar, at the end of the day, needs to choose on which side it wants to be. And I think that the Qataris that were somewhat dependent on Iran when they were boycotted by Saudi Arabia, Egypt, and the Emirates, now looks at Iran, a country that has been weakened dramatically, that has hardly water to supply to its own people, and they understand that they need to be part of this alliance that is going to be built. And we have to make sure that Qatar stops its, ideology of supporting Muslim Brotherhood. And we have to be alert and educate all the time, also our allies, the Americans, about who we are dealing with. But at the end of the day, our security depends on us. And this is the most important thing to understand. We control our fate. If we'll be strong, we'll be prosperous, and we'll have peace agreements, and we'll be an important part of the international community. If we show weakness, we'll be in a problem. Now, we have to understand that because the Middle East has lost its power. Today, the U.S. produces huge amounts of oil and exports them. They are not dependent on the Middle East anymore. The Middle East, in a way, are contestants of the U.S. in selling oil and energy. And this understanding brought the Middle East to a reality where they cannot rely on the U.S. support. They need Israel. They need Israel because Israel is always against the Iranian axis. And they need Israel as an ally. They don't know who will be the next president. And what they want to do, they want to create this alliance in the long term, create a reality that even if in the next elections we'll have a democratic president, the reality of the alliance will remain. So everybody is pushing now to an alliance that will endure in order to secure themselves. The Saudis are thinking about themselves. The Emiratis are thinking about themselves. So are the Egyptians. They are afraid from the Iranian axis and also the radical Sunni axis of Al-Qaeda, ISIS, Turkey, and so on. And they want assurances. They want assurances, and for this, they need to agree to this peace agreement. They're not doing it because they like Israel. They don't. They're doing it for their own sake and own interests.
Absolutely. You know, we just heard that President Trump made a very brief statement at the Knesset saying, officially announcing that the war is over and insisting that Hamas is going to abide by the agreement. Amir Avivi, just, you know, before we turn back to our panel, I want to hear your thoughts on this statement. Trump saying the war is over and assuring Israel that Hamas will abide by the agreement.
Well, we will all be very, very happy that this happened. And maybe, you know, maybe it will. I mean, the fact that they gave up the hostages means that they understand in a way that it's game over. And we hope this will actually happen. But I'm sure that if Hamas will refuse to lay down their weapons and get out of Gaza, President Trump will let Israel do what Israel needs to do to enforce this. And by the way, I remind you that the war is over in Lebanon. We signed a ceasefire, and within this ceasefire, we're attacking almost every day in Lebanon.
Right, right.
So, yes, maybe the war is over. The fighting isn't.
Right.
So I think we can sign an agreement. It doesn't mean that Israel is not going to be proactive. It doesn't mean that Israel is not going to foil attacks and target terrorists, just as we're doing in Syria, and we're not officially in a war in Syria or in Lebanon. And yet, we're very, very proactive. I'm sure that in Gaza also, Israel will do whatever is needed to secure the people of Israel. We're not going to do the same mistakes we did before the 7th of October.
So a really interesting point. The war may be over, but the fighting not necessarily over. Brigadier General Amir Avivi, always wonderful to have you on. Thank you so much for your analysis today.
My pleasure.
Okay, so back to our panel, we just heard Trump say the war is over and insisting Hamas is going to abide by this agreement. He is absolutely determined to see this through, to see all the phases of his plan coming together. Sharon, I'll turn to you now. What do you make of this?
I think that Trump really believes that he can go all the way with this agreement with all steps. I think that Turkey needs Trump. Qatar needs Trump. Therefore, because of both of them support Muslim brothers and they are engaging and identify with Hamas, I think that both states will try to push back Hamas, not to stir the situation now. So I think, in general, they wouldn't do anything like not rational. They will try to nudge us. That's how I see it. Like, not like to break down a new war, but maybe now and again they will try to attack us.
Kidnap somebody.
No, I don't think kidnap-wise that they will do that, because they understand now that there is a lot of pressure on them. But if they will shoot missiles from Gaza to Sderot, I wouldn't be surprised. Let's say that way. Try. I'm not saying that they will succeed, but try.
And so, I mean, do you agree with that assessment?
I mean, I hope not, but Trump is inherently optimistic, and I think we should all try to be today. But you heard General Avivi. It's not about being optimistic. It's about being very clear-eyed. I mean, we made a fantastic achievement, and now the work is beginning. That is the next phase, dismantling Hamas and making a completely different deal out of the Gaza Strip. This is the work ahead. Otherwise, we'll all sort of breathe our euphoric gas, and we'll all be extremely happy. And then one morning, we'll wake up to the next October 7th. We cannot allow that to happen. And so it's a very clear-eyed vision of what's going on.
So we'll get back to our panel in just a minute. But now I want to turn to India, Naftali. She is standing at Sheba Tel HaShomer Hospital, where some of the hostages are arriving. And we understand that President Trump may also be making a surprise visit to Sheba. Have you heard anything about that?
Yes, I've heard, but it has not been confirmed yet. At the moment, I am standing here right in front of the helicopter pad where the hostages should be arriving soon. The first couple will be Ziv and Gali Bellman, and they're, of course, twin brothers who were originally captured from Kfar Aza. Their friends and family are already here. I'd like to add that their parents will be in the helicopter with them when they arrive. But their aunt has come. Their family and friends are coming with T-shirts and flags. But they will be the first batch, and then the rest of them, there will be 10 total. So the rest of the 8 will be coming later today. We were told between around 12 o'clock Israel time. They will be treated for trauma, wounds, and of course, malnutrition. They will be airlifted from Reim to here. And for those of you who aren't aware, Sheba Hospital is Israel's largest and most technologically advanced hospital. This is a place known around the world for its rehabilitation and trauma centers. It was actually top 10 hospitals in the world for their research and for their rehabilitation. The civilian hospital, it's also a military hospital. Also, here in Israel, for those of you who are not familiar, Israel has a universal healthcare system. So all of the expenses of any medical expenses from the hostages or of the families and anyone will completely be covered. It is covered by the state. We are awaiting, there's excitement rising in the air as more family members of Gali and Ziv arrive.
So, India, thank you for the update. And of course, we'll come back to you. And if you hear anything about President Trump making a surprise visit to Sheba, of course, that'll be quite an interesting surprise visit. So it's unconfirmed at the moment. But, you know, it's Trump and he's unpredictable, so that could happen. And I think he would be very happy to see some of the hostages that he himself helped to free. So, India, will be back to you later once the hostages land at Sheba. All right, back to our panel. So we are now waiting Trump's speech at the Knesset. At this moment, he is meeting Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, and of course, he will shortly meet the hostages. Although we see that they're already very behind schedule, and especially if he does decide to travel to Sheba Hospital, that'll be interesting, very, very interesting to see. You know, he probably really wants to see these hostages coming out and greet them, and I can understand that he was so instrumental in bringing them home and securing their freedom. And just, you know, as we're speaking, we're seeing Hostages Square with the American flag and the Israeli flags. And earlier I saw the flag of Germany. Seen lots of flags of many different countries flying around, which is absolutely wonderful to see a show of support and solidarity. Luti, you know, I want to ask you on that front, how is the world reacting to this deal? How is the world reacting to the hostages being released?
Okay, because the anti-Semitism online has just spiked even more than I thought that was possible. All right, but I just would like to say something that's, you know, not about the world, because the world just and said, oh, we support we recognize Palestinian state. It meant nothing. Trump wouldn't even let the Palestinian delegation use us to come into New York, all right? So I'm not concerned as much about the world, because I want to say, if we think the Arab and Muslim world is bad, the Western world has turned even worse today, I mean, at the moment. But what I'd like to say something about is the Israeli public. Up until about a week ago, I could say 5 minutes ago, you had a whole section of this country that said, nothing else matters, bring them home at all costs. Of course we want them home, and I am just as thrilled as everybody else. But you had a mentality here that said, despite October 7th, they said, okay, never mind, so we'll lose the war. We'll take care of Hamas later. Never mind. If you said to them, look, you don't want terrorists all over the world to be encouraged to take us hostage, it didn't matter. Up until Trump made this deal, and because Netanyahu did all those things that the protest movement objected to, like attacking Qatar, like surrounding Gaza City, name it, okay? And beforehand, it was you can't attack Iran. And I mean, one of the things that Netanyahu had to do throughout this war is withstand pressure from his own generals and from the public and from this and that, not just Biden and the rest of it. I'm concerned, apropos not going back to October 6th, that the very people who say, first of all, we're all celebrating, right? But what changed here? I mean, I'm not now talking just about elections for the Knesset. I'm saying that if the mentality is still, no, don't do that. Don't do that. At all costs, we have our hostages. At all costs, it doesn't matter if we lose the war. Don't forget that that was going on up until last week. That very sentiment, and those were on signs at protests, and that concerns me a lot. It does. Okay, that concerns me, because if we need to defeat, like Amir Avivi said, now we don't have the hostages in there. If we need, we'll keep going in like we're doing in Lebanon with Hezbollah. But not if we have a part of the public saying, what are you going into Gaza City? What are you doing? I'm not talking about the world. I'm talking about Israel, Israelis, and that concerns me.
Absolutely. Now we're seeing again the visuals from Hostages Square. Thousands and thousands of people have gathered. Oh, I want to turn back to you as well. And or more specifically, the Arab world reactions to this. So what can you tell us on the Arab street? I mean, how are they reacting to this hostage release?
Well, they are thrilled. I mean, we can see how countries such as Saudi Arabia, Qatar, Turkey, Bahrain, all these countries, Pakistan, Indonesia even, they signed this agreement. They want to see it a reality. And we saw how, tomorrow, President Trump will go, basically today, Trump will go to Egypt. He will meet all these dignitaries and Arab leaders. In their perspective, they would like to see this agreement end up in a very different way, which is a Palestinian state, reconstruction of Gaza. And they accuse Israel for anything and everything that happened in the past 2 years. So that's their perspective. But I think they want this rapprochement, this close relationship with the United States, especially with this. He honored them with his first visit ever, his first foreign trip, except the Pope's funeral. But his first official foreign trip was to the region. And I think they appreciate his leverage. They appreciate the fact that for them, as opposed to fantasizing about the relationship with China or with Russia, they would be this so-called superpower substitute to the United States. It's not going to happen. They don't carry the same weight as the United States. And I think really in this regard, we also need to see the videos from Gaza. And we saw how the celebration videos from Gaza, they were healthy young men with their new iPhones. They don't look starving to me. They look perfectly happy. And the UNRWA, the UN agency of food in Gaza, just said 2 days ago that there's enough food in Gaza for 3 months. A day before the deal, that they said they're all starving. So I think the death of truth has also played a major role in this war. The fact that Israel has to fight not only in Gaza, but also in the UN and in the trenches of the delegitimization campaign against Israel, the crazy incitement in college campuses on the streets of Sydney and London and Paris and New York. And I think it just became normalized to accuse Israel of committing a genocide, of killing women and children, mostly in Gaza. When we saw these UN reports, the little footnote in the end says source Ministry of Health Gaza, and they were completely ignorant of the fact that these are their sources. They couldn't care less. And so we were fighting this delegitimization war for 2 years now. We saw the effect even on intelligent youth in the West who said, well, Israel is deliberately starving. Not only them, the French president, the Secretary General of the United Nations, they all accused Israel of deliberately starving the Gazan population, deliberately committing genocide against women and children in Gaza. It's a very peculiar way to commit a genocide, to evacuate a population to safe zones and provide them with 1,200 trucks of aid per day. There are better ways to carry out a genocide than that. But I will say that the fight is only beginning. In 100 years, I don't want them to talk about the Gaza Holocaust like they talk about the Armenian Holocaust or our own Holocaust. I'm to talk about how the IDF and Israel fought the most moral war, the most just war after the most brutal massacre in Israel's history and after the most brutal massacre against the Jewish people since the Holocaust. I wanted to talk about the humanity of the IDF soldiers, about the fact that we are fighting a vicious enemy that hides behind their own population and walks around in civilian clothing, provides false information to the world, and they are more than happy to buy it. This is the next fight to reconstruct, rebuild Israel's good name and reputation, to reunite the West behind and rally the West behind Israel and the United States, and really lead this region to peace, because this is what we deserve.
It's absolutely, you know, you really can't make this up. That UNRWA, right, the UN organization, has been saying throughout the past 2 years, every few months they come out with a statement. People of Gaza are starving. There's famine in Gaza.
Right.
You know, they spoke initially that Gaza was running out of fuel, but yet, you know, you would see photos and there was enough electricity. And then now the starvation narrative, when, you know, we had our very own reporters, Emily Schrader went into Gaza. She saw the tons and tons and tons of aid, which were just laying around. And of course, the UN was not distributing them. We've all seen the visuals of Hamas hijacking the aid. So really, you just can't make this stuff up. Now the UN suddenly claiming, oh, well, there is enough food for
well, what do you want from an
3 months?
organization that took part in the October 7th massacre, employees of UNRWA, and not only that, but their teachers? They also held hostages in their homes. I mean, so UNRWA is not, I mean, UNRWA and the Red Cross can both
And so I want to ask you, Ruti, I mean, what will be the role of UNRWA? Is this an organization that's done?
I think it should be completely
Israel
disbanded.
has banned this organization now.
And the United States stopped funding it. We'll see what happens. But I'd like to say something. I think I agree to everything what Oral said, except my problem, again, is Israelis. Everything you said, we have a moral case, and we are just. We have a politician who is running for Knesset, who created a party, and he has quite a few seats, according to polls, who said that our soldiers kill Palestinian children for sport or for a hobby.
Yeah.
Okay. When you say, you want me to give him? You want me to give him publicity? No, thank you.
Yeah.
We have Israeli former
He
prime
received a lot of criticism for those comments, and justly so.
Of course he
justly
did.
so.
No, of course he did. But what I'm saying is he's a prominent figure here who was in the military. This is not just any Joe Schmo. We have prominent writers, former prime ministers, former chiefs of staff of the IDF going on CNN and writing books and talking about and Israel. It's a little hard when your own people who have prominent. The fact that there are fringe people, we know that, and that's not the bulk of the public. But these are people taken seriously.
Right.
And I don't know what we do about that, but every time someone tells me Hasbara and we need better the information more, I say, like, first, let's take care of our own people, how they talk about this
They
stuff.
create the most damage, I can tell you that much. They create the most damage. They've been telling me, Israel advocates around the world have been telling me that for 2 years, that, you know, why do you... When you have a former prime minister or former chief of staff who keeps saying a former head of Shin Bet, who say that you carry out the genocide, so what can we say?
And not to mention the mainstream Israeli media then promotes them and interviews them again and again and again. And then they do little, let's do a little documentary segment with them, with all the former generals who have a slander and lies and all that. So I don't know what you do about it, but I just...
No, and I do want to say an interesting point that Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said in a speech recently in a press conference. He said that there were many... He called out those very same prominent generals, and he called them leshe'avari, meaning they're the has-been generals, the past generals, and he called them out for saying that Israel cannot win this war, that Israel will not achieve victory, that, and here we are today. The IDF has declared victory. The hostages are coming home.
And they'll still say it. Yeah. Those guys will still say it.
They want Netanyahu not to be prime minister more than they wanted the hostages back.
Right. And so as I
That's
said,
what I
the trouble is that, you know, look, even Noam Tibon, we had him in the beginning of the broadcast. He was at Hostages Square. He was celebrating. First of all, the movie was made about him. He was a hero. He rescued his son and grandchildren and rescued other people on October 7th. And he said he's elated and he's, you know, at Hostage Square.
Yeah.
He's the main thing is we get the hostages back. The main thing is what a great day, and we all feel that way. And then he said, and today is a day for that. We've got to celebrate. And then he has to say, of course, and then we have to take care of getting rid of this messianic government. It was like, you know what, buddy? I'm sorry. I know you're a hero, but you know what? I know millions of heroes in this country. All right, and when you say that, that's how you want to say we'll get the hostages back and we'll weep and then we'll have unity as long as and then completely demolish it.
Right.
So
they say BDS is not boycott, divestment, and sanctions. It's BB derangement syndrome.
So I want to
exactly
right. So Shalon, I want to
Yeah.
turn to you now because you're an expert on U.S.-Israel relations, and what we are seeing in the U.S. We're talking politics here, so we'll get into it a little bit. But even in the U.S., we've seen the Democratic Party and how many of them, especially on the progressive left, have turned against Israel. We're seeing now a very similar trend on the right. Within Trump's own party, within the MAGA movement, there are those who on the right are now turning against Israel. And so, are you concerned about the future of U.S.-Israel relations looking forward, let's say after President Trump's term?
I think we need to give it a lot in mind what's going to happen the day after Trump. For now, I think he controls the situation. I think no one can shift him from his agenda. But the day after is what concerns me personally as Israeli. Because the fact is, America is becoming on the right, on a more extreme. They don't want to be involved in the Middle East. They don't want to invest all these resources, and I can understand why. Living, economics, and it's like how much the U.S. is supposed to be engaged in the world. If the next person after Trump, maybe he will run again. I hope for us that he will run again or have the chance to run again.
He's not, according to U.S. law, he's not able to.
Okay, but who knows?
He can't run
Yeah,
again.
I know. But he declared that
limits.
maybe he will try to find the way. It's a wishful thinking,
like that's the way they say that he's not going to have.
Yeah, but we don't have a law. We don't have a law about how many cadences.
No, they do. He's not going to do that. All right? He's not going to cancel. It's not going to. He's not running.
But I think that the day after is crucial for us, and I hope that Prime Minister Netanyahu is working on different strategy, how to engage with the right, the center right, and the center left in the U.S.
But the far right, crazy right, woke right, has become anti-Semitic. It's not just their isolation.
It was anti-Semitic. It just didn't have the opportunities to express it.
So I wanna take a moment now and go back to Hostages Square, where we have Kalev Ben David. Kalev, what can you tell us? What are the latest updates from Hostages Square? How's the atmosphere there as they're waiting for the arrival of the remaining hostages?
Very noisy. It's very noisy here at the square right now. A real celebration, if you could see behind me, because of the news that all the living hostages have been taken out of Gaza. So their celebrations could continue here. Listen, I want to just tell you that even while all of the analysts in the studio and here have been talking about all of the issues involved and the complications with the agreement, I have to say it's just been a pure celebration here in Hostages Square. One of the reasons is that almost all the news with the hostages has been good news this morning. The news that the handovers went relatively smoothly and relatively on time. The news that how quickly they were able to speak with their families. Also, the fact that many of the families now speaking with Israeli media
that the conditions of the hostages has been even better than expected. And there was a lot of concern, of course, going into this hostage release that the hostages, and we've seen some of the footage of people like Eviatar David, a lot of concern. And yet certainly all of the families that have spoken to the Israeli media so far have said the conditions are better than they expected. So that's good. All of the hostages were able, we don't know what, of course, the true state of their health, but they were able to walk out on their own. Yeah. So every bit of news coming out from this hostage square has been positive. And I also want to say the crowd now, as big as it is, the hosts here, the MCs at the ceremonies here have said people should stay until every last hostage, both the living and those who are living, are back in the hands of Israel. And we still have to, okay, so we just got news. All of the hostages, the living hostages, are in the hands of the army, in the hands of Sahel. And you could hear the crowd, how happy they are to hear that. And that is really a big moment now. All of the hostages, the living hostages for sure, are now in the hands of Israel, in the hands of Sahel, and that is a big moment. But of course, we still have to know and get clarification on all the remains of those hostages that unfortunately were killed in Gaza or were brought into, their remains were brought into Gaza. And that is very important. I think this crowd is going to stay until they get that news. I also want to point out, you know, we're focused on the living hostages, also the people taken in Gaza. I want to mention one name, Hadar Golden. Hadar Golden, who fell 11 years ago in battle in Gaza, and his family, the Golden, they're sort of the original hostage family. I've been talking with that family, interviewing them for 11 years now. And the other young man, the other young soldier who fell and was Hadar Golden, Oren Shaul, his remains and his body were returned earlier this year, and the Golden family have been waiting for this moment. So we should not and a closure it is for them. And I will also say, just finally, before I throw it back to you, this crowd is waiting to hear from President Trump. We've heard all through the morning the appreciation for President Trump, the personal appreciation. This crowd is going to stay here. They want to hear what President Trump has said. And President Trump was waiting for the news we just heard. All of the living hostages now back in the hands of Israel. And I expect President Trump is going to address that and perhaps address the people here in this crowd as well. I'm going to throw it back to you, Ladar.
Thank you, Kalev, for the wonderful update. You know, there were cheers at Hostages Square. There were also cheers here in the studio as we heard that all 13 remaining live hostages are now back in IDF hands. And I think, Kalev, you made such an important point because, you know, we've been interviewing people all day. We have this esteemed panel here with us in the studio. We've been analyzing this deal from every angle that we can think of, but at the very end of the day, and I think this needs to be said, today is a joyous occasion. It's a joyous, historic that we need to also give ourselves this one day to really just celebrate the return of the hostages, to celebrate Israel's victory. And of course, there's a lot of work ahead. But maybe, you know, just for today, we can pause, we can celebrate after 2 years of war. We can just breathe for a sigh of relief that the hostages are back. We can celebrate their return, and tomorrow we can get back to the realities of Israel and of the Middle East. But I think it's so important for the country, for Israelis, to be able to grant themselves this one day to celebrate, to be happy, to be joyous after 2 years of war, after 2 years of anguish. And I've used that word a lot today, anguish, but I think that is a word that really sums up the feeling that we've had here in Israel the past 2 years. And today, it's just truly a day of joy, and Israeli, the country needs it in order to be able to recover and start the rehabilitation process and start healing once again. We can that one.
Absolutely.
I think we can do this, yeah.
I think so too. So, Luti, I mean, what are your thoughts?
Well, my thought, as I said in the beginning of the broadcast, I think very few Israelis have gotten enough sleep in the last few days. I know I haven't. Up all night, it's very hard. Everybody is in a state of nervous excitement, and that's even people who aren't related to a hostage being returned. So, yes, and I think everybody really is celebrating, genuinely happy about it. And thank God they're all on, you don't till as for the deceased, I admit that I've always felt that that was less important because they're not suffering. That's the only reason, not because I don't understand the families, but, the fact that somebody, when you know, and also for the families who didn't know, they didn't have any closure. But when you already know that your loved one, let's say, was killed on 7th of October and his body was dragged into Gaza, that's horrible. But that person did not suffer the rest of those years the way someone else did. And that's the distinction I make, and not because I think it's not important to bring them home for burial. It is, especially to people who care about it. But the live hostages, the fact that we rescued before any more died, those, it's not clear that they would have survived much longer, some of them.
Yeah. That's a stark reality.
Yeah.
And I do want to ask you, we've seen the release of now all 20 living hostages. We still, of course, have 28 deceased hostages that are set to be released. They have not yet been released, even though the deadline is in 9 minutes till 12 noon to release and deceased. We still don't know how many of the deceased hostages they are going to release, because Hamas has said they've had trouble all these hostages, and how wonderful photos. Finally, these are the images that all of Israel has been waiting for. The hostages together with their families, reunited. Alon Oel and his family reunited. Incredible image to see here. These are the images that we've been waiting for 2 years now, and it's just incredible to see him smiling, to see his family embracing him. Just really, really joyful images that we're seeing. A little bit of more good. But as I was saying, we have these living hostages coming out. Their rehabilitation process, it's going to take time. Some of them with severe physical injuries that maybe we don't see off, just in a picture, but with severe injuries that need medical attention, and of course, mental, their mental state, it's unclear. And we're seeing,
and his father with the beard said, I'm not shaving until my son comes.
Yeah. I met him a lot of times.
Let's see if he's going to make a ceremony of shaving that beard.
That's incredible. And his wife next to him, she has not seen him in 2 years.
Yes.
So incredible. And I don't know if you can see, but
and his brother has been campaigning for, we see his brother
on his shirt.
Yeah, we
see
all
that they have
families,
special shirts, it looks like, with children's drawing on it. Can't really make it out, but I think it says Abba, which is dad in Hebrew. Maybe it's hard to see, but that's also. So these are the pictures. These are the images we've been waiting for all morning, to see the families back in Israel, to see the hostages back in Israel, reunited with their families. It's truly. It's hard to explain the feeling here in Israel, the joy, the just elation at seeing these hostages return home after 2 years of war. And now, as Kalev said at Hostages Square, now everyone is waiting first of all, to hear the rest of the hostages, but everyone is waiting to hear from President Trump. And, you know, on the flip side of this, of course, as we've said, has had to release 150 Palestinian prisoners, we can call them, most of them with blood on their hands. They're in prison for the murder of Israelis, for planning terrorist attacks, for executing terrorist attacks. And they are being released now. We see the prison. We see they are being released now. I think we see the bus in the background. They are going to be released back into, some of them into Gaza, some of them into Judea and Samaria, and some of them exiled to willing to take them. And so that is the unfortunate cost of this deal. We know that most of these terrorists will turn to terrorism and will only continue to try and murder more Israelis in the future. That is the unfortunate reality here.
The statistic.
Wow. Now we see Guy Gilboa Dalal with his father and his mother, with Ilan Meirad. This is just an incredible, incredible picture.
Wow.
You know, I spoke to his parents many times, and they always said to me that he was a very quiet, very sort of shy boy, and just the thought of him sitting in a dungeon in being tortured, it was heartbreaking, and you can just see the absolute joy on their faces in this picture. It's just so
and
wonderful.
And you know his aunt yesterday morning when she knew it was coming, Tal Gilboa, she said that when Trump announced Hamas agreed or whatever to the deal, before it was definite, she said to her sister, did you buy him a new toothbrush? And why? Because in the when they were first kidnapped, she had to give his toothbrush for DNA to the security services.
Oh.
So think of a full circle. She had to hand them so that they would have his DNA for his toothbrush, and now they're buying him
a new toothbrush.
I think we all kind of feel a big family now. We all know these names. Miran, Guy Gilboa Dalal, Evyatar David, Bar Kopperstein, Alon Oel. All these names shaped our everyday for the years, and we've been anxious to have them back already. We spoke with the families. We saw them on live TV. We campaigned for them. We posted for them. We were thinking every day and every happened with them, and when are they going to return already? It's almost surreal to see them back home, and the feeling is that I think for the rest of their lives, in my heart, they will remain heroes, and they didn't want this title. They didn't want to be in this in the first place, but we all been waiting to see families and hugging the families, so that I think what they deserve now is peace of mind and being with their families. Absolutely. And we all just salute them, you know, from this studio.
Yeah,
I hope they can hear us.
I can't wait for the pictures of Omri with his two daughters and Sharon Cunio with the two daughters.
We saw the pictures of them preparing for their father to come home after 2 years. These are two little girls that haven't seen their father in 2 years.
And you know, I was going to say, it's not just these 20. We know we've come to love and know them. But let's not forget that in the last hostage releases, even from the last November and October in 2023, we had gotten to know all of them. Remember Shiri Bivas and her babies, Ariel and Kfira, and we had so many of these tragic stories, but some of them who didn't get killed. By the time they came home, you know, one of them, the little girl Emily, she was on the beach with her family, and someone yelled out to her, "Emily," and she said to her father, Do they know me? Do I know them? She didn't realize.
Okay, so I want to stop right here because we have a few updates, a few reports. So first of all the hostages are now in Israel. They've arrived in Israel.
Yay.
That's it. The nightmare for them that is Gaza is over. They are now on Israeli territory. They're making their way to Le'im, but that is incredible news. The hostages have crossed over into Israel. All of the hostages now, the living hostages, are in one of the helicopters taking off, bringing the hostages to the various hospitals throughout Israel where they will be rehabilitated, and the rehabilitation process can begin. And another very interesting report that we're receiving, it's we've heard many reports, is that as Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and President Trump are now meeting, and during this meeting, they reportedly called EGC. Yep. And it seems that now Prime Minister Trump will, Prime Minister Netanyahu. It's been a long day. Prime Minister Netanyahu is going to accompany President Trump to Egypt. So this is even more historic. This is an incredible day. There's going to be a massive summit there with leaders of Muslim countries, Arab countries, European countries, and Israel now has a seat at the table.
It's the first country that should have a seat at the table.
This is an incredible announcement.
Everything is coordinated. I have to say, everything is
purposeful that
coordinated.
Israel wasn't there so that he could deal with his American interests, basically say, without regard to Israel. I thought that was, but he's so surprising and so unpredictable, and you never know, he keeps you on your toes, doesn't he,
Yeah.
Trump.
So we're seeing now at the Knesset, Trump and Netanyahu. This is footage from earlier we're seeing. Okay.
Oh, right.
But Sharon, I know that you have to leave. You have other commitments today. So I just want to hear maybe just a final thought, ahead of Trump's speech and this wonderful news that Trump has essentially pulled a seat, out for Netanyahu and said Israel now has a seat at the table with all these Arab countries. This is the new Middle East. What are your thoughts on that?
The new sheriff in town, Donald Trump, sets his goals and he goes towards them, and what can and
nobody like him.
And I think that he's coordinated with Prime Minister Netanyahu. I think that they knew before. I think that they tried to give us some of that Hollywood drama in order to be.
You think this was pre-planned?
To be on our toes.
Spontaneous?
Yeah, I think it's very pre-organized. Nothing is like by chance. And I wish Prime Minister Netanyahu best of luck in Egypt and a new era. We're at the beginning of a new era.
For all we know, he did it on purpose to fake out. He faked out Iran. He said, I don't know if I'm going to help Israel bomb Iran. And we were bombing. And he said, I'll think about it. In 2 weeks, I'll make a decision. The next day, he has sent the B-2 bombers. Yeah. He fakes people out.
No, because that's his strategy.
Yes.
I think he doesn't want
to let... It was a brilliant strategy.
He admits that. He said, I don't want to let other people, my adversaries in particular, know my next steps. Isn't that the most foolish thing you can think of?
It's a brilliant strategy.
Let me think about it. I'll get back to you in a couple of weeks.
Well, he's an expert negotiator, right? The art of the deal. And here we go. So,
I wouldn't be surprised if the president told President Sisi of Egypt, if President Trump didn't tell them, if Bibi's not coming, I'm not coming, because we are all too experienced in so-called rehabilitation, reconstruction conferences of Gaza that happened even after the 2009 war with Hillary Clinton, that happened in 2014 in Cairo, in all these conferences and summits. Israel was never invited. And I think it's the first country that should have a seat at the table. Trump understands that. He doesn't want to go around Israel. He wants to speak directly at Israel. That's why he's here. And speaking directly to the Knesset, I'm reminding you that neither Barack Obama nor Joe Biden, while visiting Israel, they haven't spoken to the Knesset. They chose, especially President Obama, he chose to speak to the Israeli people directly, as he perceived it in the Tel Aviv universities, I believe it. This is not the way you deal with your allies. You go to their parliament, you go to official, government, and you speak to them directly. Prime Minister Netanyahu, when he goes to the U.S., he speaks in Capitol Hill, he speaks to Congress, and he meets President Trump. He doesn't go around the local government. And I think it speaks a lot about the relationship between the two. I will just say that, it's strategically for Israel, having a seat at the table goes I wouldn't call it that the leaders of France and Germany and Qatar are especially happy about this, but You know, time will tell.
But
I'm
it's
sure.
an incredible, incredible statement that President Trump is making. And, you know, as you mentioned in the past, we've seen these, conferences with the European leaders trying to impose their will on Israel, and this is the first time that Israel is having a seat at the table. Sharon, I want to thank you so much for joining us today, and I understand that you have to go, so thank you so much for your analysis.
And so do I also have to go because the whole world is focused on Israel right now, and everybody wants to know what's going on, what's going on. Anyway, and basically, what we would really like to do is just sit there and look at those photos of the families kissing them and not have to do it. But yes, the world is focused on this.
So Ruti Bloom, thank you so much for joining us. You've been here with me from the onset. Always wonderful to have you in the studio and hear your analysis. And Sharona, thank you so much for joining us. Oh, you're staying with me.
Yeah, of course.
The best.
Oh, is staying with me, and we will continue. We are waiting for President Trump's speech. But in the meantime, we're going to just quickly go to Hostages Square, where we have Kalev Ben David and ILTV's Sivan Raviv joining him at Hostages Square. Kalev, over to you.
Lidor, I am here with our colleague Sivan, who has joined us here. She has come today. This is her day off, but she had to come to be here at Hostages Square. And Sivan, I want to ask you, because you're here today as a citizen of Israel, but what does it mean as an Israeli, but also as a journalist, to finally reach this point after 2 years and be here today?
You know, Kalev, this is such an exciting moment. It's an exciting moment as a citizen of Israel, as a citizen of the world, but certainly as a journalist who's been covering this war for 2 years now, 2 long years, and finally to see this coming to some kind of an end. Now, we know it's not a definite end. There is a lot more to discuss, and today is a very happy day. It's an extremely happy day, and there's a lot to say and a lot to be thankful for. There's also a price. I have to say, I have to mention, there is a heavy price here, but today is not the day to be talking about the price. I think today, especially here at Hostage Square, is the day to be speaking about happiness, about gratitude. Gratitude to Hashem, to God, with God's help, with Trump's help, with Netanyahu's help. We cannot leave anybody here behind, I think. There are a lot of people to take credit for this. Mainly, I want to speak about all of this euphoria, all of this excitement here in the air. We see people young and old, Israelis and internationals, kids, families, everyone from everywhere has gathered here to celebrate this moment, and this moment will go down in the history books. And we were part of it. We were part of it as journalists who were here throughout the whole entire way to cover it, and we're part of it as citizens of Israel and of the world, as humans who waited for their fellow humans, their fellow brothers and sisters, to finally come home.
Right, where the crowd is cheering every time we show these pictures of the reunited hostages. There was, it was announced that the helicopter bringing some of the bringing them to ILTV Hospital here in Tel Aviv is going to fly over the square now. You were here, you've been here many times at Hostage Square as a journalist. Talk about what the role here of Hostage Square, where the hostages themselves said they knew about the energy and that was here in Hostage Square, the compassion, and the role it played. President Trump saying, and Steve Witkoff saying that it was a lot of the energy that compelled the American government to get so involved in President Trump was generated right here in Hostage Square.
Listen, Kalev, I am Israeli. I'm also Canadian. For those who don't know, I've lived in Canada. I've lived in the United States, in New York. I'm married to an Italian, so I've been to Italy and Europe. I have never, ever seen a people as strong, as unified as Israelis. And when it comes to such an important cause, they all gathered around this cause and united in order to bring results, bring about the results, bring their brothers and sisters home, What an amazing accomplishment for the people of Israel, for the soldiers who fought hard, and for this square that came together. These are all civilians, people like you and I, who don't have any specific role aside from the fact that they knew that they needed to come out and save their brothers and sisters, and they did for 2 years, every week, every day, every Saturday night, protests and protests, all of these kind of, all kinds of arts and culture and music and everything possible to bring them home.
All right, Sivan, thank you so much for joining us in House Square. We're going to throw it back to you, Ladar, because I see President Trump is heading into the Knesset to give this speech, and believe me, everybody here in Hostage Square is going to be staying and listening to this speech to President Trump. Throwing it back to you.
You know that I think...
Okay, we're going to stay with us for a little bit. We are going to stay with us. I'm just seeing now that special session of the Knesset. Let's talk about the role of President Trump. I'm an American. I'm also where you mentioned being a Canadian. I'm from the United States. I'm a proud American. And the role that the United States has played in this, President Trump in particular, in stepping in at a level that we've never seen before. Mentioned 100 U.S. soldiers, officers, commanders from CENTCOM landing in Israel earlier this week to take part in the security arrangements that are going to be set up in the Gaza Strip. This is really special to see that the U.S. and American jury played also in mobilizing. Remember that rally in Washington that Rachel Poland spoke to? That's certainly been a big factor.
You know, incredible role here. A lot of people around me here cheering for President Trump, and I think it's win any kind of election. Any role of his liking here, people of Israel, to President Trump. Like him or not, for Israel, he was it. He really did what no one else could. He made this happen, and a lot of Israelis know that here. He's not the only.
Okay, so we're having trouble here with Sivan, and we're back into the studio, and we're just receiving images from Prime Minister Netanyahu's Prime Minister Netanyahu meeting in private with President Trump and presenting him with a golden dove. Ruti previously mentioned that they were going to give Trump a present made of gold, and so here we have it. It's a golden dove of peace. President Trump being the peacemaker. And so really a symbolic and beautiful gift that the Prime Minister is bestowing to President Trump. And we've seen President Trump, we've seen a lot of commotion at the Knesset. He is set to speak there very soon. So really, I mean, what do you think of this gesture? It's fitting, no?
Well, I mean, he's fitting, maybe even better than a Nobel Peace Prize. I mean, time will tell. It doesn't come with the 1 million Swedish kronas, though, Norwegian kronas, but that's okay. Look, the idea is that the president is here to sort of visualize the message and see how important it is for the president to externalize, and not in a negative way. You need to externalize his achievements. And I think this, really, President Trump wants to visualize the message. He wants to receive this award, to welcome the hostages, because people in their everyday lives, they don't really get much of information. When they see a picture, it's significant. And I have to say, here we see the two leaders in conversation. And you know...
Yeah, the two leaders sitting in their private meeting. Looks like a very sort of intimate discussion between the two of them. And I just want to say it's official now. President Sisi himself has announced that Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu will join President Trump in Egypt. So that's an incredible, incredible bit of news.
I have to say something. Look, I mean, Egypt is trying to go around Israel and be the sort of the leader of the region. It's always been sort of a complex for Egypt since the time of Nasser and Pan-Arabic nationalism to be the leader of the Arab world, and we see it as a competitor. It sees itself as a competitor to Turkey and Qatar and all these countries, Saudi Arabia, of course. All these countries see themselves as regional leaders. And Egypt itself said, we're going around Israel. We're not inviting Prime Minister Netanyahu. He's a war criminal. He committed genocide. He's our, he's not officially our enemy. We have cold peace with Israel. But we did everything we can to slander and Israel's good reputation in the past 2 years. And now we're going around Israel. We're inviting all these countries, any imaginable country in the world, even chairman of the PLO, Mahmoud Abbas, and France, Germany, Saudi Arabia, they're all coming. And Israel would not attend. And now President Trump, I imagine, told President Sisi, first country that should have a seat at the table, I'm not coming. And so he's the first person that should be there, Prime Minister Netanyahu, because he's the representative of the state of Israel, the country that really absorbed this horrible massacre of October 7 and now needs to have a seat at the table to determine the future of Gaza. We will learn too much about in 2009, 2014, all these big conferences of donor countries who threw money at the problem, who threw money on Gaza and reconstructing Gaza. We heard it a million times in the past. And now, especially today, when the Gaza Strip is in such a dire condition because of Hamas's terrorist activities, to think that Israel will not have a seat at the table is going around the problem. And I think right now, it's time to be realistic. It's not time to go around and hyperventilate all these hyperboles about genocide and massacre and starvation and famine. I don't think anyone is buying it. Really, I don't think people who said it actually believed themselves when they said it. And Egypt, with respect, has created much problem. Now it's not the time for Egypt to go around Israel. Egypt, by allowing Hamas to arm itself with the Gaza-Egypt border, what we call a Philadelphia corridor, has allowed, with a tacit approval or with active support, allowed Hamas to arm itself with a stockpile of Iranian weapons over the years. It refused to welcome Gazan refugees, as opposed to any civilized country in the world. We saw in Ukraine how Moldova, Poland, all these countries welcomed Ukrainian refugees. Egypt refused to let it happen. They said, if you want, you can send them to the Negev desert in Israel. We're not having any Palestinians. So the Israel of committing genocide and starvation, while allowing thousands of trucks at some point to go through the Rafah crossing in Egypt. And so now Egypt, I don't think, should sort of present itself as the big savior. Gaza created much of the problem. Since it's such an important regional actor, yes, Israel has an interest to be there, to be in the room, and be a vocal voice in the room on the future of Gaza.
Absolutely. On Egypt, for sure, they created much of the problem. And of course, they wouldn't Egypt when they could have evacuated so many into Egypt. And what we're seeing right now is really incredible. It is President Trump and Prime Minister Netanyahu meeting with the families of the hostages. It's a little hard to see the picture. Who is there? I cannot tell if it's just the families or the hostages there. I think also former hostages are in that photo. So President Trump hearing directly from former hostages, hearing directly from the families of the former hostages and of the hostages. And so it's really an incredible meeting. And of course, back to Hostages Square, where everyone is eagerly awaiting President Trump's speech to the Israeli parliament. Everyone wants to hear what President Trump has to say, but it is really incredible that President Trump and President Sisi of Egypt have announced that Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu will now have a seat at the table. This is an incredibly, incredibly powerful message to the world from President Trump. If anybody had any doubt as to the U.S.-Israel relationship, any doubt as to the closeness of these two leaders, I think they can put that to rest. Trump sending a very clear message to every actor in the Middle East, and not only in the Middle East, in the world. Israel now has a seat at the table. This is a new Middle East, and that is an incredibly powerful message. also. Trump is set to speak in just a few minutes, and I know that you also have to go. So I just really want to hear some final thoughts from you on, just ahead of President Trump's speech and on this wonderful news that Prime Minister Netanyahu is set to join him in Egypt.
Right. So I think, first of all, the president is doing us an immense honor of coming to Israel on this historic day. And that could have been more, the optics could not have been better. Hostages are being released while the president is visiting. And I think we owe him a great deal of debt right now. Israel is grateful for everything President Trump has been doing for it. And I think the work is just beginning. This is exactly what President Trump should say at the Knesset. Now the hard work is beginning. Not to reconstruct Gaza and throw money at the problem and go back to all the old premises of the past, the two-state solution, all the the old school dogmas that have created the problem in the first place. I think President Trump should say, look, we hell the past 2 years. We know the price of failure. We know the price of false assumptions on the conflict and Israel and everything. I'm here as Israel's best friend. I'm telling you, I have your back. Whatever you need to do, you're going to do. But I'm telling you that the next phases will be the hard work, which is dismantling Hamas as a military and governing entity, is creating something different in Gaza, maybe small autonomies or city-states or something that's similar to other models in the world, allowing Gaza refugees, those who are interested, allowing them to resettle elsewhere in the world temporarily, and really to use Gaza as an opening, as literally just one tiny piece of the puzzle of the entire great Middle East, the expansion of the Abraham Accords with Saudi Arabia and maybe even Pakistan and Indonesia, to really reshape the region's security architecture. And I think President Trump comes very lucid, very clear-eyed. He's not talking like Bill Clinton or Barack Obama or Joe Biden on all these big promises and big hyperboles. He's very clear-eyed, but he also knows that what these countries most care about are interests and their own national security. It's a historic day, and President Trump does us a great honor of being here.
An historic day indeed. President Trump really making incredible gestures here in Israel. Ori Sachar, thank you so much for joining us today for your analysis. And I just want to say that the visual that we were seeing on the screen just a moment ago, and here they are again, this is Sharm el-Sheikh in Egypt. We're seeing the preparations, essentially, for this summit that now Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu will also be attending. We are seeing some of the delegations arrive, and I think before we saw President Sisi of Egypt, and so that these are the preparations that we're seeing in Egypt. And now I want to bring on Robert Silverman. He's the editor-in-chief of the Jerusalem Strategic Tribune, joining us. Robert, thank you so much for joining us. I want to start right off the bat with this announcement that Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu will be joining President Trump in Egypt for this conference with world leaders, with European leaders, Arab leaders. I mean, what do you make of this?
Thank you. Well, I wouldn't put too much focus on this one-day conference that will start tonight and continue tomorrow in Sharm el-Sheikh, because it'll be the first of many such conferences. I believe it was important for the Prime Minister Netanyahu to attend once the Egyptians invited Mahmoud Abbas, and he was coming. And so perhaps it was initially a donors conference, and to get the Europeans and the Gulf Arabs on board, participating financially and perhaps with also personnel in the post-war Gaza situation. But once they invited Mahmoud Abbas, I think it became clear that they also needed to invite Prime Minister Netanyahu. So I'm glad he's going. But as you've all said, and I agree, we have a long way to go. It's a great day. We're all extremely happy with the release of the hostages and the visit of the lightning visit of President Trump. Post-war Gaza is something that we care deeply about. This is 40 miles from downtown Tel Aviv. And sadly enough, Israel has not produced its own plan for post-war Gaza. So to some extent...
Robert, I want one moment, because now is the first images coming out of Avinatan Or, who's been released and handed over to the IDF. Avinatan Or is the boyfriend of a rescued hostage, Noah Al-Gamani, and they were both abducted from the Nova Music Festival on October 7th. You know, Noah was rescued. Avinatan has been in Gaza for the last 2 years. So really an incredible first image to see him there smiling and back on Israeli territory. And now we're also seeing more helicopters with the hostages and their families taking off to the various hospitals in central Israel to begin their rehabilitation. So just incredible images that we're seeing coming out of Re'im now. And Robert, I want to come back to you so that you can conclude your thoughts.
Yes. My concluding thoughts are, we have a 20-point plan that President Trump put together. He very wisely got a wide variety of countries on board this 20 points, including Turkey, including Qatar. So those are the support networks for Hamas. Iran, of course, did not agree with those 20-point plans, but Turkey and Qatar did, among others. They will also be in Sharm. So we'll see what happens. Israel did not produce a post-war Gaza plan of its own, so it will now be subject to others' plans. And so it'll be playing defense to some extent, because the international community will be involved in post-war Gaza. It needs to be involved.
Yeah.
There will be huge reconstruction costs. So let's see how it plays out, and let's see how we're able to contain the potential damage from the involvement of supporters like Qatar and Turkey.
And it's also interesting you mentioned that Palestinian Authority President Mahmoud Abbas was issued or extended an invitation to the conference in Egypt. Now, Prime Minister Netanyahu, Israel has made very clear that it does not see the participation of the Palestinian Authority in any future Gaza rehabilitation. And yet here we see the Arab states purposefully inviting and bringing Abbas, giving him a seat at the table, despite the fact that Israel has been very adamant about the fact that it sees no role for the Palestinian Authority in post-Gaza. And I'll just mention, you know, very quickly that the Palestinian Authority continues its policy, which for our viewers who may not know, that is that they are essentially paying terrorists or paying the families of terrorists lifelong salaries for murdering Jews. So they are essentially inciting to terrorism. They are encouraging terrorism against Israeli partners for peace. So, you know, what are your thoughts on that? That the Palestinian Authority has a seat at this table?
Right. Well, it's a complicated picture because, of course, Israel did sign agreements with the PLO that recognize the Palestinian Authority's control over Gaza. Israel relinquished control of Gaza to the Palestinian Authority in 2005. Of course, the Palestinian Authority lost elections to Hamas in 2006 and then was pushed out. But we have to recall there is a legal Palestinian Authority to run Gaza.
Robert, I have to stop you one more time because we are seeing the helicopter arriving at Sheba Hospital right now with the hostages, and I want to go very quickly to India Naftali. She is at Sheba Hospital awaiting the arrival of the hostages. India, what can you tell us? You're seeing this? You're seeing the helicopter landing?
Here?
Okay, we don't seem to have a good connection with India, so we'll try and... Okay, we're getting the connection back. So India, we're seeing the helicopter landing.
Idar, are you able to hear me?
Yes, now we hear you great. So we're seeing the helicopter land. What can you tell us? Right behind you?
Right behind me, you can see this is joy beyond what can be described. Right now, Gali and Ziv Berman have arrived at Sheba Hospital here in central Israel. What a moment. I'm going to let you just take it in for a second. This is the helicopter they've arrived in. Their parents are also in there. They're being met by a medical team. We saw images before that they are now wearing their favorite football team's jerseys, Maccabi Tel Aviv, and they are officially here. The Eagle has landed. You can hear cheering. There's a large crowd out here that is gathered as a welcome party with flags and signs with their faces on them. This is the moment. They're about to come out of the helicopter right now. I'm see what I don't know if what you can see from the camera, but I see a medical team walking inside the helicopter right now to meet them. They have just entered. The medical team has just entered the helicopter.
Okay. So do we know, you said hostages are in this helicopter that's arrived?
This is Gali and Ziv Berman.
So they're the
first to arrive here.
The first to arrive, and you've said that a total of 10 will be arriving at Sheba today. Is that correct?
That's right. So they are being invited now by the medical team. You can see they're setting up a tent for them to walk through. It seems like they are closing it off so that there will be a little bit of privacy when they walk out. We do know that they are in somewhat stable condition, but we do know that they're going to continue being tested and treated for wounds, trauma, including their families, if they're experiencing any sort of psychological effects from this really extremely intense reunion. They will also treat the families. It's happening. I just have to say, this is a historic moment that we are watching. There are cheers of the families, the friends of Ziv and Gali Berman. I just want to remind you, these are twins who survived this 2-year-long nightmare together. Twin brothers from Kfar Aza. They survived this together. I don't know what it is. This is a beautiful moment.
It's an absolute miracle, and we're just waiting here to catch a glimpse of them coming out of the helicopter. It's really incredible. Maybe you can expand a little bit on sort of the rehabilitation process that these brothers and the rest of us are going to go through. You mentioned a bit that they'll receive medical care, of course. But what more can you tell us about this process? Because it really is a process that they're going to be going.
Yes, of course. So the reason a majority of the hostages will be coming here is that Sheba Hospital, or also known as Tel HaShomer Hospital, is known for its center for rehabilitation and trauma. That's why so many of them are coming here. They have the brightest doctors and most experienced, some of them doctors in the country here will, of course, be treated for the initial malnutrition. But after that, they will begin to, a rush right now. There's a lot of people running around, and it looks like they are about to get out. Now, I'm not sure you can see, but they've created some sort of a barrier. So actually, we will not get to see them coming out of the helicopter. They've built a wall. Again, I believe it's for privacy reasons. They built a wall, a sort of tunnel that leads into a van that will then escort them into the building. So we will not be getting that glimpse. We will not. I'm seeing now we will not be getting that glimpse,
of course,
understandably.
Yeah, we have to respect their privacy after 2 years in Gaza. Of course, it's a very difficult time, a joyous occasion, but very difficult as well. And so we respect their privacy. In the past, by the way, we have seen some of the hostages, sort of defend this barrier and come out and wave to their friends and wave to the crowds. But of course, that depends on the hostages. We're seeing now figures getting into the van. So it looks like
you might grab a glimpse.
Yeah. So we have a little bit of an outline of people entering the van. It's not clear if it's the doctors, the medical team. seems Ziv and Gali, but they've arrived at the hospital, they've arrived at Shiva, and they can finally begin the long process of rehabilitation after 2 years, 738 days in Hamas captivity. India, so
it looks like they are in the van and they are departing. They are departing to receive treatment. They have left the helicopter and now are departing treatment. Okay. It is finally happening. Now, regarding the rumors about Trump coming, those have not been confirmed. There are rumors. I've been hearing it. Confirmed. I spoke with the spokesman of the hospital.
Unclear if Trump will arrive, and of course, if he will, we will cover the visit.
So here is the van where they're at. People are cheering them on. This is the van that they're in.
The van, and we see the crowds behind you, clapping, cheering. Oh, it seems that they're in the van. The crowd is cheering them home. I want to remind viewers that these hostages, these are names that Israelis hear every single day. Every Israeli knows the names of Gali and Ziv Berman. Every Israeli has seen their pictures posted, them hanging throughout the country.
Did you just see they gave a wave?
Yeah, they stopped.
I'm so glad we caught that. They stopped and gave us a wave.
Oh,
wearing their
lovely.
Maccabi Tel Aviv. I'm gonna just give you one last glimpse before they're escorted away. There they are. They're putting their fists in the air and cheering.
Wow.
I just saw one of the brothers. Their Maccabi Tel Aviv uniforms. What a sight! What a victory lap!
Victory. That's their victory moment. Their victory moment.
Yes, wow, there's no words to describe, Lidal. It's an incredible moment.
This is their victory moment. They've made it back to Israel, and they are raising their fists, waving to the cheering crowd. And really, it's wonderful to see. It's wonderful to see. Their defiance in the face of everything that they've been through. So just incredible. India, thank you so much for sharing with us. Robert Silverman, so I'm sorry that we had to stop in the middle, but that was incredible visuals that we've seen here at Sheba Hospital of two of the hostages arriving, Ziv and Gali Berman, twin brothers who were abducted from kibbutz Kfar Aza and were, of course, separated in captivity, today reunited, not only with their families, but with each other. So, Robert, I want to get back to you. We are about to hear President Trump give an historic speech in the Israeli Knesset. What do you expect to hear Trump today?
Yes. This is such a fantastic day, and it's so great to have it on Erev Simchat Torah, the eve of the final holiday. So to top it off, we'll get a speech in the Knesset, President Trump. Forward and about the challenges ahead. We all should look at a 20-point plan. A lot of it has yet to be accomplished. And we don't have the 28 bodies. We're waiting for that. We are waiting for Hamas to disarm. Hamas has refused to disarm, has said they won't disarm. So whether or not there'll be a phase 2, we don't know yet. Phase 2 requires that disarmament on the side, requires Israel to complete its withdrawal from Gaza, requires force to go in Gaza, That's all in phase 2 of the 20-point plan. So let's see. In the meantime, Israel has over 50% of Gaza, and the post-war planning can continue in that part that there's no plan, failed to produce it. This is a strategic failing, to be honest, of the government of Israel. They should have produced a plan that others could react to. Instead, Israel reacts. Failed.
That Trump, yeah, we know
it has
that
a military.
We know that President
not
Trump's
plan
was formulated with, everyone is signed on to. But we do know that Strategic Affairs Minister Ron Dermer and Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu had a very significant hand in crafting this plan together with Jared Kushner and Steve Witkoff. So there is a lot of Israeli influence in this plan. That much we do know. Now, I want to...
Yes. Let me add one thing. It's not a plan. It's 20 principles. It's a set of principles. It was the right way to proceed because it was with these principles, the U.S. was able to get Turkey, all the Arab countries of relevance on board, and then came to Hamas, having isolated Hamas from its Arab support network. So that was smart, but it's not a full plan. It doesn't go into enough detail. The details will be very, very important. For instance, who is going to be in this force that is going to replace Tzahal, the IDF, in Gaza? We don't know yet. And it'll be the negotiations ahead will be very tough. I don't know what others think, but I won't be very comfortable with Turkish forces, for instance, serving in Gaza.
Absolutely. Well, I see that we have Kalev Ben David in Hostages Square with an update. Kalev, can you hear me? Do you have an update for us? Okay, no, we don't have Kalev just yet. Robert, and I'm also hearing a report that the president of Indonesia is set to arrive in Israel tomorrow. So, President Trump teased, President Trump, hinted, said that there's going to be a lot of surprises for the Middle East this week beyond the release of the hostages. And I do want to point out, you mentioned that the deceased hostages have still not arrived in Israel. According to the plan, according to the agreement, Hamas is already in breach because they were supposed to have returned the hostages by 12 p.m. today. It's after 12 p.m. Not all of the hostages have returned yet. All of the deceased hostages are still have not made their way into Israel. And we still do not know how many of the 28 deceased hostages will be returning.
Yes. And the 20 points, which Hamas said it's in agreement with, includes their disarmament, which in fact they have said that they will not do. So Hamas has returned the live hostages. It's a super great day for all of us, but there's a lot of work ahead. Let me just mention about Indonesia. This has been a long time in coming. I was involved. I brought a group Indonesian Muslim scholars from a group called Nahdlatul Ulama, or the acronym is NU. NU is the largest Muslim non-governmental organization in the world. The president of Indonesia is a member of the organization. It's a moderate Islamic group. And I brought, when I was with the American Jewish Committee some years ago, 2018 to be precise, I brought a group of the heads of that organization to meet with Prime Minister Netanyahu. He had a great meeting with them. And now we see 7 years later, the president of Indonesia is coming. Now, there's still no formal relations, but Indonesia, of course, the largest Muslim majority country in the world, is a huge potential. There are already Israelis who get visas to visit there, Indonesians who come here to do visit the Dome of the Rock and make religious pilgrimages here. So there are some ties, but it's a great step, and it's a harbinger, we hope, of future normalization.
Absolutely. Robert Silverman, thank you so much for joining us today and for your analysis.
Thank you.
And we are still waiting for U.S. President Donald Trump's speech at the Knesset. And in the meantime, I want to go back to Hostages Square, where ILTV's Kalev Ben David is there with the latest updates.
Ladar, it's still quite very noisy here in Hostage Square. We heard shouts, especially just now when as you showed, you saw the Berman twins and you saw Guy Gilboa Dalal going to the hospital, the first shots of them walking on their own. I wanted to say a couple of final words here from Hostage Square. The story is starting to move elsewhere now. We know President Trump is going to speak in the Knesset in a few minutes. Reports of Prime Minister Netanyahu is going to be going down to Sharm el-Sheikh this afternoon, reportedly to take part in what's now going to be truly a historic summit. News just breaking at the past hour about the president of Indonesia, the largest Muslim country in the world that's never had relations with Israel, is planning on coming to visit here tomorrow. Maybe that's a sign that Indonesia is going to be joining the Abraham Accords. So the story is moving on from Hostages Square. Of course, people are going to stay here right to the very end till they know that the well-being of the hostages. And there is still more to be done. Of course, the IDF is going to have to check the remains that are being brought out of the Gaza Strip of the 28 hostages who unfortunately did not survive. So there's a lot more work to be the hostage, but certainly right now, this is a chapter that's being ended in the story of the hostages. This is, for me, as a journalist, began 2 years ago. Studio on what was happening down south on October 7th. And it's been so much of the story has been focused on the hostages, talking with their families, with their friends. For me, it's so fitting that, like for so many Israelis and the ones here today, this chapter is ending here at what is called Hostage Square. And of course, in the future, I don't know what it's going to keep that name, or just didn't rename it. Certainly, this is going to be, people are going to think about what they experienced over these past 2 years and are going to think about this day. You could not have written, a Hollywood screenwriter could not have written a better ending to this chapter. This chapter could not have written it better. 2 years to the day on the holiday, again, 2 years to the day on the Jewish calendar, coming to the end on the eve of the Simchat Torah holiday, one of the most joyous Jewish holidays, which last year was overshadowed by the anniversary. And of course, now there's going to be reason again to on Simchat Torah. Of course, we'll remember what happened on the worst day in Jewish history since the Holocaust, but we're also going to remember how a certain closure came on 2 years later on the Simchat Torah holiday. So you could see, I sense almost as if people don't want to leave. They want to soak into what is happening here today. And it's such a special end for this chapter. And I said, it's going to be time, and we've been talking in the studios with the guests on the next chapter. Complicated it's going to be, the challenges that are going to be faced, the pain of seeing, which we will see later today, the hostage being released. But how fitting. I have the privilege to be here. I have the privilege to be here on this last day of it. I'm going to take my hostage pin that I've worn for 2 years now. I'm not saying the story of the hostages is over, because we know that, as I said before, there's more to be done. But I'm going to put this down. I've worn this for 2 years now. I'm going to put it aside, and I'm going to say how fitting for the time. Reporting, Halef Ben David, reporting from Hostage Square for ILTV. Back to you.
Thank you, Kalev. It certainly is an incredible and a very emotional day. And, you know, you very symbolically took off your pin. And I want to just share with you an incredible story that I usually have my yellow pin. And today, I was walking down into the studio and the pin just fell apart. And instead, today, pin of American flags to commemorate this day, because this truly is an historic and incredible day. And, you know, just to recap for a minute what we know so far, right? It's a very long day. We're here in the studio since 6:30 in the morning. Now, as of right now, all 20 living hostages are on Israeli soil. They are in IDF hands. They are back here in Israel. We still do not know the status of the hostages. We still do not know how many will be returning. Now, according to the agreement, Hamas had until 12 p.m. to return all of the 48 hostages. It has failed to do so, so we'll have to see what the holdup is and what the consequences will be moving forward. And we are, of course, waiting to hear news of which hostages will be returning home, unfortunately, in body bags. And we are also waiting for President Trump's speech at the Israeli Knesset. So far, we've seen Trump arrive at Ben Gurion International Airport, greeted by Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and the President of Israel. And we've seen him arrive at the Knesset. He signed the Knesset book, saying that today is a beautiful day and a new beginning. And him and Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu have met privately. They've also met with the families of the hostages. Prime Minister Netanyahu gifting President Trump a golden dove as a gesture, a symbol, and President Herzog informing President Trump that he will be awarded the Presidential Medal of Honor. It is the highest honor that the state of Israel can bestow, and so they will bestow that to President Trump. And now we are just waiting for his speech at the Knesset. And in the meantime, I want to invite veteran Israeli journalist Ben-Dror Yemini to join us. Ben-Dror, you know, I want to start by asking you your thoughts on today. It truly is an historic day. There's finally a little bit of optimism in the air, joy at seeing the photos of the hostages returning home. I mean, what are your thoughts on today?
Well, we cannot even follow the news of today. I mean, it's coming one after one. First, Netanyahu is actually going to participate in the big summit, peace summit in Egypt. He was invited by the president of Egypt, and then the president of Indonesia coming to visit Israel, which means that the Abraham Accords are beginning actually to have new members. I mean, which is great, needless to say. I mean, it's a real change. After so many days of despair, after so many days of struggle in order to release all the hostages, we see quite a change that we were not expecting. I mean, if it will continue like that, maybe in 3 hours we will hear about the plan of the president of Iran, maybe making its way to Israel. Yeah, okay. I mean, but it's a day full of surprises, and we don't know what is ahead of us. Maybe there will be something new in Egypt. Maybe there will be a meeting between Abu Mazen and Netanyahu, something that did not happen. Maybe And we know what was the precondition of the president of Indonesia. We cannot forget. He said that he wants Israel to recognize the right of Palestinians for self-determination, for a state, something which, by the way, appeared in paragraph 19 of the declaration of Donald Trump, the original one that actually enabled the whole process that we are seeing now.
But that seems to have been removed from the plan at the insistence of Israel.
No, it was not removed because no, it was not removed. It was not removed because the
reworded,
agreement. Yeah, but the original agreement is still there. So, but we are just in the middle of the day, and until now we have so many surprises. So, what we are supposed to expect, we don't know. I mean, we have to wait and see. But it should teach us all, even journalists, to be quite modest, because we don't really know many things that are happening behind the scenes. What is happening in closed rooms? We know exactly that Netanyahu was pushed to call the Emir of Qatar in order to apologize after the Israeli attack, the failed Israeli attack. And now, actually, it was the pressure that Trump put on the president of Egypt. He actually pushed him to call Benjamin Netanyahu and to invite him to the summit, which is going to begin in a few hours. So full of surprises. Who is going to be next? Maybe MBS, the actually leader of Saudi Arabia? We don't know. We don't know. We just know that we even us, commentators, journalists, many times, I mean, we are saying something and the reality is quite changed. Now, what will be with Israel in the international atmosphere? Israel is...
Bendel, I am so sorry. We have to stop because President Trump is at the Knesset. He's receiving a standing ovation, and we are now going live to President Trump's speech at the Israeli Knesset, the Israeli parliament in Jerusalem. And we're going to broadcast his speech in full for our viewers. A standing ovation, really deserved. Cheers and a standing ovation for U.S. President Donald Trump at the Israeli parliament. The applause just isn't stopping. Just an incredible, look, they're still clapping, a standing ovation, clapping. I mean, really a very, very warm welcome. Now the Speaker of the is speaking. He's opening this special session of the Knesset in honor of U.S. President Donald Trump.
חברות וחברי הכנסת, בטרם נתחיל אני מזכיר שישיבה זו היא ישיבה מיוחדת ולכן לא יהיו בה הפרעות. מי שיפריע יוצא מאולם המליאה ולא יורשה לשוב אליה עד תום הישיבה. לא תהיינה אזהרות. בנוסף, ניתן יהיה למחוא כפיים בישיבה זו כפי שכבר ראיתם. כבוד נשיא המדינה יצחק הרצוג ורעייתו מיכל, כבוד ראש הממשלה בנימין נתניהו ורעייתו שרה.
Oh, Netanyahu receiving also a lot of applause and a standing ovation from members of his coalition. We see the opposition, of course, seated. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu also receiving a standing ovation from President Trump himself, standing and applauding Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. An incredible gesture, an incredible honor. And there we have Strategic Affairs Minister Ron Dermer, who was also instrumental in putting together this peace plan.
יאיר לפיד ורעייתו ליהי. שרים וחברי הכנסת, special recognition to Minister Ron Dermer, who led
And Ron Dermer also receiving applause and a standing ovation for his efforts in putting together with Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner. Wow, he seems genuinely moved, Ron Dermer. He's very surprised and genuinely moved by this round of applause for him.
Special recognition to Minister Ron Dermer, who led the negotiation team on behalf of Israel. Thank you, Ron. Secretary of State Marco Rubio. Secretary of War Pete Hegseth.
So all of the U.S. officials joining President Trump, Secretary of State Marco Rubio, Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth, all receiving standing ovations as well.
Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Dan Kane. Two key players, President Trump's special envoy, Steve Witkoff, who is here with his partner, Lauren.
Wow, Witkoff receiving shouts and applause across the political spectrum. Really an incredible honor for Steve Witkoff, who was instrumental in getting the hostages back
and
home.
Jared Kushner, who is here with his wife, Ivanka. And thank you guys for everything that you have done to bring about this day. Ambassador of the United States to Israel, my dear friend and my absolute favorite rock star, Mike Huckabee.
Mike Huckabee, known for playing the electric guitar.
שגריר ישראל בארצות הברית, יחיאל לייטר.
It's the Israeli ambassador to the United States, Yechiel Leiter.
תודה. שגרירים וראשי משלחות זרות, ראש עיריית ירושלים, משה ליאון ורעייתו סתווית, סגל א' של המדינה, ראשי גופי הביטחון, אלה שנמצאים איתנו ואלה שבשטח, הרמטכ"ל רב-אלוף אייל זמיר.
IDF Chief of Staff Eyal Zamir also in attendance. And we see behind him the head of the Mossad as well. And I think that was the new head of the Shin Bet as well behind him.
המפכ"ל רב ניצב דניאל לוי. נציב שירות בתי הסוהר רב גונדר קובי יעקבי.
This is the head of the Israeli prison services they're applauding now. Essentially, all of the heads of security services, from the prison service, fire services, police, the Mossad head, David Barnea.
ראש שירות הביטחון הכללי, האלוף במילואים דוד זיני, בהצלחה.
David Zini, the new head of the Shabak, the Shin Bet. He was recently appointed, and Amir Ohana just wished him good luck in his new position.
החטופים גל הירש.
And Gal Hirsch, of course, the government hostage liaison.
ראשי ערים וראשי רשויות מקומיות, מנכ"ל הכנסת שהרים ב3 ימים ביקור שדרושים לו 3 חודשים לפחות, משה צ'יקו אדרי.
They're applauding also the general staff of the Knesset for putting this Trump's visit together on such short notice. So a lot of thank yous to everyone who's made this day possible. And the families of the hostages and the bereaved families also receiving standing ovations. And I want to point out that you can see in the crowd so many people with the little red MAGA hats that were provided in honor of President Trump's visit.
סגל א' של המדינה, מכובדים מהארץ ומהעולם, ואני פותר בזאת את הדוברים הבאים מאזכור כל המכובדים. קהל יקר, אזרחי ישראל, יש לי הכבוד המיוחד לברך יחד איתכם את החבר הטוב ביותר שהיה אי פעם למדינת ישראל בבית הלבן. ברוך הבא לישראל, ברוך הבא לירושלים, ברוך הבא לכנסת, הנשיא דונלד ג'יי טראמפ.
Trump to the Knesset, saying he is the best friend Israel has ever had in the White House. Trump once again receiving the standing ovation.
אדוני הנשיא, אני מבקש להודות לך על שהענקת לכנסת את הזכות והכבוד להיות הפרלמנט הראשון מחוץ לארצות הברית שאתה מבקר בו בכהונתך הנוכחית. במסורת היהודית נהוג לברך ברגעים ייחודיים שכאלה, ברוך שנתן מכבודו לבשר ודם. תודה לך, הנשיא טראמפ. כבוד הנשיא, לפני 2000 שנה הוגלינו בכוח הזרוע מנחלת אבותינו, אבל בכל התפוצות בהן חיינו, מעולם לא שכחנו את ירושלים, הלב הפועם של העם היהודי מאז נוסדה כבירתו לפני 3,000 שנה, ואליה התפללנו שנה אחר שנה אחר שנה. ולפני 7 שנים היית אתה, הנשיא טראמפ, שבשם ארצות הברית של אמריקה הכרת בריבונות הישראלית על ירושלים.
Amir Ohana is thanking President Trump for everything that he has done for the state of Israel, moving the American embassy to Jerusalem. He's saying that Trump kept his promise in recognizing Jerusalem as the capital of Israel and moving the embassy to Jerusalem.
משחר הקמתה נאלצה מדינת ישראל להילחם, אך תמיד הושיטה את ידה לשלום. לפני 5 שנים הובלת יחד עם ראש הממשלה נתניהו את הסכמי אברהם. זכיתי, כן, מגיע.
He's also applauding on the Abraham Accords.
זכיתי לכהן בממשלה שחתמה עליהם, ולימים הם היו בעלי משמעות רבה עבורי גם ברמה האישית, משום שלפני 2.5 זכיתי להיות יושב ראש הכנסת הראשון המקבל הזמנה רשמית לבקר בפרלמנט של מדינה ערבית, וזו הייתה המדינה שבה שני הוריי שנמצאים כאן איתנו נולדו וגדלו, מרוקו. קירבת בין ישראל לבין 4 מדינות ערביות בהסכם שבבסיסו שלום תמורת שלום. תודה לך, הנשיא טראמפ. הרבה לפני כהונתך הראשונה, כבר ב-2011, זיהית את הסכנה שבאיראן גרעינית וכתבת, ואני אומר זאת בשפת המקור ברשותכם. Iran's quest of nuclear weapons is a major threat to our nation's national security interests. We can't allow Iran to go nuclear. איום על ארצות הברית משמעו איום על העולם החופשי כולו. את עמדתך העקבית ששמה את אמריקה ראשונה, America first, אך לא לבדה, but not America alone, הבאת עמך לבית הלבן בשתי כהונותיך. לפני 4 חודשים, לאחר שראש הממשלה נתניהו פתח במבצע עם כלביא, הורית על המבצע פטיש חצות, Midnight Hammer, פעולה אמיצה שלא הייתה כמותה עד שאתה הגעת. בכך, אדוני הנשיא, מנעתם שואה גרעינית שאיראן ביקשה להמיט עלינו ועל העולם, מדינה שבפרלמנט שלה נבחרי הציבור זועקים מוות לאמריקה, מוות לישראל.
He's talking now about the Islamic Republic of Iran, who call death to America, who call death to Israel. He says that today he can say that that the Islamic Republic of Iran will never receive a nuclear weapon, and that is thanks to U.S. President Donald Trump.
כבוד הנשיא, היום העם היהודי מציין את סיום חג הסוכות, ומחר נציין את שמחת תורה. בשמחת תורה לפני 2 לא שמחנו.
Amir Ohana is talking about October 7th, 2023, Simchat Torah, the holiday of Simchat Torah. And he's sharing how he's been with so many world leaders to the kibbutzim in the south, to the sites of the massacres. And Amir Ohana saying he was also in the kibbutzim with Jared Kushner and Ivanka.
היינו בקיבוץ כפר עזה ברעים.
In Kibbutz Kfar Aza at the Nova Music Festival site. And Amir Ohana accompanied them, saying that it was just massacre of women, children, men, people of all ages.
לא רק רצח, טבח, אנס ושרף רבים מאחינו ואחיותינו, הוא גם חטף אותם, מתים וחיים. מאז בני ישראל נלחמו את המלחמה הקשה, הארוכה וגם הצודקת בתולדותיהם. הפצע הזה של אחינו החטופים בשבי נותר פתוח ושופט דם מאז 7 באוקטובר, כאשר כל עם ישראל כאב את כאב החטופים ובני משפחותיהם, התלויים בין תקווה לייאוש, בין חיים למוות, עד הבוקר הזה. במשך 2
between life and death until this morning when the 20 hostages were returned to Israel.
לקראת האירוע ההיסטורי הזה, זכינו להוריד את התמונות עם חזרתם של החטופים למשפחותיהם. אני אעשה משהו ספונטני, אדוני הנשיא.
And he said that today they took down the posters of these hostages, and he is taking off his hostages pin that he's worn for 738 days. And he mentioned Tzvika Mol, the father of Eitan Mol. He said he spoke to them after they reunited with their son, took off his hostage pin and said, "It is all thanks to President Donald Trump." A very symbolic gesture, really incredible, and again, a standing ovation for U.S. President Trump.
Mr. President, you stand before the people of Israel not as another American president, but as a giant of Jewish history, one for whom we must look back 2.5 millennia into the mists of time to find a parallel, Cyrus the Great. You, President Donald J. Trump, are a colossus who will be enshrined in the pantheon of history. Thousands of years from now, Mr. President, the Jewish people will remember you. We are a nation that remembers. Far from being a local struggle, what we are witnessing is a global struggle, a global battle between the forces of extremism, radicalism, and fundamentalism, and those of freedom, liberty, and democracy. What the world needs now is not appeasers who feed the crocodile in the hope that they will be eaten last, like the kind we have seen recently at the UN General Assembly. And by the way, President Trump, your team has checked the teleprompter. It is working beautifully. What the world needs now are more leaders who are brave, resolute, strong, and bold. The world needs more Trumps. Mr. President, with your permission, I would like to take this moment to address Prime Minister Netanyahu. ראש הממשלה, תודה. ראש הממשלה, עמדת בכל שנות כהונתך, אבל בפרט בשנתיים האחרונות מול לחצים אדירים. סטיב וויטקוף, שליחו המיוחד של הנשיא טראמפ, שלחם יחד איתך בשוחות על החזרת החטופים, אמר עליך, העבודה הקשה באמת הייתה של ראש הממשלה. הוא זה שהיה צריך לקבל החלטות קשות, עד כמה להיות קשוחים מול חמאס ומתי לגלות גמישות. היו רגעים שחשבתי, כך אומר וויטקוף, שעליכם להתגמש יותר, אבל האמת היא שכעת, במבט לאחור, אני חושב שלא היינו מגיעים לנקודה הזו אם ראש הממשלה נתניהו לא היה פועל כפי שפעל.
And Witkoff saying, and Amir Ohana saying that we would not be here today had it not been for Bibi, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, and his actions and his decisions leading up to this moment.
גם הנשיא שלי, ממשיך וויטקוף, גם הנשיא שלי, אתה אדוני, הנשיא טראמפ, מאמין בכך. הוא מאמין שראש הממשלה נתניהו קיבל החלטות קשות מאוד, והיו אנשים פחות אמיצים שלא היו מקבלים החלטות כאלה. והנה אנחנו כאן היום, משום שלחמאס לא הייתה ברירה, כך אומר וויטקוף.
Decisions as per Steve Witkoff, and that we would not have arrived to where we've arrived today. And the military pressure that Israel brought to bear on Hamas also contributed greatly to this deal and the release of the hostages.
לעיני העולם שבזכותך הגענו להישגים הרבים שאליהם הגענו. תודה לראש הממשלה. ביום הזה נודה מלב האומה וממעמקי הנפש הלאומית לחיילי צה"ל האמיצים.
And of course, Amir Ohana thanking the brave soldiers of the Israeli Defense Forces, saying that without their sacrifice, we would not have made it to today.
נודה לחיילי צה"ל האמיצים שהסתערו קדימה כאריות וסיכנו את חייהם כדי להגן על מדינת ישראל.
Risking their lives to defend the state of Israel.
למען המדינה
שמרכינה
את ראשה בפניהם ובפני משפחותיהם
And the state bows its head to these soldiers and to their
כי
families.
בגבורתם ובהקרבתם
Their blood was not spilled in vain because they brought Israel to this moment, and their names will forever be etched into the state of Israel.
President Trump, you are the president of peace. There was not a single person on this planet who did more than you to advance peace. No one even came close. Your election to the presidency marked a turning point, not only for the United States, but for the entire world. Through your strength of character and unwavering resolve, you brought an end to bloody conflicts in no fewer than 8 regions across the globe. In less than 9 months, you became one of the most consequential presidents in history. You saved countless lives that would have been lost without your leadership. And as our sages teach, whoever saves one life, it is as though he has saved an entire world. You have proven that true peace is achieved through strength, and that only those who are prepared to use force in the present can prevent the need to use it in the future. Mr. President, you, more than any other individual, are deserving of the highest recognition for your efforts in promoting peace. Therefore, I hereby announce that together with our good friend, Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson, we will rally speakers, presidents of parliaments from around the world to submit for the Nobel Prize, Peace Prize next year. There is no one more deserving than you, President Trump. No one. אדוני, אנחנו ניצבים בפני ההיסטוריה ברגע נשגב שיחקק לדורות. זה יום מאוד מרגש לאזרחי ישראל, יום שכולנו ייחלנו לו. בספר ירמיהו משיב השם לרחל המבכה את בניה. מנעי קולך מעייך מדמעה, כי יש שכר לפעולתך, נאום אדוני, ושבו מארץ אויב. ויש תקווה לאחריתך, נאום אדוני, ושבו בנים לגבולם. אני מבקש לאחל מכל ליבי החלמה מהירה ושלמה לפצועים ולחטופים השבים. כמה טוב שבאתם הביתה. הנשיא טראמפ, מי ייתן והעושה שלום במרומיו יברך אותך, נשיא השלום, את ארצך ואזרחיה, את משפחתך וכל היקרים לך, ויעשה שלום עלינו ועליכם. May God bless you, President Trump. May God bless the United States of America. And may God bless the state of Israel. תודה רבה וחג שמח. אני מתכבד להזמין כעת את ראש הממשלה, חבר הכנסת בנימין נתניהו, לשאת דברים.
So first we'll be hearing from Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. He will speak.
מכובדי הנשיא הרצוג ורעייתו מיכל, מכובדיי הרבים,
The Prime Minister speaking in Hebrew now.
ובראשם ידידנו הגדול, נשיא ארצות הברית, הנשיא דונלד
Welcoming
ג'יי
everyone,
טראמפ.
and he said especially our dear friend Donald Trump.
ברוך בואך לירושלים, בירתנו הנצחית.
Welcome to Jerusalem,
Baruch
our
boacha.
eternal capital, he's saying to President Trump.
לישראל,
Welcome to
ביום
Israel
המרגש הזה,
on this very exciting day
שיחקק בתולדות עמנו,
that will go down in history.
וגם אתה הנשיא, תחקק בתולדות עמנו.
He says, and also President
כבר
Trump
נחקקת בתולדות האנושות.
will be etched into the history
אבל אנחנו,
of
כפי
the Jewish
שנאמר,
people.
זוכרים את ידידינו, ואנחנו יודעים
And we remember our
את
friends,
חלקך
and we
החשוב
know your
והמכריע
important and decisive part
בהחזרת יתרת
in the
חטופינו.
return of our hostages.
ביום הזה,
On this day,
שהתבשרנו עכשיו, רק לפני שעה קלה, שכל חטופינו החיים שבו אלינו.
and he says that just an hour ago, we received confirmation that all 20 living hostages have been returned to Israel, a moment we've been waiting for such a long time.
ואני רוצה להודות לך באופן אישי,
And
ובשם האומה
he
כולה.
says that, of course,
תודה לך,
Israel is
הנשיא
determined to
טראמפ.
return all the
תודה לך.
hostages. And he says it on behalf of the state of Israel and the people of Israel. He wants to thank President
Now, I know that the prompter is well using them, but I'm not sure about the translation. So I'll say words in English. President Trump, the Knesset welcomes you and your distinguished delegation to Jerusalem, our eternal capital. This is your first visit to Israel since you recognized Jerusalem as the capital and moved the embassy here. Thank you, President Trump. That. There are many other reasons to thank you since your last visit here. Thank you for recognizing Israeli sovereignty over the Golan Heights. Thank you for standing up to the lies against Israel in the United Nations. Thank you for recognizing in your 20 rights in Judea and Samaria, the ancestral homeland of the Jewish people. Thank you for brokering the historic Abraham Accords. Abraham, Eskhemei Avraham. withdrawing from the disastrous Iran nuclear deal. Thank you for supporting Operation Rising Lion and for your bold decision to launch Operation Midnight Hammer. Boy, is that, you got to hear this. This is the most fitting name ever named for a military operation, because a little after midnight, we hammered them.
Oh, yeah.
My friends, this is only a partial list, but it's enough to affirm what I've said time and again. Donald Trump is the greatest friend that the state of Israel has ever had in the White House. No American president ever did more for Israel. And as I said in Washington, it ain't even close. It's really not a match. Mr. President, today we welcome you here to thank you for your pivotal leadership in putting forward a proposal that got the backing of almost the entire world. A proposal that brings all our hostages home. A proposal that ends the war by achieving all our objectives. A proposal that opens the door to an historic expansion of peace in our region and beyond our region. Mr. President, you are committed to this peace. I am committed to this peace. And together, Mr. President, with peace. We've done it before. We've done it in the Abraham Accords, and we'll do it again. Mr. President, today the Jewish calendar marks the end of 2 years of war. That war began on October 7th, on the Jewish festival of Simchat Torah. You always tell me, and you tell the world, remember October 7th. Mr. President, we remember. We remember the thousands of Hamas terrorists who stormed into kibbutzim. We remember the 1,200 people Hamas savagely slaughtered in cold blood, including dozens and dozens of Americans. We remember entire families burnt alive as they embraced each other. We remember the beautiful young Israelis brutally gunned down at the Nova Music Festival. We remember the hundreds of our citizens who were dragged into the dungeons of Gaza, including 12 men and women, young and old, babies and elderly Holocaust survivors. Monsters take babies as hostages. In response to the barbaric attack on October 9th, Israel did what it had to do. With indomitable courage, we set out to defend our enemy and to release our hostages. Our heroic soldiers fought like lions. They fought on the lines of civilization and barbarism. Israel achieved amazing victories over Hamas and the entire Iran terror axis. Sinwar, Dev, Hania, Nasrallah, Assad, they're all gone. Iran's Iran's nuclear weapons and ballistic missile program, with your enormous help, Mr. President, rolled back. Half the Houthi leadership wiped out. But the price of this victory, the price of these victories, as nearly 2,000 of Israel's finest were lost, nearly half in battle. They left behind parents, spouses, siblings, and children. Their love and laughter, their promise and potential were lost forever. To the families of our fallen fighters, many of them are here, I say, I know the depth of your pain. I know the incredible grief that will accompany you for the rest of your lives. The state of Israel bows its head in eternal gratitude to our fallen heroes. Because of these heroes, our nation will survive. Because of these heroes, our nations will thrive. And because of these heroes, our nation will have peace. Mr. President, thousands of our brave soldiers were also wounded, suffering terrible blows to body and soul. Brave soldiers like Ari Spitz. Ari is an American Israeli who was injured. Ari is an American Israeli who was injured in Gaza while searching for Hamas terrorists and weapons. 2 of Ari's comrades were killed in this action, and 10 were injured. He was presumed dead, but recovery, despite losing 3 limbs. Ari, stand up for a minute alone. Stand up. There you go. There. Ari, you are the spirit of Joshua, the spirit of the Maccabees. You are the spirit of Israel. I salute you. We all salute you. Sabine Tassa is watching us today from the Israeli consulate in Los Angeles. Sabine lost her husband and her oldest son on October 7th. She is the mother of 3 other boys. 2 of them, Cohen and Shah, witnessed their father jump on a Hamas grenade to save his 2 sons. We all saw the film of those 2 boys crying out in pain, "Father is dead. Why? Why did God save me?" Mr. President, my friend Donald, I've seen some very tough things in my life, but I couldn't bring myself to watch those boys suffering again. So I didn't film except once. Yet Sabine has had the strength and fortitude to show this film across the world. And my wife Sarah and I asked her, "Sabine, how do you do it? Why do you do it?" And she answered, "I do it to show the entire world the monsters Israel is fighting and the justice of our cause. This is what she's doing once again. Sabine, you can hear me now. So I want to tell you on behalf of all of us, you embody the spirit of our biblical heroines, Deborah, Ruth, and Esther. You are the spirit of Israel. All salute you. Mr. President, you asked me on our nation during the 12-day war with Iran, how are the people holding up? And I said to you, our people are Israeli with unlimited resolve to defend our country and secure our future. The people give strength to our soldiers and to my colleagues. The Jewish people have risen from the ashes time and again, but when we state of Israel, would and that resolute strength assures our survival, it assures our future, it assures we have paid a high price for this war, but our enemies now understand just how powerful and just how determined Israel is. They understand that attacking Israel on October 7th was a catastrophic mistake. They understand that Israel is strong and that Israel is here to stay. And this, Mr. President, is the indispensable foundation of peace. Peace through strength. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a momentous day, a day of great joy as the remaining hostages come home. My wife Sarah and I have met with the hostage families many times. There were no words to describe their agony, only tears, a bottomless sorrow, and unimaginable pain. At the beginning of the war, I promised to bring all the hostages home. Today, with the indispensable help, the determined and focused help, the unremitting help of President Trump and his team, and with the incredible sacrifice and courage of the soldiers of Israel, we are fulfilling that promise. It has been a long journey to get here. In the first week of the war, our brave soldiers put military pressure on Hamas, and the international community put diplomatic pressure. It enabled us to secure the release of over 100 hostages. In heroic rescue attempts behind enemy lines, Israel's special forces rescued 8 live hostages and brought back the remains of a more. But as time went on, we all know what happened. The diplomatic pressure was turned on its head. More and more governments bought into Hamas's false propaganda. More and more governments succumbed to anti-Semitic mobs in their own countries. They just turned on Israel. They called for us to surrender to Hamas demands, just leave Gaza, immediately said, end the war without committing to disarm Hamas, without committing to demilitarize Gaza. Had Israel succumbed to those demands, not only would Sinwar, Nasrallah, Assad, and Iran's missile and nuclear program remain intact. Not only that, because in no time, the Hamas killers border fence, ready to repeat the horrors of October 7th again and again, as they vowed to do. But just at that point of maximum pressure on Israel, a man named Donald J. Trump was elected President of the United States. And ladies and gentlemen, overnight, everything changed. Everything. Mr. President, thanks to your unequivocal backing of Israel, we cured the hostage deal within weeks of your election. And in the months that followed, we worked closely together to forge a path to bring the remaining hostages home and end the war. End the war in a way that ensures the disarming of Hamas, the demilitarization of Gaza, and that Gaza would never again pose a threat to Israel. 2 months ago, you fully backed my decision to send the IDF into the last Hamas stronghold in Gaza City. You shared my view that this military pressure would help free the hostages. And despite all the criticism, all the naysayers, we were right. Hamas came ago. You succeeded in doing something miraculous. You succeeded in doing something that no one believed was possible. You brought most of the Arab world, you brought most of the world behind your proposal to free the hostages and end the war. I want to thank Steve Witkoff, Jared Kushner, and Ron Dermer for their great contribution to this effort. And I want to thank our negotiating team. I believe that the close cooperation between the two of us, between our two nations, combining Israel's military pressure and President Trump's unmatched global leadership. I have to tell you, American presidents, I've seen them all in the time that I've been here, and I've been here quite a lot of time. I've never seen anyone move the world so quickly, so decisively, so resolutely as our friend President Donald J. Trump. With our military pressure and President Trump's global leadership, we achieved this historic moment. It's a moment of indescribable joy as our nation embraces our sons who are coming home. Mr. President, this week, Jews around the world are going to read the book of Ecclesiastes, Kohelet, in the Bible. The Bible has many miraculous moments. One of them was your decision to bomb Fordo. I think it was a pivot of history because it wasn't meant only to bomb Fordo. That action and your previous action of taking out Qasem Soleimani, the architect of death, I think that changed the balance of power in the world. You brought America back again to the driver's seat. Now, I said that we're going to read this week the book of Ecclesiastes. It's not a book of action. It's a book of meditations, of thought, a perspective on life and on death. And in this book, we read the immortal words of King Solomon. To everything there is a season, and a time for every matter under heaven. Et milchama ve'et shalom. A time for peace and a time for war. The last 2 years have been a time of war. The coming years will hopefully be a time for peace. Peace inside Israel and peace outside Israel. I look forward to continuing marching with you on the path we paved together with the Abraham Accords. Under your leadership, we can forge new peace treaties with Arab countries in the region and Muslim countries beyond the region. We'll work together to build a better future, a future that unites civilization against barbarism, darkness, and hope against despair. And my friends, I believe that with President Trump's leadership, this will be a lot faster than people think. As Prime Minister of Israel, I extend my hand to hold those who seek peace with us. No one wants peace more than the people of Israel. Israel will always remain vigilant in defending itself, and Israel will always remain full of hope. Hope is our national anthem. Hope is our creed. Hope is our strength. It is time, my friends, to realize that hope and expand the circle of peace. Thank you for all you have done for us. I have submitted your nomination, the first non-Israeli recipient of the Israel Prize, Israel's highest award. As to that other prize, just a question of time, you'll get it. But I will get the Israel Prize, our highest award, to our greatest friend. When others were weak, you were strong. When others were fearful, you were bold. When others abandoned us, you stood by our side. On behalf of the government and people of Israel, I thank you for your extraordinary friendship. Thank you for helping bring our hostages home. Thank you for supporting Israel's march to victory. Thank you for paving the path to peace. מכובדי נשיא ארצות הברית, ידידי דונלד, ברוך הבא לישראל, ברוך הבא לירושלים, ברוך הבא ביום המרגש הזה, שהחיינו וקיימנו והגיענו לזמן הזה. May God bless you and your family, Mr. President. May God bless America. May God bless Israel. And may God bless the covenant between our two promised lands. Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. President. Where?
Come on up, opposition. Come on, opposition.
Yeah, okay. אני מתכבד להזמין כעת את ראש האופוזיציה, חבר הכנסת יאיר לפיד.
Mr. Speaker, members of Knesset, ministers, President Herzog, Netanyahu, distinguished guests, Your Excellency, President Trump. For 2 years, we waited for this moment. 2 years of sleepless nights, 2 years without air in our lungs. Our eyes are filled with tears today. Our hearts are filled with gratitude. Our children are coming home. In the Babylonian Talmud, bookish people, it is written, whoever destroys one life, it is who destroys a word, and whoever saves one life, it is though as he has saved an entire world. Mr. President, you have saved the lives of our hostages. But you saved so much more. You have saved the souls of the bereaved whose loved ones now will be brought home for burial. You have saved thousands of soldiers who will now not fall in battle. And you have saved millions from the horrors of war. You have saved more than one life, and each life is an entire world. This is a historic moment, and a reminder that history is shaped by people. It is shaped by those who know the past, but have the vision to change the future. When you were elected, you declared that you would be the president of peace. You have kept your word. The fact that you were not awarded the Nobel Peace Prize is a grave mistake by the committee. But they will have no choice, Mr. President. They will have to award it to you next year. Peace will not come by waiting. It will come by building out and by daring once again to believe. You, Mr. President, have done the unimaginable. We will be eternally grateful. But we also need to take responsibility. The destiny of Israel is owned by the people of Israel. We must now prove ourselves worthy of what has been achieved. From its founding, Israel has said to the world that our strength, our power, rest upon our values. Israel is the strongest country in the Middle East because we are the only democracy in the Middle East. Because we believe in the principle of independence, which says Israel will ensure complete equality of social and political rights to all its inhabitants, irrespective of religion, race, or sex. It will guarantee freedom of religion, conscience, language, education, and culture. It will safeguard the holy places for all religions. Those are our values. That is who we are as people, as a country. Our neighbors understand one more thing about us. We are not going anywhere. The Middle East is our home. We are here to stay. Our story did not end in the Bible. It began there. It continues in our laboratories and universities, in our innovation hubs. Hamas, Hezbollah, Iran, and the Houthis, they all read the wrong intelligence reports. The real intelligence report on Israel's intentions is found in the book of Genesis. And I will give you and your descendants after you the land of Canaan for an everlasting possession. Call upon the nations of the Islamic world, on all our neighbors, Saudi Arabia, Syria, others. We are here to stay. We can do great things together. Come and talk to us. Mr. President, you are the one who can make it happen, as you did with the historic Abraham Accords. Then too, no one believed it was possible. Then too, imposed your vision on everyone. While others spoke of difficulties, you created opportunity. You can be the one to bring the next wave of peace. The people of Israel support this. They want this. We are ready. And you can later today in Egypt with your unbelievably talented team, my friends, Steve Witkoff, Jared Kushner, Marco Rubio, Pete Hegseth, forge a regional alliance that will change not only the Middle East, but the entire world. After 2 years of war, the peoples of this region should look around and ask themselves, whose situation is it? Those who chose the path of peace or those who chose the path of war? Those who invested in their people, in the education of their children, in science and education and technology, or those who invested in hate and in violence? From here I say to all those who demonstrated against Israel these past 2 years, on the streets of London and Rome, in Paris and in Columbia University, I do not represent the government. As you know, I am the leader of the opposition. And I tell you, then, you were deceived. You were deceived. Propaganda experts, funded by terror money, manipulated you. Now that the war has stopped, you have time and a chance to go and learn the facts. The truth is, there was no genocide, no intentional starvation. The truth is, there was an army fighting in the most complicated conditions imaginable against terrorists who send their own children to die for a follow-up, who use their own children as human shields. The truth is that a democratic state was attacked by a fanatical terrorist organization. 1,200 people were killed in one day. Women were raped. Babies were burned alive. And all that, on all the while, they played with your minds, selling you the absurd idea that supporting Islamic terror is somehow a liberal value. There is good and evil in this world. When you stand with Hamas, you stand with evil. When you stand with Hezbollah, you stand with evil. When you stand with the Iranian regime, you stand with evil. When you stand with Israel, you stand of justice. Last week I attended the 7th October Memorial Ceremony. An inspirational woman called Galit Dan spoke on stage. Galit had a daughter, Noya, a 13-year-old girl who was autistic like my daughter. And Noya was full of light. On that dark day, Noya was sleeping at her grandmother's, Carmela's house in Kibbutz Nir Oz. Carmela was 80 years old. Their bodies, grandmother and granddaughter, were found embraced. They were murdered together. On stage at the ceremony, Galit said a sentence that moved us all. We don't want revenge, she said. We want redemption. Today, redemption begins. Israel has endured 2 terrible years on the battlefield and in the international arena. But in those 2 years, also rediscovered our own greatness. We remember how good we can be, our pilots who took control of the skies over Iran, our industries leading the world in technology, our civil society, which reached out to help every victim of the war. We will move forward toward a different future. Our heroic soldiers who saved us all will fold away their uniforms and rise as teachers and engineers, scientists and innovators, investors and small business owners. We will never be able to repay the debt to those who sacrificed everything these past years, to those who, as President Lincoln said, gave the last full measure of devotion. We can only be worthy of them, worthy of their sacrifice. Mr. President, allow me to speak also to the businessman in you, the deal maker who understands value. If there were one stock in the world I would invest in today, it is the state of Israel. If there were one nation that deserves unrestricted access to GPU chips, to AI and SMR technologies, to American markets, it is the state of Israel. Future is intertwined with our eternal alliance, our strategic and moral covenant with our greatest friends, the United States of America. This war is over. We will always need to stay vigilant, to guard against those who seek our destruction. But the state of Israel is about to reinvent itself. The challenges ahead demand not only strength, but a new vision. It's time to take a new path, to be a nation that is advanced and thriving and peace-seeking. We have waited for this moment, for the end of the war, for the return of the hostages, for the chance to rechannel our grief and loss into the energy needed to rebuild our nation. Thanks to you, Mr. President. Thanks to our soldiers, our lions. Thanks to the millions of great Israeli patriots who filled the streets and the square and never, not for one moment, gave up on the hostages. Thanks to all of them, the strength within us can now rise, succeed, and build for our future and for our children. Thank you very much. God bless the United States of America. Am Israel Chai.
אני מודה לראש האופוזיציה. ועכשיו, members of the Knesset, it is now my distinct honor to invite the President of the United States of America, His Excellency Donald J. Trump, to address the Knesset.
Thank you very much, everybody. It's a great honor. Nice place. Very nice place. Mr. President, Mr. Prime Minister, Mr. Speaker, esteemed members of the Knesset, and cherished citizens of Israel, we gather on a day of profound joy, of soaring hope, of renewed faith, and above all, a day to give our deepest thanks to the Almighty God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. After 2 harrowing years in darkness and captivity, 20 courageous hostages are returning to the glorious embrace of their families, and it is glorious. 28 more precious loved ones are coming home at last to rest in this sacred soil for all of time. And after so many years of unceasing war and endless danger, today the skies are calm, the guns are silent, the sirens are still, and the sun rises on a holy land that is finally at peace, a land and a region that will live, God willing, in peace for all eternity. This is not only the end of a war, this is the end of an age of terror and death and the beginning of the age of faith and hope and of God. It's the start of a grand concord and lasting harmony for Israel and all the nations of what will soon be a truly magnificent region. I believe that so strongly. This is the historic dawn of a new Middle East. I want to express my gratitude to a man of exceptional courage and patriotism whose partnership did so much to make this momentous day possible. You know who I'm talking about. There's only one, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. Bibi, please stand up. And he is not easy, I want to tell you. He's not the easiest guy to deal with, but that's what makes him great. That's what makes him great. Thank you very much, baby. Great job. And let me also convey my tremendous appreciation for all of the nations of the Arab and Muslim world that came together to press Hamas to set the hostages free and to send them home. We had a lot of help. We had a lot of help from a lot of people that you wouldn't suspect, and I want to thank them for that. It's an incredible triumph for Israel and the world to have all of these nations working together as partners in peace. And it's pretty unusual for you to see that, but it happened in this case. This was a very unusual point in time, a brilliant point in time. From now, this will be remembered as the moment that everything began to change, and change very much for the better. Like the USA right now, it will be the golden age of Israel and the golden age of the Middle East. It's going to work together. I'd like to thank several patriots for their invaluable help in getting something done that almost everyone thought was absolutely impossible. We were wasting our time. So many people said, "You're just wasting your time." But we weren't, because we had talented people working with us, and we had people that loved your country, and frankly, people that loved the region. They loved the Middle East. I want to thank my friend Steve Witkoff. You know, Steve was chosen by me. He never did this before, but I knew him as a few things. He was a great businessman, but I know a lot of great businessmen, to be honest with you. He had tremendous negotiating skills, but I know a lot of people that negotiate pretty well, although it is an art. But there are people that can negotiate pretty well. But most importantly with Steve, he's just a great guy. Everybody loved him. Everybody. I mean, I know some negotiators that are so good, but you wouldn't have had peace in the Middle East. It would be in World War III right now with some of these guys. Everybody loves Steve, and they respect him, and they somehow can relate to him. I've known him for many years, and I've seen it over and over again.
חבר הכנסת עודה. להוציא את חבר הכנסת עודה. להוציא אותו מהאולם. להוציא אותו מיד. החוצה, החוצה. החוצה. להוציא גם את חבר הכנסת כסיף. להוציא את חבר הכנסת כסיף מהאולם. להוציא אותם מיד. Sorry for that, Mr. President.
Thank you.
Please.
That was very efficient. So back to Steve. He's But I tell one story because he was so involved, and then we called in Jared. We need that brain. We want to get Jared in here. We got to get a certain group of people. But he started this all by himself. I call him Henry Kissinger, who doesn't leak. Okay? Henry is a big leaker. He leaked. Steve doesn't leak. Steve just wants to get the job done. He wants to do what's right. But I'll give you a quick story because, as you know, he's working on the war with Russia and Ukraine, a war that would have never happened if I were president. A shame. 7,000 young soldiers a week are being killed. More than that this last week. It's a shame that it never happened. But it did happen, and we won the race, and I took over this war that's been raging, and I thought it would be easily settled. I thought it was a hell of a lot easier than doing what we just did very successfully with Israel and a lot of other people. But this came first, and we'll get that one. But I set up a meeting for him to meet with President Putin, thinking it would be a 15 or a 20-minute meeting. Steve had no idea about Russia, had no idea about Putin too much, didn't know too much about politics, wasn't that interested. He was really good at real estate, but he had that quality that I was looking for, and I didn't see it around in too many ways. And I set up the meeting with Putin, and I called and said, is Steve finished yet? That was about a half an hour into the meeting. No, sir, he's not. He's still inside. This is in Moscow. I said, well, how's he doing? I don't know, sir. He's still inside. He's still with Putin. He's with President Putin. I said, wow, that's a long meeting, 1 hour. I called up an hour later. He's still with Putin. Hours still with Putin. 4 hours later, he started to going to be coming out soon. And in 5 hours, he came out. I said, what the hell were you talking about for 5 hours? He says, just a lot of interesting things. We're talking about a lot of interesting things, including what he went in there for, but you can't talk about it for 5. You can talk for a certain period of time, and you know what you're getting. But that's a talent. That's a talent. Where you can do that. Most people I'd send in, number one, they wouldn't be accepted. Number two, if they were, the meeting would last 5 minutes. And that's what happens with Steve. Everybody loves him. They love him on this side. They love him on the other side. And he's a great negotiator because he's a great guy. So thank you very much, Steve. Very much. Let me also give a very special to someone who truly loves Israel. In fact, loves so much that my daughter converted. My daughter converted. I didn't know this was going to happen. And Ivanka's here. And Bibi, you do know this was not in the cards for me. You understand that. And she is so happy, and they are so happy. At least I think they're happy. If they're not, we have a big story, right? No, they have a great marriage, and they get along great. They're best friends. They have a very special relationship. But Jared has been so helpful. He really did something very special. He established Abraham Accords with a group of very wonderful people. I like calling it the Avraham Accords because people that, right? Avraham. It's so cool. It's, you know, the Abraham versus the Avraham. I just don't want to sound too sanctimonious when I do it, so, you know, I sort of split it up. This way we keep everybody happy. But we have some very great talent, and they have no excuses for any. We had some unbelievably good people working on. And you can add a man named Marco Rubio. That's right. And I have a prediction that Marco will go down, I mean this, as the greatest Secretary of State in the history of the United States. I believe that. I believe it. And he and I, you know, we really fought it out. You remember, he was tough. He was nasty. Who the hell thought this was going to happen, Marco, right? And now I'm saying he's going to go down as the greatest. He will. He was always smart and sharp, and people respect him. And then we have somebody who's young, but an unbelievable leader. I saw it a long time ago, and he's turned out to be even better than we thought. Right, Susie? I think even better. And that's Pete Hegseth, who is our Secretary of War, formerly Secretary of Defense. And as you know, we decisively won World War I. We decisively won World War II decisively. And everything in between and everything before it, we won everything. And then they had the brilliant idea of changing the name from war, you know, it was war, to defense. And with that went a certain thinking. And we fought in a very politically correct way after that. We always had the strongest military, and now we have a stronger military than we've ever had before. Because of my first term, I've totally rebuilt the military, every aspect of it. But we have, if you think, we settled 8 wars in 8 months. I'm now including this one, by the way, if that's okay. They may say, well, that was quick, because yesterday I was saying 7, but now I can say 8. The hostages are back. The hostages are back. It is a good feeling. Isn't it nice to say, you know, I just said the hostage, first time I said the hostages are back. It feels so good to say it. But when you settle 8 wars in 8 months, that means you don't like war. Everyone thought I was going to be brutal. In fact, I remember Hillary Clinton during a debate, she said, look at him, he's going to go into war with everybody. And actually, she said, he's got a personality that's all about war. No, and my personality, and it seems to work. Seems to work. But it also means there's change in our attitude that we're not going to go into a war, but if we do, we're going to win that war like nobody has ever won a war before. Not correct, but we're not going to be there. And I think, you know, it shouldn't be through. That's what about. The United States has the greatest and most powerful military right now, history of the world. I can tell you we have weapons that nobody's ever dreamt of. I only hope we never have to use them. I rebuilt the military. I was proud to do, but the things I hated to do, I hated certain of the weapons because the level of power is so enormous, so bad. But we have to do what we have to do. We make the weapons in the world, and we've got a lot of them. But a lot, frankly, and I mean, Bibi would call me so many times, can you get me this weapon, that weapon, that weapon? Some of them I never heard of, Bibi, and I made them. But we'd get them here, wouldn't we? And they are the best. They are the best. But you used them well. It also takes people that know how to use them, and you obviously used them very well. But so many that Israel became strong and powerful, which ultimately led to peace. That's what led to peace. So as we celebrate today, let us remember how the nightmare of depravity and death all began. 2 years ago, on the eve of the Simchat Torah holiday, thousands of innocent Israeli civilians were attacked by terrorists, and one of the most evil and heinous desecrations of innocent life the world has ever seen, the worst slaughter of Jews since the Holocaust. The cruelty of October 7th struck to the core of humanity itself. Nobody could believe what they were witnessing. The United States of America grieved alongside you, and we mourned for our own citizens who were so viciously taken that day. And to all the families whose lives were forever changed by the atrocities of that day, and all of the people of Israel, please know that America joins you in those two everlasting vows: never forget and never again. From October 7th until this week, Israel has been a nation at war, enduring burdens that only a proud and faithful people could withstand. It was a very tough period of time. For so many families across this land, it has been years since you've known a single day of true peace. But now at last, not only for Israelis, but also for Palestinians and for many others, the long and painful nightmare is finally over. And as the dust settles, the smoke fades, the debris is removed, ashes cleaned from the air, the day that breaks on a region transformed and a beautiful and much brighter future appear suddenly within your reach. This is now a very exciting time for Israel and for the entire Middle East, because all across the Middle East, the forces of chaos, terror, and ruin that have plagued the region for decades now stand isolated and totally defeated. A new coalition of proud and responsible nations is emerging. Those of us, the enemies of all civilization, retreat. Thanks to the brave and incredible skill of the Israeli Defense Force Operation Rising Lion. That's central cast. And my people loved working with you. Loved it. But many of Iran's top terrorists, nuclear scientists and commanders, have been extinguished from this earth. And with Operation Midnight Hammer, boy, that's a great name for that, what we did last June. The United States military flew 7 of the bombers. They looked so beautiful all of a sudden. They were always, I thought they were pretty planes. I had no idea they could do what they did. In fact, we just ordered 28 more of them. A little update version. We ordered a whole pile of them. And almost 100 other planes went with them, including fighter jets. And we had 50 tankers, big, beautiful, brand new tankers that were loading them up 4 or 5 times. They've traveled 37 hours back. Think of that. But we had tankers all over the sky for all planes, the F-22s, the F-35s, F-16s. We had a hell of a lot of planes. So we had 52 gas stations in the sky. That's what they call them. I'll tell you, I wouldn't want them. Great General Raisin Cain right here. General, stand up. This guy. What a general. Thank you. I asked General Cain, I said, you know, we're having problems with ISIS, and I was in Washington, and I asked, how long would it take to defeat ISIS? And my Washington generals told me, 3, 4, maybe 5 years, sir. I said, I don't get it. We got the best equipment. Flew to Iraq, and I met with a man named Cain. He said, what's your first name? He said, they call me Raisin, sir. I said, wait a minute, your name is Raisin Cain? I've been looking for you for a long time. You gotta be kidding. So they told me 3, 4, 5 years to defeat ISIS. And I sit down with him. I flew there in the dark of night. I landed, I'll never, glad I made it, because I met him. Could I ask you, General? I come down, he's standing with another general, sergeant. Everybody was like to a movie, right? Between him and you guys making movies, okay? And they got along so great. That's the beautiful thing, that your military and our military, Bibi, got along so great. But I was told by the television generals in Washington, we have the best equipment in the world. Why is it taking so long? And they said, 4 years. I said, so let me ask you, Raisin, how long would it take you to defeat ISIS? Sir, we can do it in 3 weeks, but you'll probably have some time left over. I said, you gotta be kidding. What the hell are you talking about? Well, look, my place to say, but you're asking me the question. What you have to do is You hit them from the west, you hit them from the north, you hit them from the south, you hit them above, you hit them below. So why didn't they do it? And he didn't want to speak badly of his superiors, which is hard to believe. Superiors should have been the other way around a long time ago, because he's the one that did Operation Hammer. It was flawless. It was flawless. It was absolutely flawless. And I said, so you think you can do it in 4 weeks? Yes, sir, 100%. You have to doing it. They were using one base, and it was hundreds of miles away. He says, we have all these portable bases all over the Middle East, and they didn't want to use them because they didn't want to offend the country where the portable, they wouldn't have even known what the hell the planes were going up, right? They wouldn't have known, but he said, no, they didn't want to defend anybody, offend anybody, and but we can do it in 4 weeks. I said, you sure about that? I'm going to call you back. I'll call you back on Monday. I'm going back to Washington. But you think 4 weeks? Yes, sir, I think we can do it in 4 weeks. We'll have time left over. So I call him on Monday. I say, you think you can do it? 4 weeks. I said, go ahead and do it. He did it. I'll tell you, he did it in 4 weeks, less than 4 weeks. So, General, stand up, please. Again, this is a real general. This is not a television general. He doesn't want to go on television. He doesn't want to go on television. I said, the other guys love being on television. So we dropped 14 bombs on Iran's key nuclear facilities, totally, as I said originally, obliterating them. And that's been confirmed, and everybody understands it. Together we stopped the #1 state sponsor of terror from obtaining the world's most dangerous weapons. And if you think about it, if we didn't do that, and assuming we made the same deal that we have today, there'd be a dark cloud over this deal. And #1, it wouldn't happen because the other Arab and Muslim nations really wouldn't feel comfortable making the deal that we have now, right? If Iran had that nuclear weapon that they were about 2 months away from having. They would have had it in 2 months or maybe less than that. They were right at, this was our last shot. They looked at it for 22 years. This was our last shot. The pilots told me that. They said, 22 years, sir, they looked at it. Our predecessors looked, they studied it. 3 times a year would do drills on that exact attack. And boy, did they get it right. But let's assume they didn't, and let's assume there was large-scale nuclear weapons in the hands of Iran. We couldn't be here today. Even if we signed the deal, which we couldn't do because a lot of people would not want to have anything to do with it, we took a big cloud off of the Middle East and off of Israel. But it isn't it true, though, that can you imagine the same, let's assume, Bibi, the same documents, we had everything the same, but you had somebody out there that was, in the opinion of everybody, all-powerful in the Middle East. They took a big hit, didn't they? Didn't they take a big hit? Boy, oh boy. They one deal with it. Let's be happy with it. Somebody said they're starting their nuclear program. Digging holes again in mountains up. So they're not doing it. They want to survive, okay? But I think we have a chance. Steve, you, and I think Jared, come on, I'll call you back for another one. We always bring Jared when we want to get that deal closed. We bring Jared, but Steve, you and Jared and the General and Pete and Marco, you'll get that deal done easy. I think that'll be easy. But first we have to get Russia done. We got to get that one done. Let's focus on Russia first, all right? We'll get it done. In Lebanon, the dagger of Hezbollah long aimed at Israel's throat has been totally shattered. My administration is supporting the new president of Lebanon in his mission to permanently disarm Hezbollah's terror brigades. He's doing very well. And build a thriving state at peace with its neighbors, and you're very much in favor of that. And, good things are happening there, really good things. And with this week's ceasefire, we've achieved the most challenging breakthrough of them all. The most challenging breakthrough maybe ever. I mean, I've never seen anything like. I've been involved in a lot of success. I have never seen anything like what's going on. Dancing in the streets, not just in Israel. They're dancing in the streets of countries that would have never danced in the street about what's happening today. They're dancing in those streets. So this long and difficult war has now ended. You know, some people say 3,000 years, some people say 500 years, whatever it is. It's the granddaddy of them all. And in an unprecedented achievement, virtually the entire region has endorsed the plan that Gaza will be immediately demilitarized, that Hamas will be disarmed, and Israel's security will no longer be threatened in any form. So Israel, with our help, has all that they can by force. You've won. I mean, you've won. Now it's time to translate these victories against terrorists on the battlefield into the ultimate prize of peace and prosperity for the entire Middle East. It's about time you were able to enjoy the fruits of your labor. Mr. Opposition Leader. I said he's a very nice opposition leader. I think. No, he's a nice man. Bibi, he's a nice man. He knows what he's doing, right? No, he's a very nice guy. Well, see, now you can be a little bit nicer, Bibi, because you're not at war anymore, Bibi. But only by embracing the opportunities of this moment can we achieve our goal of ensuring that the horrors of recent years will never happen again. You don't want to have to go through this again. 8 years ago, I came to this region on a very special first trip abroad as the President of the United States. I came here very early at your request. I addressed the leaders of the Arab and Muslim world gathered in Saudi Arabia and said that it was time to build a future free of the grip of extremism and terror. And interestingly, right now, as soon as I'm finished, I'm quite late. You've kept me quite late between opposition leaders and Bibi's brilliant but very long speech. I thought I was going to run up here, make a speech, and then head to Egypt. It didn't work out, though. And you made a pretty long one, too, Sarah. But I liked what you all said. It could be worse. Supposing on top of it, I didn't like what you said. That would be no good, Ron, would it? Ron, you did a great job, by the way, Ron. So I'm going to be meeting, actually, in a little while, I'm going to be meeting with the most powerful, the richest nations, really, in the world, although now, with the tariffs, the United States is by far the richest nation in the world, as you probably have been reading. But the richest nations, most powerful nations, tremendous, headed by some tremendous people in many cases. Some cases I wouldn't say necessarily I would endorse. But I will tell you, some incredible people that really helped us make this all possible. So I'll be going there. I'll be quite late. They might not be there by the time I get there. But we're going to give it a shot. But the journey we started back then led to the crushing defeat of the ISIS caliphate. to the monumental Abraham Accords, and ultimately to the historic ceasefire this week, in which many of those same nations really played a very pivotal role, I have to tell you. Steve will tell you that. Jared will tell you that. Together, we've shown that peace is not just a hope that we can dream about. It's a reality we can build upon day by day, person by person, and nation by nation. And because of that, the Middle East is finally ready to embrace its extraordinary potential. You have extraordinary potential in this region. It should now be clear to everyone throughout the region that decades of fomenting terrorism and extremism, jihadism and anti-Semitism have not worked. They haven't worked. They've been a disaster. They've just killed. They've killed. They've backfired completely and totally. They've just totally backfired. Everything that you thought, take it worst case, it's turned out to be worse than that. They have not worked. From Gaza to Iran, those bitter hatreds have delivered nothing but misery, suffering, failure, and death. They've served not to weaken Israel, but to annihilate the very forces that did the most to foment this hatred. And it's really, I mean, everybody that's tried it has become irrelevant. Meanwhile, we've seen those nations that set aside their differences, reached across ancient divides, and pursued engagement are now among the most successful in the region. They're getting along with Israel, and they're doing great. And I can tell you the 4 nations that joined the Abraham Accords early on, and you'd all be doing me a favor, and I'm going to be saying this in a little while to some other friends, would love you all to, is this right, Jared? Join up in the Abraham Accords. We have to join up and get together. You can have that whole thing filled out. We had a very weak administration, worst president in the history of our country by far. And Barack Obama was not far behind, by the way. And they did nothing with this incredible document, the Abraham Accords, but now you can fill them up. Now you have peace. You have people that really like Israel. I'll tell you, they like more today than they did even 5 weeks ago. Like, you've made a lot of, you've come back. You've come back strong, because it was getting to be a little nasty out there in the world, and ultimately the world wins. You can't beat the world. Or I would say to Bibi, it's now time. And he understood it better than anybody, because ultimately, you know, the world's a very big place. And I've said a lot. I said, this piece of land is very small. It's unbelievable what you've done with that tiny, you look at a map, even not the world, the Middle East, and you have this little dot. And think of what you've done. It's incredible. It's incredible. But the world is loving Israel again. And I said to Bibi, you know, the world is big and it's strong. And Ron, ultimately, the world wins. And we don't have to worry about that now. But there was getting to be a period of time over the last few months, you know, the world wanted peace and Israel wanted peace. Everybody did. Everybody did. And what a victory it's been, right? What a victory it's been. If you would have gone on for 3, 4 more years, keep fighting, it was getting bad. It was getting heated. The timing of this is brilliant. And I said, Bibi, you're going to be remembered for this far more than if you kept this thing going, kill. It would be it would not be the same. And I just want to congratulate you for having the courage to say, that's it, we've won, and now let's enjoy our lives. Let's rebuild Israel and make it stronger and bigger and better than it's ever been before. We're going to do that. Took a lot of guts. And the choice for Palestinians could not be more clear. This is their chance to turn forever from the path of terror and violence. It's been extreme, to exile the wicked forces of hate that are in their midst. And I think that's going to happen. I've met some people over the last couple of months that want to see it happen very much. And after tremendous pain and death and hardship, now is the time to concentrate on building their people up instead of trying to tear Israel down. We don't want that to happen again. And the total focus of Gazans must be on restoring the fundamentals of stability, safety, dignity, and economic development so they can finally have the better life that their children really do deserve after all these decades of horror. I intend to be a partner in this effort in the sense that we're going to help and we're going to do something that became unbelievably popular. Everybody wants to be on it. It's called the Board of Peace, okay? How about that? Is that a beautiful name? Like a Board of Peace. The only bad thing from my standpoint, every single nation involved has asked me to be the chair, and I'll tell you, I'm very busy. I didn't count on that, but you know what? If we do it, we'll do it right. And unbelievable power and wealth, because you're going to need wealth. You're going to need wealth to rebuild things, and they have wealth like few people have wealth. I want to thank the Arab and Muslim nations for their commitment that they've made to support a safe rebuilding of Gaza and beyond. I have many Arab countries, very wealthy countries, that came up and said, we'll put up tremendous amounts of money to get rebuild Gaza, and I think that's going to happen. The power, they want dignity, they want to come forward, and they want to say, and I want to say who they are, because what they're doing is going to be, I think, something that you're going to be very impressed with, Bibi, and you need that. You need the kind of economic power that they have, and they want to see it work, and they want to see it be safe, and they want to see it be good for Israel, too. And as much money as it will be, and it's a lot, as you can see, it's a lot. For these countries, it's relatively little relative to their worth. It's really a lot of money like most people could never even conceive, but for these countries, it's not that much, especially because it ensures success and stability in the Middle East, which is what they want to see. So many of them will be with us in Egypt in a little while, I think. I'm not sure. They may be gone. They may have taken their Boeing 747s and left. I said, what kind of a plane do you fly? 747. I said, that's a large plane. No, they may have. Steve, do you think they've left on their their brand new Boeing 747s? Or, I don't know. We're going to find out soon. It's going to be a big story. There'll be 2 people left, and they'll be the 2 poorest ones. But it will be the wealthiest and most powerful group of nations. So the group that we have assembled, that's waiting for us, is the wealthiest and most powerful group ever assembled at one time. There has never been a group like this. And they're only looking for good. They want good. They're going to do good. And as those commitments are made, I'm going to let the world know who's doing it, because they really deserve to get the credit. And some of them probably won't want the credit, but they deserve it. It's more obvious than ever that the productive and responsible nations of this region should not be enemies or adversaries. You should be partners and eventually even friends, and that's what's going to happen. I know it. Together you can stand against the forces of chaos. Yeah, you go ahead. That's an important point. Because you can stand against the forces of chaos that threatened all of your interests, and it's always a big threat, and unleash incredible prosperity and opportunity for all the people of these lands, and that's what's going to happen. You're going to unleash numbers and success, the likes of which Israel has never been able to think of, because you're so firm, and you should be, and you've done the right thing in defending yourself. You're not going to have to worry so much about it. You've won, and now you can build, and you can do things that you never even thought possible. When you put that genius into doing something else, it's going to be something it's going to be a miracle. The miracle in the desert, it's going to be amazing. And it already is in a true sense. But it'll be wonderful when you can spend time thinking about other than war and defense and offense also. To that end, it's my firm hope and dream, frankly, that together the Abraham Accords will turn out to be everything that we thought they would. Those 4 countries were very, very brave in doing it. They did it at a very early point, and every single one of them benefits unbelievably financially. And if you noticed, even in this bad period that we just went through, they all remained a member of the Abraham Accords. They've done unbelievably well. And you know who you are, and I want to thank you. And they've stayed because of loyalty, but they've also stayed because it was really good business. They've made a lot of money being members, and you're going to all, I hope that every one of the countries that we're seeking, Jared, I hope they join quickly. No games, no nothing. Just join, get it. It's going to be a great peacemaker. It's really going to bring it together beyond anybody's wildest dream. So instead of building fortresses to keep enemies at bay, the nations of this region should be building infrastructure to weave your commerce closer together, because you've got to compete with the big world out there in commerce now. It's a different kind of competition. Instead of making weapons, the wealth of this region should flow to schools and medicine, industry, and frankly, the new hot thing, artificial intelligence. It's it's a lot of intelligence you're going to have to be throwing off to pay back these sums of money that they're doing. But that's really the hot one. And I might say that the United States, a year ago, was a dead country. I say it to people. I heard it first from the King of Saudi Arabia. I then heard it from UAE. I heard it from Qatar. I heard it from many other countries. A year ago, the United States of America was a dead country. Now it's the hottest country anywhere in the world. It is the hottest. There's no question about it. In fact, if you go back a year ago, before the election, although once we had November 5th, we became hot because people got it. I would say November 5th was a time that we became really hot. But once you go back a couple of years, if I were in charge and the country was doing what they were, nobody was going to ask me to speak. Nobody asked Joe Biden to come up and speak, I guarantee you that. And if they did, he would have turned them down, I promise. He didn't speak, and he didn't speak well. But all of the countries in the Middle East, it could have, what we're doing now, it could have happened a long time ago, but it was strangled and set back almost irretrievably by the administrations of Barack Obama. And there was a hatred toward Israel. There was an absolute hatred. The setbacks really started when President Obama signed the Iran nuclear deal. This was a disaster for Israel, and it was a disaster for everyone. And I remember that Bibi Netanyahu came to the United States and worked so hard to try and get Obama not to do that deal. He worked so hard. But it was like talking to a wall. I remember him telling me it was like talking to a wall. They wanted to go with Iran. They chose Iran, frankly, over a lot of other good nations, but specifically Israel. And that was the beginning of a very bad period of time. You had Obama go out, and the Iran nuclear deal turned out to be a disaster. And by the way, I terminated the Iran nuclear deal, and I was very proud to do it. Yet even to Iran, whose regime has inflicted so much death on the Middle East, the hand of friendship and cooperation is open. I'm telling you, they want to make a deal. That's all I do in my life. I make deals. I'm good at it. I've always been good at it. And I know when they want. Even if they said, we don't want to make a deal, I can tell you they want to make a deal. All right, they do. They want to make a deal, and we're going to see if we can do something, because this is crazy what's happening, and we're not going to have this anymore. Neither the United States nor Israel bear the people of Iran any hostility. We merely want to live in peace. We don't want any looming threats over our heads, and we don't want to even think in terms of nuclear destruction. It's not going to happen, never will happen. There's nothing that would do more good for this part of the world than for Iran's leaders to renounce terror, stop threatening their neighbors, quit funding their militant proxies, and recognize Israel's right to existence. They have to do that. They have to do that. And to Iran, and as you know, this is not said out of weakness. There's no weakness. But I'm going to say this, that we are ready when you are, and it will be the best decision that Iran has ever made. And it's going to happen. It's going to happen. And they're good people. A lot of Iranians in the United States are good people, smart, hardworking people. They don't want to see what's happened to their country. The story of fierce Israeli resolve and triumph since October 7th should be proof to the entire world that those who seek to destroy this nation are doomed to bitter failure. The state of Israel will live and thrive forever. And that is why Israel will always remain a vital ally of the United States of America. Israelis share our values, field one of the world's most powerful militaries. You really do. You have an amazing, what a job you've done. And have one of the most innovative economies on earth. Those are just a few of the reasons why I'm proud to be the best friend that Israel has ever had. And they all say it in the White House. They all say it. I guess it's true because everybody says it. You said it today. Thank you. But as president, I terminated the disastrous Iran nuclear deal, and ultimately I terminated Iran's nuclear program with things called B-2 bombers. It was swift, and it was accurate, and it was a military beauty. I authorized the spending of billions of dollars, which went to Israel's defense, as you know. And after years of broken promises from many other American presidents, you know that, they kept promising. I never understood it until I got there. There was a lot of pressure put on these presidents. It was put on me too, but I didn't yield to the pressure. But every president for decades said, we're going to do it. The difference is I kept my promise and officially recognized the capital of Israel and moved the American embassy to Jerusalem. Isn't that right, Miriam? Look at Miriam. She's back there. Stand up, Miriam. Stand up. Miriam and Sheldon would come into the office. They'd call me. He'd call me. I think they had more trips to the White House than anybody else I can think of. Look at her sitting there so innocently. She's got $60 billion in the bank, $60 billion. And I think she's saying no more. And she loves Israel, but she loves it, and they would come in, and her husband was a very aggressive man, but I loved him. He was a very aggressive, very supportive of me. And he'd call up, can I come over and see you? I say, Sheldon, I'm the president of the United States. It doesn't work that way. He'd come in, we would do. But they were very responsible for so much, including getting me thinking about Golan Heights, which is probably one of the greatest things to ever happen to Israel. Miriam, stand up, please. She really is. I mean, she loves this country. She loves this country. Her and her husband are so incredible. We miss him so dearly. But I actually asked her, I'm going to get her in trouble with this, but I actually asked her once, I said, so Miriam, I know you love Israel. What do you love more, the United States or Israel? She refused to answer. That might mean Israel, I must say. We love you. Thank you, darling, for being here. That's a great honor. Great honor. She's a wonderful woman. She is a great woman. I've always stood for the people of this community, and I always will. I'll always be with you. I'm always going to be with you. I guess maybe something could happen to change my mind. Somebody that's really stupid gets into office and wants to do really bad things, but that's about it. We don't think we're going to have that happen. I hope we're not going to have that happen. And this man is a good man right here. These two men are good men right here. Hey, I have an idea. President, why don't you give him a pardon? Give him a pardon. Come on. By the way, that was not in the speech, as you probably know. But I happen to like this gentleman right over here, and it makes so much sense. You know, whether we like it or not, this has been one of the greatest wartime presidents. This has been one of the greatest wartime presidents. And cigars and champagne, who the hell cares about that? All right, enough controversy for the day, right? Actually, I don't think it's very controversial. So, you know, I mean, I see so popular. You are a very popular man. You know why? Because you know how to win. Over the years, many of the families of the Israelis taken hostage, and those that are taken, it's unbelievable. Into their eyes, I've seen the worst nightmares of their self. I've also seen something else, the beautiful love of the people, the love of people, frankly, that hold things together, the love that gives you the courage to carry through thousands of years of persecution and with the heart of David. It's the heart of David. It's that love of civilization built this incredible country and this unbelievable economy and forged one of the great democracies in the world. True honor to stand here today and address this assembly in your ancient and eternal now capital, Jerusalem. I'm proud to have helped in that regard. This city and this nation stand as living proof that the region is truly within our grasp. Jerusalem has been Christians, Jews, Muslims, and people of all ethnicities and creeds. This is the holy center of the world's three great Abrahamic faiths. I like that too. I haven't that word in a while. Adorned with their sacred sites and alive with their pilgrims and visitors from every corner of the globe. But here between the Western Wall, the Temple Mount, and the hill called Calvary, People of every faith and background live, work, pray, serve, and raise their families side by side, and they do it with love. This example is just one of the modern miracles that Israel has given to the world. And just in closing, the leaders in this chamber know better than anyone else the challenges, this harmony, and it's been easily won. No, it hasn't. Not been so tough, but it has been, some say, a miracle. What you've done is a miracle. Look at your size. Look at your chances when it all started. And you know, if you think about it, you are safer today, stronger today, and more respected today than at any time in the history of Israel. Think of it. People used to say it wouldn't exist. They don't say that anymore, do they? Yet if safety, security, and coexistence can thrive in the valleys and ancient paths of Jerusalem, peace and respect can flourish among the nations of the broader Middle East. The God who once dwelled among his people in this city still calls us to turn from evil and do good, to seek peace and pursue it. So he still whispers truth into the hills and knolls and valleys of his magnificent creation and into the hearts of his children all over the world. And that is why you have 3 years of pain and conflict. The people of Israel have never given up. Threats of Zionism, from all sorts of threats. You want the promise of Zion. You want the promise of and hope and love and God. And the people of America have never lost faith in the promise of a great day that modern Israel was founded. We have stood together through thick and thin of setbacks, and through victory and defeat, through glory and heartache. Industries together, we have made discoveries together. We have confronted evil together, and we have waged war together, and perhaps most beautifully of all, we have made peace together. And this week, against all odds, we have done the impossible and brought our hostages home. So now we're going to forge a future that is worthy of our heritage. We're going to build a legacy that all the people of this region can be proud of. New bonds of friendship, cooperation, and commerce will join Tel Aviv to Dubai, Haifa to Beirut, Jerusalem to Damascus, and from Israel to Egypt, from Saudi Arabia to Qatar, from India to Pakistan, from Indonesia to Iraq, from Syria to Bahrain, Turkey to Jordan, the United Emirates to Oman, and Armenia to Azerbaijan, another war that I just settled. We are going to have hope, harmony, opportunity, and happiness here in the spiritual and geographic center of the entire world. That's what you are. Israel, America, and all of the nations of the Middle East will soon be safer, stronger, greater, and more prosperous than ever before. And I want to thank you all once again for this exceptional honor. This has been truly an honor. It's seldom that a president is invited to do this. And I love Israel. I'm with you all the way. You will be bigger, better, stronger, and more loving than ever before. Thank you very much. God bless you. God bless the United States of America. And God bless the Middle East. Thank you, everybody. Good luck. Thank you very much. Thank you.
standing ovation for U.S. President Donald Trump here at the long, very powerful speech, saying this was the history of a new Middle East. You know, there was many points that we'll get into in a moment, but, you know, what we did see was there's a lot of love between President Trump and Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. He even jokingly said to the president of Israel, you know, that pardon Netanyahu, he really the connection between the two men, the quips, the jokes between them, sort of the off the cuff that Trump threw to Bibi. So you see the genuine sort of connection, the leaders. Getting me in the studio, Lev Ben. We're going to get into Trump, but before that, we have a few announcements. Trump also said that the hostages have returned. He said, "I can't believe that I'm saying this. It feels so good to say this." And indeed, the 20 hostages have returned. They've reunited with their families. But unfortunately, during the Forum for the Hostage Families announced that only 4 out of the 28 dead hostages will be returned by Hamas today. They call that a blatant breach of the agreement. Supposed to return all 28 hostages and instead are only returning 4. And some more updates. The Indonesian president, who we earlier announced was coming to Israel for a visit tomorrow, has said that he will not be coming tomorrow to Israel. So the reason remains unclear, but tomorrow that is not going to happen. And the Prime Minister's office has also sent an announcement thanking U.S. President Donald Trump for inviting Netanyahu to the conference in Egypt, but Netanyahu has declined the invitation. The reason, he said, is due to the time constraints ahead of the start of the holiday, the holiday of Simchat Torah here in Israel. And so Prime Minister Netanyahu will not be able to attend. He thanked President Trump for his circle of peace, what he called peace through. So those are the latest updates that we have at this time. And Kalev, you know, I just want to hear, it's been a long day. It started in the morning, release of the hostages, and now until, you know, Trump's speech. I want to just hear, you know, in Hostages Square, you've come now to the studio to join us. I want to hear your thoughts on President Trump's speech today.
Well, first of all, Ladar, President Trump is not the first foreign leader to speak to the Knesset. But I'm going to say it's an unprecedented speech in the Knesset, not just by any president or foreign leader, even by any politician. President Trump, you speech, their speech, his prompter speech to prepare, and that's pretty much what you would expect. Looking forward to being in Sharm el-Sheikh and his plan for Middle East peace beyond that. That was it. But I think what's going to get most comment is the other speech you get with President Trump, which is when his goes on his sort of spontaneous remarks.
There were a lot of those spontaneous,
and there were a lot of spontaneous remarks there. I'm going to correct you. I did when he called on President Zog to pardon.
No, that was serious. He made some other quips that. Okay,
and I think that's going to get a lot of comment, of course.
Here in Israel, absolutely.
Here in Israel. But also spoke very positive. The opposition leader, Yair Lapid. In fact, his whole book on his relationship with speech, because how tough it was dealing with Prime Minister Netanyahu. He called on Prime Minister Netanyahu. So there was kind of like criticism, talked about, you know, made clear that he had to convince Prime Minister Netanyahu to the war somewhat. But of course, as you said, then this was followed by praise for Prime Minister Netanyahu. Other comments that were quite striking, the American-Israeli philanthropist Miriam Adelson calling her out, spontaneous comments. I think that's going to get a lot. Don't take two points.
Yeah.
I was a bit surprised. He didn't speak much about the hostages
Yes,
at
we
all.
talked about that. That's right.
Which is surprising because A, that's focus has been in Israel on A, but on President's contribution in that happened. And President Trump has spoken about hostages and a motivating factor, and they didn't get much of a mention here today, and I'm not sure why that is. But the thing is, yes, it was very forward-looking in terms of what he wants to do moving ahead in the Middle East. He didn't go into specifics of it, but he definitely stressed over and over again, and he used the phrase, a new Middle East, which has sort of connotations in Israel. You talked about a long day. Is
far from over.
He's going to a historic summit in Sharm. Now, I'll just make a couple of comments. Yes, the Prime Minister has offered a statement saying they're concerned about the violating the Jewish holiday, which could be a problem, especially with his Orthodox coalition members, but also he felt to be put in an awkward situation with Palestinian Authority President Mahmoud Abbas. Attending Prime Minister Netanyahu does not want legitimacy, which he lost in that situation. So there was some speculation that that's about it. But President Trump, we can go on and on. I think people are going to be talking about the speech, certainly here in Israel, for quite some time now.
Absolutely. I mean, it was, at the end of the day, an incredible speech. And he briefly mentioned the hostages. He said it's wonderful to be able to say that the hostages are back home, at least the living hostages. And he did speak a lot about the future and his broader vision, as you said, for the Middle East. He alluded to the richest countries in the region. We can only guess, of course, who those countries are. And he talked about his desire to see more and more countries join in the Abraham Accords.
Absolutely.
And so we have to see if that,
And by the way, he mentioned another country, too, in the Middle East that won't accords anytime soon, Iran. Quite a bit about Iran, about getting out of the Iran nuclear, the Obama administration's and Iran nuclear plan, which he called a disaster. But he talked about, again, making some kind of treaty with Iran, making peace. And that was one of the few points I think the applause, maybe some members of the opposition, was got a muted response there.
A very muted response because, in Israel especially, nobody here thinks that the Ayatollah, you can make peace with the regime.
Well, President Trump, again, is thinking he could make it with everyone, even the Ayatollahs.
Yeah. So that, besides that little point, but he did speak a lot about Iran. He spoke about the historic involvement of the United States in bombing the nuclear sites. He spoke about, the JCPOA and the fact that he withdrew. And he did speak a lot. He said, Iran, we're waiting for you.
Right.
I think that's a very important distinction. We make that here on ILTV all the time. The distinction between the Islamic Republic of Iran and the people of Iran. Most of the vast majority of Iranian Iranian friends, most of them oppose the Ayatollah regime. Sure. It's a regime that has brought nothing but death and destruction to the people of Iran and to the entire region. So it's quite interesting that he's sort of reaching a hand. He said, he made note, he's not offering this deal to them through weakness, but through strength. So it's peace through strength.
And by the way, we should discuss the strike on Iran, not just in terms of the context of Israel, but of what he has been trying to do with the Secretary of War, Pete Hegseth, who is in the Knesset, with the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Kane, General Raising Kane. The attack on Iran in the context of what he see an America that it wants to make peace, is willing and able to use force more assertively than previous administrations. previous Democratic administrations. So he put the attack on Iran in that context.
Yeah, absolutely. So a lot of interesting points coming out of Trump's speech. And of course, he's looking ahead. He's looking forward to expanding the circle of peace, expanding Abraham Accords.
That guy.
As Netanyahu like to say, Caleb Ben David, thank you so much for joining us here and square throughout the day.
Are here on this covering this historic day.
Absolutely, and I want to thank for watching ILTV. It really has been an historic day and such a privilege for me and for the entire ILTV team to be a part of this day, to see the return of 20 living hostages after 738 days of war. And of course, there are still the deceased hostages still being held in Hamas captivity. And we will, of course, continue to follow and to provide updates on the status of these hostages. And an historic visit and speech by President Trump. Again, I want to thank all of you for watching. Thank the entire ILTV team. It's been quite an historic day. Thank you. And thank you to everyone. Thank you to President Trump and to Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. God bless Israel and God bless the United States of America.
ILTV News, your source for Israel in English. Reporting from the ground where it happens as it happens.